Attempted murder, as of now. Oh, God. She groaned through a heavy breath. I'm going to need a really good lawyer, but I don't have that type of money. Are they going to give you bail? Kalani asked reluctantly. Most likely, since I don't have a record. I could hear her relief. Good, but when? It's the holidays, I said regretfully. I probably will have to wait until after the New Year for a bail hearing. Damn, Kalani exhaled. What day is it? New Year's Eve. I sucked my teeth and cringed on the inside. I had only been there for a day, but it felt like a lifetime. Is he? I couldn't even finish the question, scared of what Kalani's answer would be. He'll live, unfortunately. I was both disappointed and relieved. I felt so stupid. He was still alive, still able to do him, and now I would be behind bars, for I didn't even know how long because of him. But at least my charges wouldn't be upgraded to murder. Can you call my mother for me and let her know what's going on? Of course. And please, talk to my kids for me. At the mere mention of my kids, my eyes welled up again. Quickly wiping away the tears that had escaped, I told Kalani, take them somewhere for New Year's Day, if you can. Look out for them, especially Essence. Tell her don't be mad at me. Girl, she is going to know that you did this for her. I will make sure she does. The confidence in Kalani's voice was the only comfort that I had. I knew she was going to make sure that my kids were okay. Sure, they had their grandparents, but Kalani would be the young but still mature influence they needed to watch their backs, especially Essence. Okay, how is Moses? I asked. He's fine, thank God. And for the first time since this conversation started, I heard a smile in her voice. That's good. Then the cop made a gesture for me to end the call. I sighed, saying, I have to go. Okay, girl, try to keep your head up and call me tomorrow. With a heavy sigh, I told her, I'll try. Her weary tone matched mine as she told me, Bye, cousin. Bye. Love you. Love you too. Before I knew it, I had slammed the phone down. The officer gave me a stern look, snatching me up by the elbow, and led me back towards the cell. On the way, many of the inmates were looking at me with wonder and disgust. I was still wearing the clothes that had Ra's blood all over them. My hair was still all over my head. My eyes felt like they were beady, as thoughts of me spending the rest of my life in jail were on a constant loop. Once inside the cell, I collapsed onto the thin, rock-hard plastic mat that rested on top of a steel panel. There was no blanket to keep me warm and no pillow. But that didn't matter, because I was sure that I wouldn't get any sleep that night. As I lay there, I forced myself not to think about my kids, Essence in particular. I just prayed that my baby would be all right and stay strong until I hopefully got the hell out of jail. I tried to think of happier things instead of the dreadful events of the past few weeks. The first thought that put a smile on my face as tears spilled from my eyes were thoughts of Priest. I remembered how he had been there for me the night that Moses had gotten shot. The thought of him sitting beside me, holding my hand, warmed me in that cold cell. The plans that we had for New Year's Eve also made me grin. During our last date, he'd offered to take me to New York so that we could club it up with some of his promoter friends there and watch the ball drop at midnight. I was so excited that he had even asked me. However, I knew that I couldn't leave my kids at a time like this, so I had told Priest that I couldn't imagine not spending New Year's Day with my kids. So he had gotten us VIP tickets to a NYE party at a popular club downtown. They had 4 DJs lined up for the night. I had been so ready to get pretty and count down the new year with him, But because I couldn't control my anger, I could possibly be spending New Year's Day behind bars. And just like that, my mind was right back on Ra, the man who made betrayal an art. And although I had been trying not to, I started to recollect everything. As each thought crossed my mind, the tears poured out, and small weeps escaped me. I bit down on my lip, trying to muffle my cries. But it was hard when I thought of how that man had played me, cheated on me, had a baby on me, gotten my kids taken away, and hid money from me. The money, I thought. How did he have that much money? Oh my God, I gasped as I sat straight up. My eyes bulged as the realization came to me. The bank robbery. That motherfucker! It was him! I knew it. It had to be Ra. Although neither one of the guys that day had looked or sounded anything like Ra, I figured that he had to be behind that robbery. How else would he, right after the robbery, come up with all that cash? And I suddenly realized that I must have recognized his friend as the one that had the gun on me. I wept into my hands, crying, "Oh, Jesus." Kalani. "How's she doing?" Moses asked as I ended the call with Soleil. "Not good," I sighed, fighting back the urge to burst into tears. I was so tired of the tears and chaos. "I expected that," Moses replied. As eerie silence fell between us, I sat on the couch in the window of his hospital room, watching as light snow flurries fell on the city. The streets were empty as hell. I was sure that many people were in the house getting ready for New Year's Eve parties. I wasn't jealous that I had to spend this holiday in the hospital with Moses and our son. I was happy to. I would have preferred to be spending the holiday there than at a funeral home. This is all so crazy. "That's an understatement," Moses fussed with a shake of his head. "Never thought the year would end like this." I reached down and started to run my fingers through my son's hair as he lay sleeping across my lap. "At least you're alive, Moses. That's one thing we can be happy about," I said as I smiled at him, but I could feel the sadness behind it. Moses nodded and smiled at me as well. His smile also looked like it was covering up a whole lot of grief. "Real talk." "And hopefully they will give Soleil bail so she can fight this case on the outside with her kids. The last thing that Essence needs is losing her mother at a time like this." "The last thing that Essence needs? What's that mean?" Moses asked. "Oh, I haven't had the chance to tell you." "Tell me what?" I sighed and revealed. "Some 16-year-old boy took advantage of her while she was in custody with the state." Moses shook his head, bit his lip until his teeth left imprints on his bottom lip, and dropped his head. "That's why Soleil spazzed out and stabbed Ra. Soleil was trying to make him realize what his actions had done to her and her kids. He said that it wasn't his fault, that if Essence wasn't such a hoe like his mama, that wouldn't have happened to her." "Fuck, man," he said, cringing. "Wait, how do you know all of this?" "Shit. Oh, her mother told me that Soleil told her what happened during a phone call." "Oh." I hurried and changed the subject. I wanted so badly to tell Moses that I was there with Soleil the morning she stabbed Ra. I needed to talk to somebody to vent, to get it out, but I had to keep that secret from my girl. Now I understood why Moses kept Ra's secrets. I hate that motherfucker. Real talk, I hate Ra, and I never want to see him again. And if you want to be with me, then you're going to have to cut ties with him. He doesn't mean us any good. He doesn't do anything for you besides book you shows. You can get a new manager, a better one. He is a selfish and inconsiderate son of a bitch." He gave me a crooked smile. So you forgive me? I playfully rolled my eyes. I'm here, ain't I? He was so cute when he tried to hide his blushing. You gotta be through dealing with Ra. Kalani, you don't have to tell me that, he assured me. I ain't fucking with that nigga no more. I was surprised at how quick he was to agree with me. I thought I was going to have to beg Moses to distance himself from Ra. Oh, I replied. Why all of a sudden? I've been trying to tell you that Ra ain't no good. Because I could tell that he was trying to choose his words wisely. I'm just starting to see that nigga for who he really is. I wondered what the hell had happened that made Moses finally step out of Ra's dark shadow. I watched him questionably, but he didn't go into detail. He just said, I was supposed to have that meeting with Interscope. I don't even want it if I have to deal with Ra. Fuck it. I slightly rolled my eyes. You think he was telling the truth about the meeting? Moses kissed his teeth and grimaced. I doubt it, since it hasn't happened yet. Seems like he's been selling me dreams. Scoffing, I replied. I was surprised when he actually gave me that money for that lawyer. Moses' brow raised. He did? Yeah, the night you got shot, he handed me a wad of cash and gave me even more the next day. I couldn't believe it. I wonder where he got that type of money from. Yeah, Moses said, staring oddly into the TV. Me too.
Ra. I groaned as my eyes tried to adjust to the fluorescent light. I remembered waking up before, but being too groggy to keep my eyes open. I was still feeling high as hell, but I managed to keep my eyes open and trained on my mother. She gasped when she saw that I was looking at her. The concerned look on her face quickly went away. A smile replaced it as she jumped to her feet and ran towards me. He's awake! She stood over me, cupping my cheek. I watched as my father walked up behind her. How are you feeling? He asked. I opened my mouth, trying to say something, but it was hard to get the words past my dry throat. I forced out, high as hell, and it came out hoarse. It's the morphine, my mother told me. My eyes kept opening and closing. I was floating. She is going to pay for what she did to him, my father fussed. Not right now, my mother insisted. We can talk about that later. No, he barked. Then he looked at me and asked, Why did she do this, son? Did you all get into a fight or something? I might have been high, but I remembered exactly what happened. Soleil faulted me for what happened to Essence, but she was to blame. Had she known her place, Essence wouldn't have gotten raped. The last thing I remembered was her screaming she hated me as she drove a knife in my side. No, we didn't get into a fight. That crazy bitch snapped. She's jealous of Aaliyah and mad that I had that baby on her, so she tried to kill me. I wasn't so high that I didn't feel the desire to make Soleil pay, burning on the inside. Lying in that bed, I swore to myself that as soon as I was out of here, I was going to kill Soleil and do a better job at it than she had. 18. Fabe. About time you showed up. As soon as I walked into his hospital room, Ra made me regret being there. In response, I scoffed as I walked into the room. Once I got the call from our father that Soleil had stabbed Ra, I took my time to visit him. I was done with him.
For my father, I had shown up while Ra was in surgery, but I hadn't been back since he came to on New Year's Eve. I didn't feel the need to rush to come show sympathy to a motherfucker that had no sympathy for anybody in his life. All he cared about was himself. But Aaliyah had convinced me that if I didn't visit him soon, my absence would only make Ra more suspicious. So, for her, I had come. Ra looked like his old self, as if he hadn't been stabbed in the leg and twice in the abdomen. The stab to the thigh had hit the femoral artery, and one to the stomach had hit the spleen, both causing a huge loss of blood, resulting in loss of consciousness. Apparently, from what our father was told by the cops from Soleil's statement, that's why Soleil thought he was dead and took her time calling the cops out of fear. His lung had also collapsed. He had undergone surgery to repair the artery and remove the spleen. Yet, this nigga was sitting up in bed with a threatening and cynical look on his face. He wasn't worried about getting better. He was worried about getting to that money. He stared at me with a questioning glare. He didn't look like he had almost lost his life, not at all. But I was sure that under the hospital gown, there were bandages and staples where Soleil had tried to take him out. He continued to eyeball me as I removed my coat. It was still wet from the snow that seemed to have been falling since the new year.
"Fuck wrong with you?"
Ra spat. "Fuck wrong with you? I came up here to see your sick ass, and you coming at me sideways. You need to chill out and be glad Soleil didn't kill you." Ra sucked his teeth and waved his hand dismissively.
"Bitch can't take me out. She better hope they keep her in prison, because if they don't, I'm murdering that bitch myself."
I just shook my head as I sat down in a chair across from his bed. I started to wish that I had at least come when my father or someone else was there. I had always known that my brother was an asshole. I had always known that he wasn't shit. Hell, I knew he was leaning on the borderline of insane when he wanted to rob that bank. But killing his own best friend made me look at him in a different light. Shit, if he could kill Carlos over greed, he would kill me for much less.
"Whatever, nigga. Don't shake your head at me,"
Ra grumbled.
"You always soft for these hoes."
I blew out an irritated breath. You know what? I'm out. Standing, I figured enough was enough. Ra felt like he was this super hard, swagged-out gangsta that had the streets on lock, but all he was a little-ass boy who stole his way through life and manipulated people with weaker minds than him. He wasn't a man, and he for damn sure wasn't a gangster. I wasn't the type of man to get in between a woman and the man that she loved, even if I loved her, but now that he had put his hands on what was now mine, the gloves were off.
"Hold up,"
Ra called himself, ordering as I walked towards the door. I grimaced as I stopped and unwillingly looked at him. "What, man?
"Did you find Aaliyah?"
I shook my head again. I didn't know what I felt more for him, pity or anger. Motherfucker damn near lost his life, but he was still worried about some fucking money. That's the first thing he asked about, not about Junior. "Nah," I told him.
"Nah?"
he asked, as if I had the nerve to give him that answer. "No, nigga," I pressed.
"She won't answer the phone?"
"No."
"Then go find that bitch."
I bit my tongue, fighting the urge to wreck this nigga in his hospital bed. I couldn't act out about him disrespecting Aaliyah. Not yet, anyway. "She's not at the crib," I lied. "There are no signs of her. Considering how much money she has, she probably left town." The look on his face was priceless. Ra was so full of himself that he thought he knew everything and had control of everyone. How dare a bitch get over on him? But Aaliyah had. I wanted so bad to tell this motherfucker that not only had I fucked his bitch, but she was mine, and so was his son. But that would give him the idea that I would help her hide from him. So, for Aaliyah, I would keep my mouth closed. For now. Fuck, Rob barked. Find out where her aunt stays down there in Texas. I'm on that bitch. I held in my laugh. This nigga was going to be in the hospital for so long that by the time he got out, he wouldn't have enough money to afford to fly his bum ass to Houston. Get one of your minions to do it. The holidays are over, so I got real work to do. He looked at me like how dare I speak to him like that. But I ignored his self-entitlement and left out of the room, saying over my shoulder, I'm a grown-ass man. I ain't your flunky, nigga. You need to get out of here. Aaliyah watched me curiously as I closed the hotel room door behind me and took off my coat. Why? She asked. What's wrong? What did Ross say? He wants that money. But I told him that I couldn't find you. Sitting on the bed next to her as she lay there, I bent over and kissed her and Junior, who was sleeping on her chest. He told me to find out your aunt's address. That's how bad he wants to find you. Aaliyah's eyes squeezed shut, and then she opened them while shaking her head in disbelief. He is psychotic. I can't believe I was in love with such a clown. I wish Soleil would have killed him. When I got the call that Ra had been stabbed, neither me or Aaliyah could believe it. We especially couldn't believe that Soleil had been the one to do it. I had always thought that somebody Ra had stolen from would take him out. I would never have thought that it would be Soleil. My father told me that she had said she was defending herself because Ra was fighting her, which I believed, since he had done the same to Aaliyah. He was in rare form, and his losses were making him take his frustrations out on these women. Pussy-ass nigga. You need to leave this hotel, I insisted. He will be in the hospital for a few weeks, but I know he'll send one of his dumbass goons to come find you, and those stupid motherfuckers do anything he say. You're right, but... Aaliyah's shoulders sank as she pouted. I don't want to leave you. As I stared at my baby, I licked my lips. Damn, she was beautiful. Even in this moment of chaos, her beauty wasn't overshadowed. I didn't want to leave her either, especially after I finally got her. I knew everyone would be shocked and question my loyalty when it got out that I was with Aaliyah, but I gave 0 fucks. From the moment I saw her, I knew I was looking at the most beautiful girl in the world. Her peach skin was flawless. Her body was phenomenal with crazy curves. Her face was sweet, pretty, and youthful. She looked almost innocent, aside from the diamond in her nose. Her bare face was beautiful, but a man like me was cool with it when she highlighted her beauty with a little makeup. Her pouty mouth, thick eyebrows, defined cheekbones, pointed nose, and heavy-lashed oval eyes made her an exotic beauty. She had naively let an ain't-shit nigga in, but I knew that with the right man by her side, she was going to make it through this and be a force to be reckoned with. And that man was me. Even though it was under some cruel circumstances, she was finally mine. I didn't plan on losing her at all, so I definitely didn't want her all the way down in Texas because she was hiding from Ra. Maybe you should give him the money back so he can just leave you the fuck alone, I suggested. She met my eyes and then quickly looked away. She started to nervously play with her long weave and stuttered, I don't have it. Huh? I asked, curling my eyebrows. What do you mean you don't have it? Where is it? Aaliyah's face turned red. She bit her lip nervously, twirling a curl around her finger. I flushed it. I jumped to my feet and spat. You what? Shh, you're going to wake up Junior. Are you fucking crazy? I said now, barking in a harsh whisper. Why did you flush that much money? It was blood money, Fabe. I didn't want it, not even to help me move on. I couldn't live with myself knowing that I used the money Carlos died over to buy myself a house or car. No. Well, when she put it like that, I felt her. So I sat back down on the bed. I didn't want any parts of that bread for the same reason. I just felt like after Aaliyah had put up with Ra for so long, she deserved it. But I understood why she didn't want it either. I can't believe you flushed all that damn money. Aaliyah laughed and shrunk in embarrassment. I wasn't here spazzing out. I just had to get rid of it. I kept seeing all of those social media posts about everyone mourning Carlos's death. I just didn't want any parts of it. I feel you. Then my eyes widened with a thought. Well, then you're gonna have to come stay with me. Huh? She asked with her head slightly cocked, like she couldn't believe what I just said. Yeah, why not? I shrugged. Because we just started this thing between me and you. We can't live together already. We already possibly have a baby together. She cringed. Don't remind me that it's only a possibility. I sucked my teeth, teasing her. You wanted him to be Ra's son at first, so stop it. Don't play like you're embarrassed now. She giggled and lightly swung at me. Fuck you, Fabe. We just started fucking with each other officially, but let's not act like there hasn't been something between us for a long time. We already know each other, but we don't know each other romantically. Well, we are going to get to know each other then and figure out the rest later. When she continued to sit there like she had another choice, I added, or you can sit here and wait for one of those dumbass, trigger-happy, goofy niggas to figure out you're here and kill your light bright ass. But I'm going to take my nephew son with me, because he ain't dying behind this shit. Her mouth dropped to her chest. Nephew son? Really? I hate you. Laughing, I said, he is my nephew's son. With a slight kick to my thigh, she replied, I hope he's your son. We gotta handle that too. We can get one of those DNA tests from Amazon. Aaliyah nodded with a deep breath and said, Okay. You look so nervous about that. What's wrong? Because for so long I prayed that he was really Ra's baby. Now I pray to God he isn't that demon's son.
Kalani. Elijah looked at me with wide, innocent eyes as he slurped down his vanilla shake. Did my mama try to kill my dad for real? That caught me off guard and nearly made me choke on my Sprite. I needed a drink. I had spent New Year's Eve at the hospital instead of at a party, turning up, and now I was spending New Year's Day counseling distraught children? No, baby, I told Elijah. Yes, she did, Essence added as she toyed with her fries. How do you know that? I asked her. That's what Grandpa Amir told me. My nose flared. Amir, Ra's father, had always been evil and up Ra's ass. He did. When she nodded, I shook my head and told them both, Don't listen to him. Your mother did not try to kill your daddy, okay? Then what happened? Elijah pressed. I need a fucking drink, but I couldn't have one. I had to wait until I dropped the kids off because I didn't want to be drunk while driving the kids around. Since it was New Year's Day and Elijah and Essence were so sad about their mother and father being gone, I made sure to pick them up that afternoon. Then I took them along with Trenton to Dave & Buster's. I looked at Trenton using his hands to eat the pieces of pizza that I had cut up for him. I thank God that my baby was too young to know what was going on. With a deep sigh, I told Elijah and Essence, She didn't try to kill your father. It was an accident. She didn't mean to do it. And when your mother comes home, she will explain to you what happened. That was the best that I could come up with. What I wanted to tell them was that their father was a sick son of a bitch who had done their mother so wrong that she snapped. But since there was no telling what Soleil's outcome would be, I didn't know whose custody these kids would end up in. I had to be smart about what I said around them. "She isn't coming home," Essence said with her eyes so sad that my heart wrenched and went out to her. "Yes, she is," I insisted. Essence sucked her teeth and pouted. "No, she isn't." "She isn't?" Elijah asked, with his eyes full of fear. "Yes, she is," I pressed. "Listen to me. She is going to come home. Did Grandpa Amir tell you that too?" Essence nodded and blew her breath long and hard. I couldn't wait for Soleil to get home so that she could keep her kids away from Ra and the rest of his toxic family. "Stop listening to him. Do you hear me?" I told Essence. "He's just mad because—" I had to stop myself. I was about to go clean in, but I couldn't let my mouth make this situation worse for Soleil or her kids. "He is just sad because Ra is hurt. He's worried and lashing out. Your mother made a mistake, and she will come home, okay?" Elijah and Essence both nodded, but something in Essence's eyes told me that she didn't believe anything I said. But things had also been very traumatic for her, so I couldn't knock her for seemingly being so defeated. I wanted so bad to have a heart-to-heart with her about the rape, but I didn't know if Soleil wanted Essence to know that she had told someone. I just prayed that her mother would get bail so that she could take care of her baby and keep them away from their psychotic father.
19. Fabe. "Hello?" Aaliyah's voice pressed through the speakers in my car. I laughed. "Don't answer the phone like that." Giggling, she replied, "I mean, you just left." "I'm just making sure you're straight and that you put the alarm on." I had convinced Aaliyah to come hide out at my crib. We had been officially living together for a few days now. We had expected it to be a strange transition from going from nothing to living together so soon. But, like the feelings between us, it just flowed naturally, which let me know that she was mine for real. She looked good as hell in my house, walking around in those tiny shorts with that big booty eating them, while cooking and cleaning. Despite all the chaos around us, we had been in a happy bubble since New Year's Day. Now that the holiday was over, I had to go back to work, though. I hated to leave my baby in my crib all by herself, and I had been hounding her about being safe and watching her back. "I did," she pressed. "Why are you so worried? He's still in the hospital, and he doesn't even know your exact address, right?" "Nah, he doesn't. He never gave a fuck about anybody else to come out and visit. He always hated driving out to the burbs." Aaliyah sucked her teeth. "Sounds like Ra." Then she sighed, and there was the same tension in that conversation that always showed up when the subject of Ra came up. "I still can't believe Soleil tried to kill him." "Hey, you never know what really happened. I'm taking what my father said with a grain of salt." "Have you reached out to the kids?" "I tried to, but of course Soleil's family don't want no parts of Ra's family, and I can't blame them. Supposedly, Ra called DCFS with a bogus claim against Soleil, and they had taken the kids the day before Christmas." Aaliyah gasped. "What? Oh my God!" Then she let out a sadistic laugh. "What?" I inquired. Still laughing angrily, she explained, "He told me that he went to see his kids on Christmas, so this further proves that he was with that chick that sent me that picture." She shuddered in disgust. "I can't believe I was with a person like that." Getting off the expressway, I told her, "Yeah, he put on a good role for you." "He sure did. But now that I know the type of person that he really is, I can understand Soleil trying to kill him. I can't believe he killed Carlos. I hate I missed his funeral, but I couldn't risk being around Ra's family or friends." "You did right. Then I asked, "So, what are you going to do about the house, since it's in your name?" Ra said he's going to let it go. Luckily, we were approaching the end of the lease, so the landlord was cool with me ending it early. "You're not gonna get your stuff?" I took everything of value that I wanted. Anything else is a reminder of Ra that I don't want or need. Just as I was about to tell her when to expect me home, the baby started crying. "Aight, let me let you go so you can feed my nephew, son." Aaliyah kissed her teeth again, but she couldn't help but laugh. "Would you stop calling him that?" I was cracking up. "It isn't funny," she whined. "It kind of is. You know it is," I teased her, still laughing. "Bye."
"Love you too," I taunted her. "But I meant that shit."
"Whatever." Still laughing, I hung up just as I pulled up to my trap house. "Fuck," I mumbled under my breath as I peeped Jackie walking towards my ride. I had been avoiding her since me and Aaliyah reacquainted, but I figured that I would bump into her at some point. She stood in front of my ride, clutching a cup of Starbucks in one hand and a Gucci bag in the other. Her breath fogged in the cold, curling from her nose with every exhale. Her light brown eyes were glaring at me. If she wasn't so full of herself, I would have admired how good her curves looked, even in the knee-length Montclair coat. For a short girl, she was stacked like a brick house. She even had natural kinks all over her head and a huge brown fro. With her chocolate skin and that hair, she looked like a goddess. Her appearance was pretty, but unfortunately for her, a dude like me measured beauty from the inside out. "Hello, Fable," she hissed as I climbed out. I cringed, always hating when someone called me by my government name. Jackie knew that. That's why she was standing in my pathway with her arms crossed over her chest and that fucking smirk on her face. "Jackie," was all I said as I passed her and kept walking. She was on my heels, as I knew she would be. "Really?" I could hear her spit behind me as she approached the house. I hated that she knew my routine. She knew that after the holidays, I would be getting right back to the money and would be at my spot. "You're just going to walk away from me?" she hissed as she forced herself between me and my security gate. "Where have you been?" I took a deep breath, trying to keep myself from losing it. "I told you I had a lot going on with my family." She sucked her teeth. "And I'm supposed to be your woman. I wanted to be there for you. I had to spend the new year alone." "I told you that I was at the hospital with my brother." Her eyes narrowed at how cold and nonchalant I was being. "I wanted to be there with you." "That wasn't necessary, Jackie. I wanted you to have fun for the holidays." "And I wanted to be with my man," she snapped as her hands went to her hips. "Aw, shit. It's about to go down." I could see her getting more pissed off by the second. She was about to explode. I knew that I needed to dead this situation before she acted a fool. I started to scratch the top of my head, what most men did when they knew they were about to bust a woman's heart wide open. "Look, Jackie, this isn't working for me." She looked shocked. Though I knew she had heard me, she pressed me to have the nerve to repeat myself. "What did you just say?" "This arrangement, it isn't working for me." "How isn't it working for you all of a sudden?" "It's not all of a sudden. I've told you plenty of times that you were moving too fast. I never told you that I was your man, and we've only been fucking for 6 months. It wasn't appropriate for you to be at the hospital with me when my brother is damn near dying. You've never even met my family before." That was all facts. But the raw truth was I had been waiting too long for Aaliyah to take her from one toxic relationship to another. So Jackie had to ride out. She shrugged dismissively with a smirk. "I've met your brother. When I took you to his club to have a drink and you wanted to leave 5 minutes later because it was too hood for you, I reminded her as I stuffed my hands into the pockets of my jeans to keep them warm. She groaned, rolling her eyes. That place was full of hood boogers in the middle of the ghetto, and you know it. I chuckled sarcastically and told her, "Look, Jackie, we just aren't meant to be together. Is it another woman?" Even though another woman did have my attention, Jackie was so full of herself that she couldn't possibly comprehend a man not wanting her for any other reason. What would that matter if we aren't in a relationship? Get over yourself, baby. Fuck you, Fable, she spat as she turned on the heels of her red bottoms. As she stormed towards her car, I admired her body and beauty for the last time. I managed to get out, "Have a good day, Jackie," with a taunting chuckle, just before she slammed the door of her Benz truck.
Soleil. He what? I blew a heavy breath, irritated that this white dude was looking at me like I was making things up. He robbed the bank that I used to work at, I said again. Well, he wasn't there, but he had something to do with it. I swear. I recognized one of his friends. I think he was one of the gunmen. He laughed me off. You think? Sitting next to me on the bench that I was cuffed to, my public defender continued to look at me questionably, like I was just some dumb nigger pulling lies out of my ass just to get out of jail. I'm telling you it was him. How do you know that? He asked. I was trying to keep my voice down, because other women I had been locked up with over the holiday were also back there with me, waiting for their bail hearing. Because, after the robbery, he suddenly had all of this money. Where else would he get it from? Banks should have marked bills or something. Do you know if he still has the money, and where is it? Ugh, I groaned as I remembered I had burned all the evidence. I sat back and rested my head against the wall. The money is gone. Where did he spend it at? Did he give it to someone? Maybe we can trace it. No, I cringed, feeling foolish. I burned it. It was embarrassing the way he looked at me, as if I was a joke. He had pissed me off. I burned it to get back at him before realizing where the money had come from. Then you have no proof that he did it, he said, nearly laughing. It was him. I know it was. But you already told the police that you didn't recognize the perpetrators. You can't use this evidence to help your case. He started to collect his things, stuffing his notepad and pen in the pocket of his suit jacket. They won't work with you simply because you have a hunch. Besides, telling them that you burned his money out of anger further proves his statement of you having a temper. Sorry. I sucked my teeth and sat back against the bench again. Sit tight, he told me. They should be calling your case up soon. As he stood up to leave, I was more than disappointed. I was sure that if I could convince the prosecutor that Ra had something to do with that robbery, I could turn him in hopes for leniency in my own trial. My stomach was in knots, as it had been all day. All that was running through my mind was what if I was denied bail and had to fight this case behind bars? The possibility of not being there for my kids sickened me. The possibility that Ra would be the only parent around to raise them horrified me. 20 minutes later, I was being led into the courtroom. The bailiff had cuffed both my hands together, so it was embarrassing as they led me out, reading the charges against me. I fought hard to see if my parents, kids, or Kalani were in the crowd amongst attorneys, family members, and friends of the defendants. But the bailiff had turned me around to stand before the judge, alongside my public defender, before I could make out their faces in the crowd. I fought hard not to cry as the public defender started to plead my case for being let out on bail. But I lost that fight as the prosecutor started to paint me as some monster that couldn't be trusted in the streets. No one batted an eye at my tears or consoled me. I felt so alone, So I just closed my eyes and prayed. Oh, God, left my voice in a tired but relieved breath. Another 20 minutes later, I was rushing out of that fucking courthouse. I had been granted bail, thank God. And since someone had bailed me out, I knew that someone had to be there waiting for me. It was cold as hell, and I had the same clothes on that I had been arrested in, with no coat on. But I didn't care. At that moment, I didn't feel the frigid January 25-degree winds. All I could feel was the joy in my heart that I had been allowed out on bail. Soleil? When I heard my mother's voice, relief left my body in such a rush that my knees got weak. I ran down those stairs looking frantically amongst the people that were coming and going to and from court for my mother. Finally, I laid eyes on her standing off to the side near the curb next to my father. When I saw that my mother was crying, I felt so guilty for putting her through this. I ran towards them. As soon as she could, my mother threw her arms around me. "I'm so sorry, Mama," I cried as she held me tight and rocked me. "Now, what are you sorry about?" I heard my mother ask over sobs. "For putting you through this." "Don't be silly," my father ordered. He put his arms around me and my mother as she continued to hold me. "That motherfucker deserved it, son of a bitch." After a few more seconds of hiding from all of this in my mother's arms, she let me go. My father ushered us both into his car a few feet away. As we rode back to their house, I had so much more of an appreciation for fresh air and being free. I wanted this for the rest of my life so desperately that I was still crying because I wanted to beat this case so bad. On the way, my parents finally were able to ask me what happened the night I stabbed Ra, since we were no longer speaking over recorded lines. I told the cops that he was hitting me and that I was defending myself. But recalling that night made the tears in my eyes start to flow. But I was lying. Sitting beside me in the back seat, my mother looked on in desperation as she held my hand. "I just got so mad," I admitted. "He was saying all of these mean things and blaming me for what happened to Essence, and I just snapped. Oh, God." I began to freak out as I realized what I had just said was what I had actually done. "What did I do, Mama? I messed up." "Shh, calm down. Don't blame yourself," I heard my father say from the front seat. I was hyperventilating as my mother threw her arms around me again. "Nobody has to know what really happened, except the people in this car," my father said. "This is the very last time you tell that version of the story. Do you hear me?" I heard him, but my cries wouldn't allow me to speak, so he pressed. "Do you hear me, Soleil?" "Yes." "We gotta get you a good lawyer. That public defender won't be good enough." "Dad, do you know how much it will cost to get a lawyer that will fight an attempted murder case? I can't afford a lawyer, and neither can you all." "Maybe we can sell the house, Bob," my mother told him. And that only made me feel worse. "No, Mama." I really hadn't been thinking when I grabbed that knife. I just wanted to shut him up, to make him feel the pain that I was feeling, that Essence was feeling. I wanted to end his life the way he had ended mine by putting Essence in the position to get violated. But I wasn't thinking about the aftermath, what it would do to my kids, my parents, my family. By the time we got to my parents' home, I was rushing out of the car and running up to the front door. I was ringing on the bell with a smile on my face. I just wanted to see my kids. I just wanted to hold them. I wanted to let Essence know that I was sorry for leaving her at a time like this. Within seconds, the door swung open. "Mommy!" Elijah sang as he fell into my open arms. "Hey, baby!" I cried as I hugged him tight and kissed his forehead. As I walked into the house with him literally standing on top of my feet, I could hear Essence bolting down the stairs. She hugged me so tight that I felt her nails in my skin. I looked at her, and when our eyes met, it was as if she was looking at me with pride.
20. Raw.
Razan, can you tell us what happened that night? Start from the beginning.
Waiting for me, the detective that had introduced himself as Detective Monroe took out a pen and pad from his coat jacket. His partner, Detective Roberson, stood next to him waiting for me to tell them what they needed to know. Now that they had lowered the dosage of my pain medication, I was being interviewed by the detectives on my case. I wanted to have a civil conversation with her about co-parenting. That's it, because her anger has been affecting my relationship with our kids, I said humbly. She's been so upset with me about cheating on her. I even managed to muster up a tear. But the tear wasn't because I was telling the truth. It was because I wanted to get Soleil back so bad that it was bringing a tear to my eyes. I went on with my charade as my mother stood beside me, rubbing my arm. So I met her at the house. We went inside. I was trying to apologize for the things that I'd done. She got so mad, though. She started screaming about me cheating on her and the child that I had on the side. She is so jealous of Aaliyah and Junior, and I don't know what got into her. She just lost her mind. I was telling her sorry, but I've moved on, and she was going to have to deal with it. Then she lost her shit. Excuse my language. Both of the detectives nodded and waved for me to go on. But she wasn't trying to hear me. She got so mad and she just attacked me. She kept saying over and over again that she wished I was dead. It was crazy. My mother and father were shaking their heads in disbelief. Detective Roberson was staring on as I wiped a lone tear from my eye. Detective Monroe had been scribbling down everything I said. I fought the urge to laugh at their stupid asses, but I mentally patted myself on the back for my believable acting skills.
She needs to pay for what she did to my son,
my father barked. Detective Roberson put a hand up, stopping my father's rant. Just 1 second, sir. We have more questions for Razan. My father sat back with a sneer as Detective Roberson looked back at me, asking, Razan, she said that you were beating her. She's lying. I have never laid a hand on her, I insisted. She is the violent one. I suspected that she was abusing our son. Elijah is always breaking an arm or something. I tried to get her help, though. I made a report with DCFS, but they found no real evidence against her. So I just hoped that maybe I was wrong. But she often attacked me. It was my fault, though. I admit that I was unfaithful. That doesn't give her the damn right to try to kill you, my mother hissed. I placed a loving hand on my mother's hand and told her, Ma, calm down. She's going to get what she deserves. Right, detectives? They both nodded as one said, Right. She was charged with attempted murder, but she is currently out on bail. Wow, my mother cut in, cringing. But she has been ordered to stay away from you. If she ever comes into contact with you, call us, and she will be put in custody until the trial. What about my kids? How am I going to see them? I asked. I suggest you make some arrangements with the maternal grandparents if possible, or file for joint or full custody with family court. I nodded, and the detectives excused themselves, saying that the prosecutor would most likely be in touch with further questions. As soon as the door closed, my father started to talk his shit. She needs to pay for what she's done. She is going to pay, my mother insisted, still rubbing my arm. She was about to rub the skin off this motherfucker. She will rot in jail for this. My parents started to go back and forth, but I wasn't listening. Though I was staring at the TV, I was plotting on a master plan. I was in agreement with my parents. Soleil needed to pay. First, she burned my money up, and then she had the nerve to bring another man around my family and friends like I was some kind of sucker. Then the broad had the balls to try to take me out. She had another thing coming if she thought she was going to get away with any of this. If getting the kids taken away from her hurt, she needed to watch out for what I did next. I was willing to say whatever to ensure that she ended up in jail for this. And if she ended up in jail, she should consider it a blessing from God because I preferred to put her 6 feet deep. And Aaliyah was next. These bitches thought they had won, but I was still standing, still breathing, and still able to wreak havoc on them.
Soleil. I winced while looking at the name flashing on my ringing cell phone. "It's Priest again?" Kalani asked. I looked over at her as she lay across the foot of the bed. Then I pouted with a nod. "Answer the phone, Soleil." "I can't talk to him. I don't know what to say." "Just tell him the truth." "The truth?" I shook my head as I sat up in the bed with the covers wrapped around me. "Yeah, right. I'm supposed to say, 'Hey, I haven't been answering your calls because I got locked up for attempted murder?' Hell no." "Yeah," Kalani chimed with a chuckle. "That sounds pretty bad." "Exactly." "Well, you still should answer the phone. He's been leaving you voicemails and texting you since you got arrested. I'm sure he's so worried about you. He hasn't heard from you in days, and you stood him up for New Year's Eve." "Ugh," I groaned, knowing that she was right, but I hated to do it. I had been embarrassed enough having to tell my family what happened. Thank God the incident hadn't made the news, but it had made the social media of our families and friends. After coming to my parents' house yesterday, I took a long hot bath and then scarfed down the full-course meal my mother had prepared. Her turkey wings had never tasted so good. Then I climbed into bed with my kids and held them while we watched movies. Essence was still holding me tighter than she ever had before. While running my fingers through her hair, I knew I had to get her some professional and spiritual help, considering all that she had been through. Once the kids fell asleep, I made the mistake of logging onto social media. That was when I saw post after post after post made by people who knew me and Ra. Some simply said, "Free Soleil," with pics of me. Others accused me of attempting to kill Ra and needing to burn in hell. There were memes made of pictures of me. People were reposting posts that people had made that didn't even know me. Even some of Ra's homies were claiming that I was dead on sight. I only hoped that Priest hadn't come across any of the posts, because I wasn't telling him a damn thing. "Hello?" I finally answered. "About fucking time," Priest fussed. All he knew was that I had disappeared suddenly after we had been having so much fun together. He had even gone out of his way to be nice to me by staying at that hospital all night when Moses had gotten shot. Even though he had no clue why I disappeared, his fussing sounded more like caring than any of the evil bullshit that spewed from Ra's mouth. My eyes squeezed together as the shame once again hit me. I forced it away and opened my eyes to see Kalani looking at me, encouraging me with her eyes to say something else. "I know," I forced out. "I'm sorry." "Where the hell have you been, girl?" I insisted. "I can explain." "You better. You fucking disappeared on me, man." I took a deep breath and just started lying. I just have so much going on with my kids right now. I don't want to get into it, but with the new year, I just feel like I need to focus on them and finding a job. Kalani gave me the most dramatic, disappointed look. I just rolled my eyes. I had told a little white lie, but it held some truth. Now, more than ever, I needed to focus on my kids. I also needed to find a job if I wanted to be able to pay for a decent attorney. Considering all that I had going on, the last thing I was worried about was whatever was brewing between me and Priest. He sounded caught off guard as he replied, "Oh, all right. I can't argue with that. I feel you." "Thank you, Priest. And I am sorry for not calling or answering your calls. I really have had a lot going on." "Bet, it's cool," he said with a little more swag in his tone. "I'll holla." "Okay." Suddenly, his end had gone so silent that I looked at my cell phone and realized that he had hung up on me. I winced. "Why did you lie?" Kalani asked. "Because it sounded better than the truth. Who wants to date a woman that tried to kill her ex-boyfriend?" "I guess," she said with a sigh. I could only sigh too. With all that I had going on, I felt it would be so irresponsible to entertain Priest. But as soon as I realized that he had hung up on me, I missed him and whatever could have been between us. "Don't feel bad, cousin. You're right. You have too much going on to be bothered with him anyway." I smiled at her, and she smiled back. She was so ride or die. She knew that she didn't mean what she had just said, but she just wanted to make me feel better. Kalani had been so supportive during all of this. She and I had been together all day. I had insisted that she go to the hospital to see Moses, but she'd said she wanted to give him a break, in case she had been smothering him. She hadn't left the hospital in days, only to work, go to class, and take care of Trenton, at least when he wasn't at the hospital with her. We had been in my old bedroom all day because I didn't really care to do anything else. We had been drinking and hiding from the bullshit on the other side of the closed door. "It's going to be okay," Kalani said. I guess she had seen me drifting off to that same place where I feared what my future would be. "You can't go to jail for this," she went on. "It's not fair. The world can't be that messed up that Rod gets to be free after everything he's done to the people that love him, but you have to be punished for taking up for your child. There is no way that you deserve that. It's going to work out for you." I sighed deeply, refusing to bust her bubble of faith. Instead, I tried to believe just as much as she did. "I hope so, girl. I really hope so."
Moses. With a lazy grin, Smoothie slid into my hospital room with a paper bag folded under his arm. He sank into the chair by my bed and laid the bag on my serving tray, crowding the cold, untouched hospital food they'd tried to pass off as lunch. "Here's your cut." I eased into the pillows, sore as hell, yet I still managed to smirk. "Good looking, bro. I appreciate you for holding shit down while I've been stuck in here." Smoothie waved me off like I was talking crazy. "Nigga, what? You think I wasn't gonna keep it moving? You tripping. This your blueprint. I'm just following the plans till you back on your feet." I nodded, appreciating his loyalty. Still, it means a lot. He shrugged as he settled deeper into the chair. "The internet's still going nuts about your shooting. The whole city talking. It's all kinds of hashtags, fake RIP posts, and blogs acting like they know what happened." He shook his head, chuckling at the fandom. "Same way they did with Duck, Pop Smoke, and FBG Cash. The streets don't let a nigga breathe even when he fighting for it." I sucked in a slow breath. The sound of those names hit me hard. There had been too many young kings that were gone, too many caskets lowered too soon. I wasn't ready to be another one on that list. "My homies keep blowing up my phone," Smoothie went on. "They want names. They want to slide. They're already talking about getting payback." I stared at the ceiling, feeling the anger burning through the fog of pain meds. "Nah, that's my job. I'm the one who gotta do it." Smoothie's eyes narrowed. "You saying you already know who did it?" I clenched my jaw, forcing my face blank. "Nah, but when I find out, I'm handling it myself." Smoothie studied me for a long second, then nodded, like that was good enough. All I could think about was killing Ra. I wasn't about to let anyone else take that shot but me. In the Bible, Moses was a songwriter. After Moses split the Red Sea and the children of Israel crossed the land, he removed his staff and the waters closed up, drowning the Egyptian army. To celebrate their escape, God instructed Moses to write down a song that he had composed, which became known as the Song of Moses. As I lay in that hospital bed, I felt the need to write some music. Even though the last thing I wanted to do when I got out of this hospital was follow my rap dreams, the natural ability to write what I was feeling out on paper couldn't be controlled. As usual, I needed to lash out on paper. But as I wrote the Song of Moses, I knew that the song would never be heard by anyone other than me. Being a rapper was a dream that had been drilled into me by Ra. Before then, I didn't have any dreams to be much of anything. I didn't know what I wanted to be or how I was going to be it. All I knew was hustling, but I didn't want to do that forever. Ra had talked me into turning my talent into fame and riches, but I had ridden that cloud with Ra for long enough, though. It was time to hang up those delusions, cut ties with Ra, and just focus on my bag and my family. It was funny how, when I was in the darkest moment and had given up on my rap career, I wrote the coldest chorus of my life. Then the verses that I wrote along to it were sick. I damn near wanted to give this rap thing a second shot, but I chopped it up as a classic that would be for my ears only. Because of Ra's lies, rap stopped being my escape and became a burden I no longer wanted. Just as I was closing out the last verse, there was a knock at the door. "Come in." The door opened, and Kalani and Trent came in. "Hey, babe." Kalani greeted me as she walked towards me and gave me a slow peck on the lips. My dick jumped. I had been in that hospital bed for too long. Now that I was starting to feel less pain in my stomach where I had taken the shot, I was starting to feel more pain in my dick from the throbbing. I wanted to get off that bed so that I could get home to my baby and put this dick in her. She looked good all the time, but lately she had been looking exceptionally good to me. Her body was the reason she had caught my eye in the first place. Since she had been back and forth from work, taking care of Trenton by herself, and spending the rest of her time in the hospital with me, she hadn't had time to put on makeup and curl her hair. But her simple bun, that looked to have been slept on, and bare face was so fucking gorgeous to me. Her beige complexion was so flawless that I didn't see why she ever felt the need to wear any makeup to cover it. But when she did, it enhanced her, making her look like a baddie. "What are you looking at?" Kalani asked as she caught me staring at her. Watching her get Trenton settled made me admire Shorty even more. She was beautiful. But what made her even more attractive was her dedication to me and Trenton. As I watched her remove his coat and give him his tablet to play on, I think I fell in love with her all over again. Beauty was one thing, but loyalty and dedication was a different breed. Finally, she looked up at me, waiting for an answer. I smiled big as hell and told her, "You." She blushed and said, "You better stop." My eyebrow touched my forehead. "Or what?" "You gonna make me get in that bed with you," she answered as she licked her lips. "What's wrong with that?" "A lot, silly," she replied with a giggle. "Shit. Why? You're healing. I don't want to hurt you." "I ain't get shot in my dick," I replied, biting my bottom lip, admiring the camel toe in her leggings. "Watch your mouth around the baby," she warned me, but Trenton wasn't paying us any attention. Just in case, Kalani took out her headphones, plugged them into his tablet, and put them on. "You better watch your mouth around me," I said, palming my hard dick. She tried to look appalled, but I caught her gazing at my long, thick erection that was stabbing its way through the sheets. "Anyway," she said, playfully rolling her eyes, "what you been doing all day?" I decided to let her change the subject. But the next time she came into the room alone, I was going to lose myself inside of her. I was writing a song. Really? She asked, sounding surprised. Yeah, but don't worry. I'm not working with Raw anymore. I'm done with rapping. You don't have to completely quit rapping, Moses. You shouldn't quit altogether. You have a fan base that's gonna miss you. They miss you already. That was true. Since news of me getting shot had hit social media, all of my comment sections and DMs were full of fan mail and condolences. My likes on Instagram were nearly 500,000 now. My TikTok was growing more followers every time I made a post from my hospital bed showing my progress. Twitter was jumping with the hashtag RestWellMoses. My songs and videos were getting more and more views and streams on YouTube and other streaming platforms. With these new followers, my next song probably would have been an even bigger hit, but I'm straight, I replied, shaking my head confidently. Are you sure? I'm sure I never want to work with Raw again. He was putting the money behind my name, and this was his dream. I'm not taking money from our household to fund a dream that may never come true. The money from the streams aren't enough, and Raw has the password to those distribution accounts. The money from the shows is good, but my contract with Raw ties him to all of that. After everything that's happened, I'd rather just walk away from it all. What about the meeting with Interscope that Raw told you about? Maybe you can meet with Interscope yourself and X Raw out of the deal altogether. You don't need him. He needs you. I'm starting to question whether there really was a meeting with Interscope. Really? You think he would lie about something like that? I thought about it. Visions of Raw killing his own best friend dancing in my head, and said, hell yeah. Maybe you should ask him yourself, she suggested. Raw? No, Kalani answered with a frown. The guy at Interscope that he said hit him up about you after hearing your music. Do you know his name? Yeah, I do. I followed him on Instagram after Raw told me that he was interested. Maybe you should DM him before you give up. She was right. That meeting would be my ticket out of this situation, and I could have just gone without Raw. So I opened up my Instagram app and went to Eli Stickles' Instagram and sent him a direct message to call me. By the time that Kalani found a show that she wanted to watch on the TV, my cell was ringing. I didn't expect it to be Eli. I've been getting so many calls from my family, friends, and niggas in the street who vowed to find out who had shot me so that they could revenge. Little did they know, though Carlos had shot me, the motherfucker that needed to be in a body bag was the nigga that was supposed to have my back. Hello? I answered my phone. What's up, Moses? Yo, what up? Who this? I asked, not recognizing the number. This is Eli, man. Just got your DM. How are you feeling? I sat up, not believing that he had actually called me back. I figured that was a good sign. More like myself. Still got some healing to do. The doctor says I should be out of here in about a week, though. That's what's up, man. You getting back in the studio when you get out? I caught Kalani out the corner of my eye, straining to see who I was talking to. That's what I was calling you about. It's time that I get some help. Being independent has gained me some fans, but I need more exposure. Rod told me that you were trying to get the execs at Interscope to listen to my music. You got anywhere with that? There was an awkward silence. Then Eli started to stutter over his words. I'm sorry, Moses, but I don't know anything about that. Ra, your manager, I've never spoken to him personally. I bit my bottom lip, cringing. He never sent you my music? No. I actually just heard about you when news of your shooting went viral, he replied with a nervous chuckle. Okay, I forced myself to speak over the embarrassment. Well, thank you for hitting me back. No problem. Get well soon. Defeated, I hung up. I'm killing that nigga, I growled. Seeing how suddenly enraged I was, Kalani stood and rushed to my side. What's wrong, baby? What happened? I swear I'm putting him 6 feet deep. I grabbed my phone and opened up my text message inbox. When she saw that I was hitting up my boy, Smoothie, she gasped and said, "No," as she snatched the phone from me. Lucky for her, I was too weak to get out of that bed and get it back from her. She hurried away from me, knowing that as long as she was out of reach, I couldn't get to that phone. "What are you hitting him up for? What's wrong?" "That was the guy from Interscope. Rob was lying about everything. There wasn't a meeting with Interscope. He played me. All of this was for nothing. The only reason I had his back all this time was because I thought he had mine. That's the only reason I was about to make that drop for Carlos that day. That's the only reason why I was about to open my mouth about going to Carlos's crib with Ra that night, but I stopped myself. That's the only reason I was still riding around with him the night I got shot," I said instead. "I've been loyal to him this whole time because I thought he was helping me get to the fame so I could make the unthinkable happen for you and our son. And he was lying. If he lied about the meeting with Interscope, tell him what else he'd been fronting about. It was all for nothing. You taking that case, me damn near dying, it was all for nothing." There was so much sympathy in her eyes for me that I was even more embarrassed. I felt like a fool. "Baby, please calm down," Kalani begged me. But I hardly heard her and couldn't look at her. I was seeing red. My past crimes may have been petty, but those were the ones that I had been caught doing. Kalani knew that I was with the shit and knew some real killers. All I needed was for Smoothie to bring me a banger so that I could find Ra's room and take care of his lying ass. "Baby, please." When I heard her voice cracking as if she was about to cry, I finally looked at her. "Please don't do this. I hate Ra just as much as you do. I wish he was dead just as much as you do. But him being dead and you being in jail would do what for me and Trenton? I want you here with me, with us. And if you go to jail because of him, he wins and you and your family will suffer, just like Soleil."
A month later. 21. Aaliyah. I had been living with Fabe for a month now. Things were good. It was awkward learning each other more intimately, but our chemistry won over the awkwardness every time. He was a good man to me and a great father to Junior. It had taken me some time to get used to trusting that he loved me, despite everything. But I was working on it. For weeks, this man showed me what a real man, love, and real chemistry was. Yet I still hadn't gotten used to him waking me up like this in the morning. I moaned with my eyes closed, enjoying the feeling of his concrete stiff erection plunging in and out of my slippery center. I wanted to do more than moan. I wanted to tell him how much I loved him. I wanted to tell him how good the dick was. But I kept my lips closed tight in fear that my morning breath would seep out into his nose and make his good dick go soft. This dick was so good. He was on top of me with all of his weight on me as he reached under me, spreading my ass open, allowing his dick to slide deeper in my pussy that was leaking from coming over and over again. Shit! Escaped my throat against my will. That's it. Take this dick, baby. Fabe groaned into my neck. Oh, God. I whined as tears stung my eyes. Yes, baby. Oh, my God. It's so good. I squealed. Fuck yeah, it is. Suddenly, Fabe sat up on his knees. He grabbed my legs by the knees and nestled them in his armpits, holding them there with a tight grip. Then he started to pound every inch of him into me over and over again. Shit! He growled as a bead of sweat dripped down his forehead, his nose, and then started to free fall and landed on me. Fuck, I'm coming, baby! I grabbed the nearest pillow and held it over my face to keep the baby from hearing me. Then I allowed myself to moan as loud as I needed to so that I could take every deep, long, hard stroke. I wanted him to come so that he could relieve me from this beating that felt so good, but I could barely take. Fuck, he cursed. Then I felt a hard tug as he pulled out of me. As I moved the pillow from over my face, I could feel him spilling his cum on my belly. "Don't move," he said through heavy breaths. I obeyed and watched as he left the bed. As he walked into the master bathroom, I admired his caramel skin that was dripping with sweat. Fabe was built like a wide receiver. He was so big and wide, with thighs and an ass that looked good when he was naked. He made me want to hit the gym so that I could tone up as much as he was. Now that I was all healed up from labor, he said I could start hitting the gym with him. Soon he returned with a hot towel and wiped my stomach clean. "Have you heard anything else about Soleil's case?" Since everything that had happened, Fabe had been slowly distancing himself from Ra. He had continued to visit him in the hospital about once a week in order not to make himself look suspicious. But now that Ra had been released a few days ago, Fabe was ready to cut all ties with him. Ra was still pressuring him to try to find me and my aunt in Texas. Ra had been such a fraud that he didn't pay enough attention to me to even know my aunt's name. He even started telling Fabe that he wanted his woman and his child back. But Fabe and I knew better. Ra wanted that money, and to punish me for taking it. "My father said that her attorney tried to get the charges dropped during the preliminary hearings, saying that it was all in self-defense. But since Ra's story was so different and she didn't have any proof of the abuse, that didn't work. The charges stuck and the trial should start next month." "Damn," I sighed. Even after experiencing what Ra could do with my own eyes, I couldn't believe that Soleil had gone so far as to try to kill him, but I envied her courage. "Can I ask you a question?" "Yeah, babe." Fabe threw the towel on the nightstand, grabbed the remote, and then got comfortable on the chaise. He was about to watch some TV before hitting the streets, something he always did in the mornings. I envied his routine, wishing that I had one. I had been in the house for weeks, first because of maternity leave, and now because I was hiding from Ra. I wanted to go back to school so bad. I missed doing hair, eyebrows, and nails, but since Ra knew where I went to school, I had to drop out for now. Was Soleil and Ra still together? I had been so far up in Ra's ass that I never questioned him again after Soleil showed up at my house on Christmas. But it had always been in the back of my mind after Felicia sent me that picture of him in her bed. And after Soleil tried to kill him, I needed to know everything. No woman is that mad at a man that isn't hers. Fabe looked at me briefly, then put his eyes back on the TV. "You really don't know?" he asked as if he didn't believe my ignorance. "No," I pressed, feeling slightly offended. He sighed deeply and put the remote down. Then he looked into my eyes and said, "Yes, they were together. That was his woman." My face fell into my hands. I couldn't believe it. I thought of Soleil standing in the cold outside my door on Christmas. No wonder she was so hurt. No wonder she looked to be in so much pain. How could I have been so stupid? But as I thought about every night Ross spent with me, how he was there with me for every appointment, for the birth of Junior, how I had been around his parents, how could I have known? "For how long?" I asked. I couldn't even look at Fabe. "Years." My heart wrenched. Years. I would have felt better if he and Soleil had been off and on, if I was the girlfriend while he and Soleil were on a break. "Years? How many years?" I asked, despite being scared of the answer. 14. My eyes finally darted towards Fabe. "What?" I snapped. "So he was with her the whole time that he was with me?" "Yeah." The way he answered was so heartless. I could tell then that clearly everyone had been used to Rod juggling both me and Soleil. Everyone except me. So I was the side bitch? Yeah. Why wouldn't you tell me that? Fabe's eyes bugged at my anger. I did, in so many words. You should have told me that he was in a whole nother relationship, I snapped, my arms flailing as I shouted. How I look telling my brother's girl that she is really his side chick. Like the man that claims he loved me the whole time. I jumped out of bed, grabbed a shirt, and threw it on. I didn't know where I was going, but I needed to get out of there. I could feel Fabe's eyes on me as he asked, You mad at me for real? Yes, I snapped, spinning around to face him. How could you have had feelings for me and watch me be a fool like that? You watched me be loyal to a nigga that was playing me. How could you love me? You watched me suffer. You weren't suffering. Fabe shot back as he jumped to his feet. Pointing a strong, angry finger at me, he snapped, You were happy. He was taking care of you. He was with you damn near every night. You were happy. You weren't suffering. Soleil, she was suffering. She was getting the short end of the stick. His anger didn't faze me not one fucking bit. We stood toe-to-toe, but barely eye-to-eye. I looked up at him with fiery eyes. I don't care about your loyalty to Ra. You cannot tell me that you love me knowing that he had a whole bitch. I did love you. He swore as he grabbed me gently by the elbows. And I did more than I was supposed to. I told you in every way that I could. I couldn't lay that shit out in black and white, but I told you that he wasn't shit, Aaliyah. I snatched away from him and went to find some pants. I want to know everything. Why? Because I do, I spat. And if you really love me, you'll tell me. I understand that you had a loyalty to him, but it's very clear to you by now that he doesn't deserve anybody's loyalty. I can't be with you knowing that you have been lying to me. Hold up. I didn't lie to you. You didn't tell me either. Finally, I found a pair of sweatpants in the drawer. As I sat on the bed and put them on, I said, You're keeping things from me even now that I am with you. You know all of my dirt. I am here in rare form, but you're still keeping secrets from me. Hearing him take a deep breath, I looked back at him. I watched as he sighed deeply and sat back on the chaise. He rested his arms on his forehead. It took a few seconds for him to say something, but when he finally did, I wished that I hadn't pressed him to be so honest. I didn't tell you everything because, despite what you feel, I really did and do love you. And sometimes you keep the truth from the ones you love if you know it will hurt them. You chose Ra. You were in love with him. All you would have done was run to him with the truth I told you, and he would have finessed you out of believing it. When I scoffed and rolled my eyes, he touched my thigh to get my attention. Yes, Ra was with Soleil the whole time. Yes, he was fucking other bitches, in addition to you and Soleil, the whole time. Why you think I kept pressing you to fuck with me? Yeah, I felt a loyalty to him because he was my blood. But the more I saw how cold-hearted that nigga was, I saw how he didn't deserve you or Soleil. That nigga ain't got no heart, but you don't have to feel stupid. You weren't alone. And if you want to know everything, Ra was never a hustler. He didn't sell drugs, he was a fucking thief. He robbed other men who got it out of the mud because he was never smart enough to. Finally, he looked at me, but I couldn't even look at him now. My face once again fell into my trembling hands. I wasn't only shaking from the heartache. I was shaking from fear of knowing now how deep Ra's deception went. I finally lowered my guard, telling him, I understand. I'm sorry. I no longer faulted fate for keeping his brother's secrets. I hoped that he would be just as loyal to me. Besides, the regret on Fabe's face told me that he had already been punishing himself enough. I got something else to tell you. I watched him, not ready to hear anything else but needing to know, since this was the man that I wanted to be with. And despite knowing that he had kept secrets from me, I still wanted to be with this man. Fabe keeping these secrets was no comparison to what some of these heartless niggas were capable of. I was already in a relationship when you moved in. Instantly, I started to cry. Fabe? He quickly stood and raced towards me. I tried to push his embrace away as he came towards me with open arms, but he was able to grab me and hold me anyway. As I started to cry, he swore, "But it's over. It's been over. As soon as you gave me you again, I was done with that girl. I never wanted her. I got with her to get over you. And as soon as I saw her again, I ended it, baby, I swear. I saw what Rod did to you, and I would never put you through the same thing. Me and him may have the same blood, but I'm nothing like him. I love you. I swear to God I do, and I will never hurt you. I will protect you from hurt and pain. That's my job, which means I won't inflict any on you. I swear, baby. I swear." Kalani. When I heard Soleil giggle, I looked over at her. "What's funny?" I asked in a whisper. It wasn't anything funny in this courtroom. Watching defendant after defendant go up was depressing. Most of them were young boys fighting drug and weapons charges. Some of them came out of the back in chains. They were fighting more serious charges. Some of them were women, and I wondered if they were like me, in jail because of a man that she loved too much to put in her place by telling the truth. "It's just funny that I'm here with you," she told me, still laughing. "A courtroom is the last place that I want to be unnecessarily." Suddenly, I felt bad for asking her to come to my hearing with me. "I'm sorry, Soleil. Why did you come?" "Because, girl, you've been there for me. You needed me to be here, so I'm here." Then her smile faded and she got serious. "What?" I pressed. "You're going to think I'm crazy." "Why?" "I want to talk to Ra." "About what?" I whispered harshly. "I know I'm wrong for stabbing him and have to be punished for that. But his lies are making it even harder for my bullshit attorney to fight for me. When I heard what he told the police, I was sick to my stomach. I just want to know why he lied." "He's not going to tell you the truth," she pouted, saying, "I know." For a second, we sat there in silence. Then Soleil leaned closer. "You need to be honest with Moses about the stabbing. Y'all have something real, something most people don't get to have. It's truly loving and loyal. Don't start hiding things from him now. That's how cracks in the foundation of your relationship start. He deserves the truth." Her words hit me in a place I've been trying to ignore. I let out a breath, whispering back, "You're right. I've been feeling guilty for keeping it from him. It's been eating at me, like I'm betraying the same man I'd ride for." Soleil gave me a small nod with soft eyes. "Then tell him, sis, before the guilt does more damage than the truth ever could." Just then, my case was called. Soleil smiled and held my hand. Her being here made me feel better, so I stood with a little more confidence. Confidence or not, this was happening. As stupid as it might be, I was going to take this deal. I stood next to my lawyer, stuffing my hands nervously into the slacks that I was wearing. As I told the judge that I was agreeing to the plea deal, I was able to say it with confidence, and knowing that I was doing this, not to prove that I was some ride-or-die bitch, but to save my family, and to ensure that unlike other children, my son would have a father that was free to raise him and take care of him. When I got home, Moses was stretched out on the couch watching TV, still moving slowly from his surgery. He looked up the second I walked in, and his eyes softened the way they always did when he saw me. That only made the knot in my stomach tighten. I stood there for a moment, feeling how damp my palms were. I'd been carrying the truth around like a bomb strapped to my back, and Soleil's words in that courtroom kept ringing in my ears. I couldn't keep hiding this. "I need to tell you something," I said finally. Moses sat up straighter, concern flashing across his face. "What's wrong?" I moved closer, but I couldn't look him in the eye. "The night Soleil stabbed Ra, she called me. I went over there. When I got to her house, Ra was laid out on the floor, blood everywhere. She told me that she just snapped, that he kept blaming her. For a minute, we both thought he was dead." His brows drew together tightly. "Kalani." I rushed to get it out before I lost my nerve. I panicked. I didn't even think. I just started helping her clean up the blood. I was scared for her, scared for what would happen if anybody found out. But then Ra made a sound. He wasn't dead. That's when Soleil came up with the self-defense story. She told me to leave, that she'd cover it up, and she did. She never mentioned I was there to anybody. The silence that fell between us was suffocating. I finally forced myself to meet his eyes. "And now I get it, Moses. I was so mad at you for keeping Ra's dirt from me, for hiding who he really was. But now I understand. It's not about agreeing with him or saying he's right. It's about being stuck in a moment where loyalty, fear, and love all blur together." His jaw clenched and his eyes were unreadable as he leaned back slowly. I could see the questions flickering in his head. I swallowed hard. "I should have told you sooner. I've been carrying it around and it's been eating at me, but I couldn't keep it from you any longer. Not when you've given me nothing but loyalty and love." His eyes softened, but instead of pressing me with questions, Moses just opened his arms. "Come here." I went to him, almost on instinct, and the second his arms wrapped around me, I broke. He held me close, with his chest against my cheek and his hand smoothing down my back like he was trying to iron out all the knots inside me. "I get it, baby," he murmured against my hair. "I understand why you held it down for Soleil. I probably would have done the same thing if it was me. That's your girl, and you wasn't about to let her face that by herself." My tension loosened just a bit hearing him say that. He pulled back enough to look at me. "She lied about the self-defense part, but the way I see it, she still was defending herself. Maybe not that night, but against all the shit Ra ever put her through. She had been defending herself against him for weeks. That knife was just the last swing she had left." His forehead pressed to mine, and his breath brushed across my lips. "You got a good heart, Kalani. That's one of the reasons I love you." Those words made me love him even more. I buried my face in his neck and let myself cry. Not from guilt this time, but from relief. Because he wasn't pushing me away, he wasn't judging me, he was still holding me, still choosing me, even with all my mess laid out in front of him. Moses was quiet for a long time. He held me like he was scared to let go. Then he pulled back just enough to look me in the eyes. "I got something to tell you, too." My heart skipped a beat. "What is it?" He hesitated, like the words were rocks in his throat, then finally let them fall. "I was in the house when Carlos got shot." The air around me froze. Before I could react, he kept going. "I didn't pull the trigger. Ra did. I saw him do it." I just stared at him in complete disbelief, not knowing what to say. He explained everything. How Ra had told him he could work off what he owed Carlos. How Carlos had been eating dinner when he agreed to give Moses the work. How nervous he'd been about making the run after I'd just been arrested. Carlos went to grab the bricks and came back. Next thing I knew, I heard shots. Ra hit me in the process. He didn't even help me at first. He went straight for the cash and finally came back for me. Last thing I remember was him helping me down the stairs and thinking I wasn't fucking with Ra no more. This should have made me hate him, but I didn't. I just held him tighter, because now the pieces fit. Now his rage towards Ra made sense. I held him tighter until his breathing evened out, and then I said the thing every scared part of me needed to hear. I don't judge you, Moses. I get it now. I know why you wanted to kill Ra yourself. After everything he's done to you, to Soleil, who wouldn't want to kill him? He swallowed hard. Baby, I swear I didn't know it was gonna go like that. But I've been thinking. His hands trembled on my back. I've been thinking about putting that nigga in the ground myself. I cupped his face, feeling the tremor in his jaw. No, you can't. Promise me. My voice broke on the last word. Please, I can't lose you. As Moses closed his eyes, I felt the fight in him softening. All right, I promise. I was relieved, but it didn't erase the fear. What if they figure out that's your DNA in that house? The question came out before I could swallow it back. He sucked in a breath. It's possible, but they haven't yet. I'm praying they don't. We continued to hold each other, breathing on the same rhythm, both of us knowing the rug could be pulled out from under us any second. The danger didn't feel distant. It felt like a pressure behind our ribs that was constant and real. All of it because of Ra.
Ra. We gotta do something. My eyes rolled to the ceiling of my office in the black room. I shook my head and looked down on this soft-ass nigga, Kane, as he stood in front of my desk. This punk was still on this scary shit. She didn't recognize you, I told him for the umpteenth time. It's been over a month, and ain't no smoke came your way. You good. How you know? He pressed. She could be making a deal right now. You tripping, bruh, I told him. No, I'm not. I'm telling you, she recognized me, and I ain't going down for this shit. Aight. Chill, man. Damn. You sound like a bitch, I barked. I'm gonna take care of it. When? Kane nagged. My hand slammed down on my desk. Don't question me, motherfucker. Get out. Kane held up his hand in submission and walked towards the door. And close my fucking door. After leaving, he closed it behind him. Bitch-ass nigga, I muttered to myself. Killing Soleil had been on my mind while I was laying in that hospital bed. That bitch had had the nerve to cross me not once or twice, but 3 fucking times. She needed to be put in her fucking place, but rather than killing her, I would have much rather seen her rot in prison. In death, she would have peace, but in jail, she would suffer every day. The thought of that put a smile on my face. Soleil was handled. It would only take as long as her trial took to get her ass back for coming against me. But Kane? Every day, he was coming off like a scared little bitch. He was scared that Soleil would talk. I knew that he was so worried about not taking the fall for that murder that he would talk the moment he got the chance. He was the person I needed to take care of, and quick. I sat at my desk, scrolling through my phone to my text message inbox. I had been sending Moses text messages trying to link up with him, but that motherfucker had been acting like a bitch too since he got out of the hospital. I knew that he felt some type of way about what I had done, but he needed to stop being a bitch and get back in that studio. He was my only ticket to the money, until I came up with another come-up. As I noticed that Moses still hadn't gotten back to me, my phone rang. Imagine my surprise when I saw that Soleil was calling. I hadn't heard from her since she stabbed me. I laughed while answering. What the hell could you possibly want?
I just want to know why you lied to the police.
Because I could,
I taunted her.
One way or another, I'm going to make sure you pay for crossing me. I'd rather it be by my own hands, but by the hands of a judge is good enough.
That same demonic smile spread across my face that appeared every time I imagined this bitch suffering. She had tried to fuck up my life by burning my money, showing up at Aaliyah's crib, and trying to take me out. She thought she was hurt before. It put so much pleasure in me to hear how much pain she was in now that my dick got hard with every tearful word. Ra, you know that I'm not a violent person and that I would never hurt my kids. You lied to them. You don't have to make this worse for me by lying.
See, that's your problem, I sneered. You keep forgetting that I can do whatever the fuck I want to.
You know I wasn't jealous of Aaliyah or bitter. I didn't even know about her until recently. I left you. You keep lying and getting me and your kids in real trouble. This is not a game. Essence was sexually assaulted because of these sadistic games you keep playing, Ra. That's why I was mad at you, and you know it.
I let out a laugh that dripped with arrogance. I tell everybody what they need to hear to get what I want, and I'll keep doing it until you pay for thinking you can ever leave me.
Ra, please, this isn't a game. I can go to jail for a long time.
That's the plan, bitch,
I spat. Ra, I cut her crocodile tears short.
Why haven't I seen my kids?
You know why.
Those are my kids. I've never done a damn thing to them.
Except lie on their mother, which put them in custody of the state, and some little boy fucking raped your daughter because of it.
Hey, in the eyes of the law, I think you are the fucked up parent, not me. Let me see my fucking kids, or I will get full custody of them.
I'm sure I will win since their mother is fighting a fucking attempted murder charge.
Don't play with me, Soleil. You better make sure you keep me happy so that I won't find more incriminating things to say when I testify against you.
Then I ended the call while roaring in sadistic laughter. Priest. The cigar lounge was smoky, dark, and loud as we watched the Nuggets versus Lakers game. I leaned back in my chair with a cigar between my fingers. Blue was drinking something dark while smoking on a stick as well. Blue leaned forward with his eyes glued to the TV over the bar.
Hey, look at that boy Jokic. Lakers don't know what to do with him.
I smirked. It still don't matter. You know Bron gonna flip the switch in the fourth. Nuggets up now, but that don't mean shit. Blue cut his eyes at me.
You disrespectful, man. That's the MVP. You act like he ain't carrying the whole damn squad on his back. Bron been carrying squads since before Jokic knew how to tie his shoes. I shot back.
When it's crunch time, my money stay on the king. Blue barked a laugh.
You old head loyal. Nuggets gonna run it. Watch.
I was about to clap back when I caught movement out the corner of my eye. A woman slid up to our table. Her hair was long, and her skin was glowing under the lounge lights. Her lips were glossy enough to catch the reflection from the TV, and her slanted eyes were locked dead on me. She leaned in, purring.
Aren't you gonna let me sit with you?
Then she actually tried to sit on my lap. Nah, shorty, I said, easing her to the side. Not tonight. She bristled, offended like I'd insulted her.
Wow, really?
Yeah, really. Then I chuckled, offending her even more. As she stalked off, Blue snorted and pointed like he'd won a bet. Man, you see that? You got it bad. You swooning over Soleil. I laughed, but it came out as admission. I'm fiending for her, man. I breathed the smoke out, slow. It's stupid. She got me messed up. She's been avoiding me. Why? My fingers tapped ash into the tray. She claims she has a lot going on, but I started asking around when she got distant to make sure that she didn't get back with that weird nigga. I heard she stabbed Raw in self-defense. Blue's eyes bulged.
Whoa, for real?
For real? I rubbed at my jaw. I want a gut raw. I'd slit his throat with my teeth if it came down to it. But it ain't that simple. If I kill him, it'll make everything worse for Soleil. It won't help her case. It'll give the cops a reason to dig. They'll say she had something to do with it. She don't need that.
Just give me the word if you want him smoked.
Nah. Like I said, it wouldn't be good for her case. Pausing, I took a sip of my tequila. I want to tell Soleil I know what happened. She ain't gotta be embarrassed. I heard enough about Raw to know he's the kind of nigga who makes monsters out of men. Blue started to squirm like he was being held back from the best nut of his life.
Please let me murk that goofy-ass nigga.
Killing Raw won't make her case go away. It'll muddy the waters. Cops love chaos. They love a motive that ties people together. If Raw goes missing or gets hurt, they're gonna look at everyone close to him first. Blue grunted, understanding.
So what you gonna do?
I just want her to know that I know and that I'm not judging her, so she won't feel like she has to keep avoiding me. He nodded.
You serious about her, man?
I see it. Very serious. But I ain't stupid. If I lose my head and bleed out where cops can find it, I ain't helping nobody. I'll make 'em pay, but I'm not gonna do anything that gives the DA a reason to bury her. Blue lightly slapped his hand on the table between us.
All right, I'll relax, but just say the word, if it's ever the word.
22. Soleil. When Essence finally came out of the house, I hurriedly wiped my face and put on the facade as if Mommy was okay. But as she trudged through the dirty, wet snow, I knew that I wasn't. How had my life turned into all this? This was all too much. Since getting out of jail, I hadn't had time to even think. If I wasn't obsessed with beating this case, I was obsessed with making sure that Essence was okay. The day after I got out on bail, I shot right up to that home where the state had kept Essence and Elijah. I acted a fool. To save their own asses, they tried to act like Essence was lying. It took my father holding me back to keep from tearing that place up. When I literally tried to rush through my father to get to that bitch-ass administrator, I saw myself killing her. That was when I knew the depth of fighting for your children. That was when I knew what had happened the night I stabbed Ra. I had snapped and was in fight mode for my kids. But my father reminded me that I had to keep fighting for them, which meant not being behind bars again. So I forced myself to swallow the urge to kill that bitch. My father convinced me to walk away and go to the cops, but Essence didn't want to go to the police. She was scared of telling the story again and hated the presence of the police after they had come and taken her and her brother away, and after knowing that they had taken me away. I didn't want to force her either. If that administrator could look me in my face and accuse her of lying, I could only imagine what the police would say to my daughter while questioning her. I imagined the additional pain that it would cause her and decided to let it go, since that's what she wanted to do. But I was going to be sure that she got some counseling. Elijah, too. Luckily, there was a ray of sunshine in this day. Kalani had been sentenced to probation after taking the deal. I was so happy for her, and she was so relieved. She would have a record now, but at least that ordeal was done. But mine was just beginning. I had a long road ahead of me fighting this. It had only been a month, but during the preliminary hearing, I saw how much of an idiot my public defender was. He had no passion to fight for me. The prosecutor had eaten his ass up when he attempted to get the charges dropped. Now we were going to trial, and I prayed that I could come out of this with probation. Considering how Ra was painting me as such a terrible person, I doubted it. But I couldn't be mad at anyone except myself. I had done this. As Essence climbed into my car, my cell rang. When I saw that it was Priest, I ignored it. I was so embarrassed about the things happening in my life that I couldn't face him. Over the past month, we had been talking less and less, and I hadn't seen him. Sometimes I answered his calls, and he would just be checking on me. Sometimes I didn't, when I had other shit to deal with, which was all the time as of late, like right now. What are they going to do to me? As I put the car in reverse, I sighed and answered Essence. They are going to test you for STDs. STDs? She asked in an immature voice. Sexually transmitted diseases, baby. I backed out of the driveway, hating that I even had to put my child through this. The bastard hadn't even worn a condom when he forced my baby to have sex with him. It had been my intent to take her to the doctor as soon as I found out about the assault, but I ended up in jail. Is it going to hurt? I quickly looked at her, feeling my heart cringe as I saw the fear in her eyes, and put my focus back on the street. You may feel some pressure, but you're going to be okay. I'm going to hold your hand the entire time, all right? Okay, she said bravely. Are you okay? She shrugged her shoulders. I guess. Are you sure? I pressed. She sucked her teeth in that irritated teenager way. Yeah, Ma. I'm just making sure, I replied. Then I put a hand on her shoulder, driving with the other. What happened to you is scary, even for a grown woman. So I want to make sure that you're okay. Don't let what he did make you feel like you aren't pretty enough or worthy of a boy treating you right. He tried to take something from you, but you still have it. You did not have sex. You are still a virgin. You still wait for the right man that loves you and treats you right and never hurts you. I had to stop. The tears made it impossible to say anything else. Approaching a stop sign, I wiped the tears, trying to stop them so that I could be brave for Essence. But my own words had made me feel like the hurt little girl I was trying to keep Essence from turning into. I hadn't waited for the right man. I hadn't ensured that the man I gave my heart to would never hurt me. My tears made Essence's appear as well. The tears started to roll down her cheeks as she reached over and threw her arms around me. We were in the middle of the street at a stop sign, but I didn't care. She needed this hug, and so did I. Not right now, priest. I ignored his call again and returned my cell back to my pocket. Then I left my hand there to keep it warm. I didn't care how cold it was outside. I needed the air. The entire time that I sat in that examination room and held Essence's hand, I managed to hold myself together. I wanted to fall apart and cry along with her as she cringed and squeezed my hand during the exam. The entire time I blamed myself for what had happened to her. Luckily, the gynecologist didn't see any signs of any obvious STDs, but we still had to wait for the results to come back to be completely sure. During the ride to my parents' house, Essence was quiet, and so was I. My mind was going 100 miles an hour. I could only have imagined what she was thinking. Once at my parents' house, I fed her and Elijah. Once they were full and deep into their tablets and phones, I snuck out of the house to get some air. Shit! My phone was ringing again. I groaned as I pulled it out of my pocket and saw that it was Priest again. I went ahead and answered because clearly he wasn't going to stop calling until I did. Hello? So you tried to kill your ex-boyfriend? Fuck. I cringed as my face fell into my hand. How did you find that out? I asked. I saw it online. Someone posted about it from the hood that I know. I shook my head, realizing again that everybody was talking about what I had done. Shit. Is that the real reason you've been avoiding me? Yes, I whined. Why didn't you tell me? Though he couldn't see me, I frowned at his question. Because I was embarrassed. So, you could have told me. I frowned, not believing he thought I owed him all my business. Why would I tell you something like that? It's embarrassing. We aren't best friends, and we weren't in a relationship. We just hung out a few times. What? He spat. The offense was so evident in his voice that I quieted. Where are you? At my parents' house. Text me the address. Why? Man, text me the fucking address, he ordered through gritted teeth. My eyes bucked at his sudden aggression. Priest had always been an easygoing guy when he came into the bank. He was a jokester. Even the times that we had gone out, he was playful. But now he was displaying aggression that was so sexy. Okay, I stuttered. And hurry up. All right. Then there was dead air on the other end. He had hung up. I couldn't believe his sudden aggression. It was subtle and sexy, so I didn't fear it. I reluctantly sent him the address and then stuffed the phone back into my coat pocket. I contemplated going back into the house to make myself look like something. My dark brown face was bare. I probably looked as young as Essence with my ponytail that was now hanging down my back. I was wearing a pair of joggers, a leather bomber, and Nikes. I hadn't put any thought into how I looked that day because of what I'd had to do. Hell, I hadn't cared how I looked since the day I got arrested. I just didn't care anymore. Looks didn't matter. How I looked had been the furthest thing from my mind. But knowing that Priest was pulling up at any moment, I suddenly wanted to look like something. However, once I decided to go into the house and spruce myself up, he was already pulling up in a shiny silver Audi. Watching him get out of the car, I suddenly felt like I looked like some naive, stupid girl that had tried to kill her boyfriend, in comparison to his Pelly, True Religion jeans, Timberlands, and jewelry that shined amongst the darkness that was starting to fall around us. So we just hung out a few times, Priest asked as he marched towards me. That's all we were doing. His aggression was humbling the hell out of me. His aggression was oddly making me feel a tingling feeling that I hadn't felt in weeks. He stood in front of me with obvious offense all over his face. He was looking down on me as I sat on the step as if, how dare I? Huh? What are you talking about? I was completely confused. Don't act like you didn't see that I was feeling you. I didn't push up on you when you worked at the bank, but that was because it was obvious that you were committed to your guy. But once you told me that you left him, I was on you. We were doing more than just hanging out. What nigga you know makes New Year's Eve plans with a chick he's just hanging out with? Well, excuse me, but clearly I was going through some more important things that was making my vision a little blurry. You know, with me fighting a fucking murder charge and all. Priest's harsh stance transformed into sympathy. He sat on the step beside me. His powerful masculine smell swam down my throat and choked me, weakened me, and made me putty in his hands. I admired his skin that was just as smooth and golden as mine. I glanced at his body that was so fit that I could still see his figure through his coat and clothes. His fade, waves, beard, and goatee were fresh, lined and smelled of coconut oil. I'm sorry, he said as he placed a hand on my thigh. I felt some type of way about you disappearing on me. Then when I found out what happened, I was like, damn, why didn't she tell me? I thought we were, I don't know. He sighed. I thought we were feeling each other. I'm definitely feeling you. I didn't know. He looked at me dumbfounded. How did you not know? I wanted to tell him that after all I had gone through, I was now insecure. I didn't see how a guy like him would even be attracted to a girl like me. I had a lot going on, was all that I said. However, a lot even before I got arrested. What happened? I told him everything. And I mean everything. From finding out about Aaliyah on Christmas, to Ra calling DCFS on me, to Essence being raped, which was what led me to stab Ra. I also told him about the money I found, and now realizing that Ra was behind the bank robbery. I wouldn't have normally told a man with such potential all of my business, but what could be more embarrassing than a man seeing my mugshot online? I had nothing to lose telling him the truth. Besides, I felt so stupid that a man of his caliber had been feeling me for I didn't know how long because I was too wrapped up in Ra to notice. Once I was done telling him all my business, I was in tears, and his arms were around me. "Damn, Ma. I'm sorry you're going through all of this. I swear I'm here for you." As I felt Priest kiss the top of my head, I felt so unworthy. I guess I wasn't used to a man being a man because I asked him, "Why?" "Because, like I told you, I'm feeling you." "Why?" I pressed. "Fuck Soleil," Priest cursed, sucking his teeth with a chuckle. "You killing me, no pun intended." My eyes squinted into his. "So not funny right now," I groaned. "Too soon?" Priest asked, having the nerve to hold back a laugh. "Hell yeah," I spat. He was lucky he was fine, because that caused his joke not to be as offensive. He kissed the top of my head again and said, "Okay, I'm sorry, Ma. I have 2 kids, no job, my life is in shambles, I'm fighting a case. Why do you have feelings for somebody like that?" "From our conversations, I can tell that you're a strong, dedicated woman. Besides being beautiful, you have characteristics that make you flawless beyond your physical. You're a beautiful person, inside and out. You're unconditionally loyal, and I love that quality about you. And fuck that case. From what you're telling me, he deserved that, and then some. Nobody can blame you for that." I had heard him, but I still didn't understand. He was a ray of light in a storm. I didn't get the meaning of him showing up out of the blue, but I thank God and him that I had somebody there for me. Thank you. My parents and Kalani had my back, but there was nothing like a stranger making a choice to have your back when they didn't have to. "You need a good lawyer," Priest told me as he let me go. I sighed, replying, "I know, but I can't afford one, and neither can my parents." "I know a guy. Don't worry about the cost. I got you." I watched him strangely. I looked at him in so much wonder, confused about why he would do something like that for me. But I needed that damn lawyer, so I didn't question him as he took his cell from his pocket and started to make calls. Priest had been so patient with me that he deserved this ad. He'd taken me back to his place because what I wanted to do to him couldn't be in my parents' house. I managed to fit the entire shaft in my mouth. My tongue massaged passionately around it as I fucked him with my mouth at a steady pace. I gripped his erection and massaged up and down his length at the same pace as my mouth. I could hear his breaths come quicker and quicker as I worked my mouth around him, and he let out a low, deep moan. I felt his fingertips softly clawing at my scalp. "You can't go anywhere now," I heard him groan, which made my pussy even wetter. That had put a battery in my back. I started to suck his dick with more passion and energy. Both of my hands worked his length as my throat opened up for every inch of him. "Fuck, baby," he moaned. There was something so sexy about hearing a man moan, especially a rough, hard one like Priest. It was as if he was being vulnerable only for me, letting only me see him crumble. Both of my hands massaged his length all the way up to the tip where my tongue started to slowly tongue kiss where the pre-cum oozed out. I looked up and saw that his head was completely back on the couch. All I could see was his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed hard. I returned to fucking him with my hands and mouth. My mouth was watering with need and the satisfaction of the taste of him. "Yes, baby, suck this dick," he encouraged me. I could feel his dick throbbing in my hands. I wasn't ready for him to come, so I released him from my mouth, causing his eyes to open and head to lift. He watched me stand, take my pants off, and pull my shirt over my head. When he reached for me, I lightly pushed his hands away. He was curious as I turned my back to him and stood between his legs. I reached between my legs for his dick that was still slippery with my throat slime. I brought the tip to my center and slowly slid down on it. I used his knees as leverage as I started to bounce on his dick. He held my waist and guided my ride, moaning a slow, long, and deep, "Fuck, baby." Then he chuckled. "Yeah, you're all mine now."
Moses. A month after getting shot, I was still moving slow, but I was breathing, and that was enough for me. The pain came and went, but it reminded me every day how close I came to my face being spray-painted on a t-shirt. Since being released from the hospital, I'd locked in on my family, trying to soak up every second with Kalani and Trent, and putting whatever energy I had left into my hustle. The near-death experience had put things into perspective. Ra had been blowing up my phone, but I'd been brushing him off. I didn't have the patience for his schemes. But as I stared at the black ice lounge, I knew I couldn't dodge him forever. I took my burner from the glove compartment and put it in my waist. I wanted to keep my promise to Kalani by not ending up in jail, but if I had to use this motherfucker, I would. After killing the engine, I hopped out of my ride and trudged through the snow towards the bar. Looking through the picture window, I could see Kane's punk ass on security and a few people at the bar. It was pretty empty, but it was a Monday, so that was to be expected. When I walked in, a few sets of eyes bulged at my presence, not believing that I had finally resurfaced. Since getting released from the hospital, I hadn't shown my face in the hood until now. "Yo, Moses, what's up, my nigga?" "Hey, Moses, looking good, boo?" I waved, grinned, and nodded at the people that spoke to me and kept making my way towards Ra's office. Once at the door, I didn't knock. I opened it and walked in. Ra's head swung towards the door, and he looked surprised to see me. "Moses, what's up?" As I closed the door, he stood and had the nerve to extend his hand to shake mine, acting as if things were completely normal between us. I hawked spit right at his outstretched hand. "Fuck your hand, nigga." Ra's eyebrow curled as he stepped back, staring at the rage in my eyes. "Where the fuck is the money you took from Carlos?" I spat. "That's all I came for, nigga." "I don't have it." I knew he would pull this, so I reached for my burner and upped it on him. Pointing it straight at his head, I started making my demands. "I strongly advise you not to play with me. You damn near got me killed, and I'm an accessory to murder because of your dumb ass. So I need half that money. So I'm gonna ask you one more time before I kill your ass. Where the fuck is the money?" I cocked the pistol, causing Ra's eyes to buck. He immediately raised his hands and stepped back. "Don't fucking play with me," I barked. "I swear to God, Moses, Aaliyah ran off with that shit," he hurriedly told me. "I'm popped. You think if I had that bread that I would be here after that shit I did to Carlos?" Ra was a lying-ass bitch, but he was right about that. I had assumed that once he got out of the hospital that he would be in California or somewhere further by now. I looked him over. A clown like him would have had on labels and been iced out if he still had that kind of bread. I noticed the desperation in his eyes. I knew he was telling the truth. Once I lowered my pistol, he stepped towards me. "Look, I know you're feeling some type of way about what I did to Carlos," he said, "but I did that for us." I shook my head as I returned my pistol to my waist. You did that for yourself. Fuck you.
I can make this right,
Ra tried to assure me.
Me and you gotta focus on this music shit. We almost there.
Oh, word? I glared at him, fighting the urge to go against my promises and kill this punk-ass bitch. The meeting with Interscope, right?
Hell yeah,
he swore with so much sincerity.
I talked to them earlier. We just need one banging single and we in there.
I had to laugh, but the chuckle was possessed with fury.
Word?
I asked with a raised eyebrow.
Word. You a bitch-ass nigga.
Ra's pleading eyes suddenly turned cold and full of rage. There was the conniving motherfucker I knew. I shook my head, realizing that he was already ready to put on an act, but the real Ra was standing up. I spat. I ain't fucking with you no more. His nostrils flared.
How you gonna make it then, little nigga? I own you.
My rage boiled over to the point that Ra's smirk weakened. Before I knew it, I had the gun aimed at his head. I squeezed the trigger, ready to end this shit once and for all, and click. But the gun jammed. Ra's eyes went wide, but not with fear. It was more like shock, blended with relief that I hadn't just blown his brains all over his office. He didn't even move. He just stood there, chest rising and falling, as if he knew he'd just been saved by a miracle. I bolted out of his office. Patrons froze, staring at me like I was out of my mind. Security's eyes trailed me, mouths half open, but they were slow to react, too stunned to put the pieces together. All I could think was getting out before Ross shook off his shock and pulled his own piece. I bolted out of the exit and kept running towards my ride. I knew I had just put myself on Ra's hit list. As I pulled off, I heard my phone ringing in the pocket of my pelly, but I was too shook to answer. I wanted to kill him, but I couldn't believe I was actually about to in a club filled with witnesses. I had almost just broken my promise to Kalani and her heart. My phone was ringing again. Thinking it was Ra with threats, I took it out, answering without looking at the caller ID.
What nigga? Moses?
I heard a familiar voice ask fearfully.
This is Eli.
My foot eased off the gas. I'm sorry. Thought you were somebody else. What's up, Eli?
Hey, man. I'm sorry that your manager sent you off like that. But after we got off the phone yesterday, I listened to your catalog of music, and you're really dope. I want to get you in the studio to see what we can do.
See what we can do? Nah, I had been seeing what we could do for years. I'm straight. I don't have time to keep trying. I got mouths to feed, I told him, reaching for the driver's side door.
But
thanks for calling, Eli, but I'm good. I hung up. I had no more time for dreams and what-ifs. I shut the door behind me harder than I meant to. My hands were still wringing from the rage that hadn't burned out yet. Kalani looked up from the couch with narrowed eyes. Looking at me, she instantly knew something was off. What happened? She asked as I took my coat off. I ran a hand over my head, growling inwardly. I fucked up, bae. She looked like she stopped breathing for a second. Then she asked reluctantly, What did you do? I cringed as I began to pace. I tried to kill Ra. She gasped, You what? Moses! The gun jammed, I admitted, staring at the floor because even saying it out loud made me feel like the universe was laughing at me. Her hand started to fly as her voice climbed. Oh my God, why would you... Moses, do you know what that means? Do you know what he's gonna... Baby, I barked, harsher than I intended. She froze, looking at me wide-eyed. So I took a breath and forced myself to calm down. I'm sorry. He had it coming. He provoked me. He's been treating me like I'm a punk, like I'm not a grown-ass man, like I'm supposed to bow down to him. I ain't bowing to nobody. Her chest rose and fell hard, but slowly her face began to soften, like she understood exactly what I meant. Finally, her anger and shock subsided enough for her to ask, So what now? You know he's going to want payback. You're the only one that saw what happened with Carlos. I nodded grimly. Exactly. And now that he knows where I stand, he ain't going to let me live. If the cops ever put 2 and 2 together about that night, I'm the one that can put him in the dirt for real. He can't risk that. As she chewed her lip, I could see threatening tears starting to surface. Maybe he won't kill you. Maybe he still needs you. You're his meal ticket. You're the music. Without you, I cut her off with a humorless laugh. Nah, that nigga don't think like that. Loyalty don't mean shit to him. If he feels threatened, even a little, he'll take me out and figure the rest out later. Kalani gripped her arms, and her eyes darted around like she was searching for an escape out of all this chaos. Then we should go. We should move somewhere far away, out of the city, somewhere he can't find us. I shook my head. We can't. I make my money here. These streets are how I take care of y'all, so I ain't running. If we run once, we'll be running forever. That ain't no way to live, and that ain't no way to raise Trent. I'm not a punk. I'm a man. And I'll protect you and my son against anybody, even Ra. Her tears finally fell, but she met me where I stood and wrapped her arms around me anyway, pressing her face into my chest. I held her tight as I started to mentally prepare myself for this battle. If Ra wanted war, then I'd be ready for it. 23. Ra. The rage I felt was something I couldn't even put words to. I could still hear the click of Moses's gun in my head, like it was laughing at me. If that gun hadn't jammed, I'd be gone right now. I'd already been thinking about killing him. It had been in the back of my mind ever since I killed Carlos. Moses was the only one who saw what went down and the only one who could tie me to it. That made him a liability, and liabilities didn't get to live long in my world. But I'd been keeping the idea tucked so I wouldn't draw more heat on myself. But he'd just sealed his own fate the second he pointed that gun at me. Moses was a dead man walking. Family or not, I couldn't let him get away with that. You try to take my life, you forfeit yours. Simple as that. By the time that bar closed, I was still heated. Everybody around me was playing like I was soft. Lavelle, Kane, Nell, get the fuck in here, I shouted out of my office door. Watching the cameras, I knew that Kane had just let the last customer out and locked the door. I watched as they all said a few words to each other and then made their way back to my office. I was standing in the middle of the floor as they filed in. I looked at Kane and ordered, "Have a seat, nigga." His dumbass looked confused but sat in the chair in front of my desk. Without warning, I snatched the gun from his waist that he had been securing my spot with and put it to his head. "Yo, what the fuck?" Nell spat. "Man, that's your cousin." "Shut up," I warned him. "I don't give a fuck who he is." I grabbed the pair of vice grips from my desk and told Kane, "Open up, motherfucker." When he took too long, I pressed the gun to his head as if I was trying to push my way through it. "Now," I bellowed. He opened up. I could feel him starting to shake. I could see Nell and Nivelle looking on like fucking cowards as I clamped down on Kane's tongue with the vice grips. "Ah," Kane squirmed. "This what motherfuckers get for talking too goddamn much." Then I snatched the razor blade from the desk and started to saw at his tongue. "Ah!" Kane tried to scream as blood gushed everywhere. "Oh, shit!" I could hear Nell curse as I sliced Kane's tongue in half. Lavelle sounded like he wanted to throw up. "What the fuck? Ah! Ah!" Kane screamed as half of his tongue finally split from the other. I turned around and waved it at Nell and Lavelle, who jumped back and squirmed like bitches.
Anybody else want to keep bitching about that fucking robbery? Huh?
As Kane continued to wail in pain behind me, Nell and Lavelle quickly shook their heads.
This what happens when niggas act like they gon' talk.
Then I slammed his tongue on the ground, turned, and fired a bullet into Kane's head. His body slumped over in the chair just as I turned and marched towards the office door. Nell and Lavelle jumped out of my way.
Clean that shit up and get rid of that nigga.
I didn't hear another word as I marched through and out of the club towards my ride. I hopped in, still fuming. I had taken a lot of the anger I felt for other motherfuckers out on Kane, but that shit needed to be done to ensure that Kane never talked and that Nell and Lavelle never said a word. I was in need of some cash, and I needed Nell and Lavelle for the next lick, so they needed to know how to shut the fuck up and do as they were told. "Where you been?" I sneered at Felicia as I walked into the bedroom.
"What did you say?"
"I said, where you been?" she repeated as she stood up and walked towards me. "I've been calling you all day. You can't answer the phone?" I watched her, but could only see her lips moving. I heard nothing but my anger simmering and my patience running thin. I just wanted her to shut up and quit nagging. I had moved in with Felicia once I got out of the hospital. It was the last thing that I wanted to do, but I didn't have a choice since Soleil and Aaliyah weren't options anymore. Felicia's crib was the only place where I could lay my head for free while getting fucked, sucked, and my wounds tended to. She naively assumed that I was here because I wanted to be with her, but as soon as I hit a lick, I planned to be out of there. "You could have answered the phone." I drew my hand back and then threw it forward so hard that it whipped across her face. My hand connecting with her cheek caused a cracking sound to echo in the room. Her head jolted back as she grabbed her face in awe. "Ah!" she screamed as she fell back on the bed, looking up at me with tears in her bulging eyes. Not one organ in my body could produce any guilt for what I had just done. Don't fucking question me. You think because I live here that you run shit? You don't run shit. I run this. You hear me? Okay, Felicia conceded, scooting back on the bed away from me. "Guess you want me to leave now, right?" I barked. "No, baby, no. I'm sorry," she pleaded, with tears streaming down her face, which was now red. A triumphant grin spread across my face. "Act like it then," I told her as I started to unbuckle my pants. Pulling my dick out, I ordered, "Show me. Come suck this dick." Crawling on her knees, she hurried towards me. When she hungrily took my dick into her mouth, I palmed the back of her head and started to fuck her face so hard that I could hear her choking. The sounds of her inability to breathe made my dick even harder. The next morning, I was back to wreaking havoc on motherfuckers. Aaliyah thought she had pulled a fast one on me, but I had always been the type of nigga to show a bitch that I played no games. If my thirst for riches was real before, it was definitely in rare form now. She had lived off of me for a year. She wasn't about to play me and keep living off of my cash. I had been blowing up her phone, but it was obvious that she had me on the block list. My calls went to voicemail. I had left a bunch of threatening messages, but none had been threatening enough to get her to bring me back my bread. I had looked everywhere for her. At school, all her hangout spots, her friends' cribs. She was nowhere to be found. So, if she wasn't going to come out of hiding, I was going to bring her out. "Hello? May I help you?" I gave the receptionist a friendly smile, along with a smooth, sultry voice to seduce her into doing what I needed.
Hey, beautiful. When she blushed, I knew that I had her. I'm here to see Ethel Grant. And you are? She asked with a beastly smile. Ra, her son-in-law. Soon to be anyway, I hope. She perked up. Oh, you're that beautiful baby's father. Aaliyah brought him in a few weeks ago. Then she looked around, puzzled. Where is Aaliyah? Well, ma'am. Then I sighed and let a gloomy look come over my face. That's what I need to talk to Ethel about. She gasped and brought her hand to her chest. Oh no, is everything okay? I pretended to get ready to say something, then paused. I prefer to talk to Ethel first, if you don't mind. She stood and walked around the desk, saying, Okay, baby, come in. As I followed her, I asked, She in her right mind today? She's having a good day, was all that the lady said as she continued to walk down the hall. Good, because I needed answers right now. As we walked up on a room, the receptionist stuck her head in and said, Ethel, you have a visitor. Okay, I could hear someone say as the woman looked back at me, stepped out of the way, and gave me room to enter. This old biddy had the nerve to look me up and down with some funny look in her eye. Instead of smacking her for having the audacity, I forced a smile, walked in, and closed the door. I was hoping to catch Aaliyah up here, which would have been even better for me, but her mother was the only person in the room. Ethel was looking at me as if she was wondering who I was. She actually did look like an older version of Aaliyah. I'd never seen the broad before because I wasn't all into getting to know her family and shit. Who are you? She asked, looking at me and squinting her eyes. I rushed towards her. Don't worry about who I am, bitch, I growled. She gasped, watching me rush towards her bed with bucked eyes. Before she could yell for help or scream, I had my hand tightly wrapped around her neck. Where is Aaliyah? Has she been here? Who? She forced out as she clawed at my hands. Who is Aaliyah? Don't play with me, I growled into her ear. With my free hand, I went into my pocket and pulled out my gun. Putting it to her head, I pressed it hard against her temple. She squirmed and squealed, and then suddenly I smelled the scent of urine. I will kill you. Where is she? Her eyes darted around nervously. Her frail fingers clawed at my hands as I squeezed it so tight that I could feel her esophagus. Tears started to run down her eyes, but she said nothing. Her eyes looked empty and confused. You stupid bitch. You don't know shit. I let her neck go with a jerk. She started to fall to the side, but caught herself with her hand. Resting on it, she started to take in heavy breaths as she was catching her breath. She glared at me as I kept my gun on her. I'm sorry, sir. I don't have any money. I scoffed. This lady was loony. You better not say a fucking word about this. I didn't wait for her to respond. I made my way towards the door and out of the room, closing the door behind myself. Luckily, the ugly broad was standing with her back turned talking to some nurses, so I got the fuck up out of there quick. I wasn't worried about Ethel saying anything. Her crazy ass probably couldn't wrap her head around what I had said or done. Since she had dementia, I figured she would forget what had happened before I even got in my car. But if she didn't, I hoped that she relayed the message to Aaliyah so that she could understand that shit had gotten real and I was not to be fucked with. 24. Fabe. As I pulled onto my block and saw my house, I sighed and fussed. Finally. I had been sitting in traffic for an hour. After that and a long day at the trap, I was ready to get in the crib and chill. As I pulled into the driveway of my crib, my cell phone rang.
Looking at the display on the dash, I saw that it was Moses and answered while killing the engine. "What up, Moses? How you feeling?" I didn't want Moses to hear Aaliyah's voice when I walked in the house, so I sat there and talked to him.
"Back to normal," he told me. "Good shit."
"I saw you had been calling and trying to get up with me." "Yeah, man. I was just trying to check on you and the family. We doing okay. You heard about Kane?" I didn't want to talk, but I went ahead. "Nah, what happened?" "He's missing." "Damn." Kane was Ra's cousin on his mother's side. I only kicked it with him when I was with Ra, so we weren't close. He was a grimy street nigga that I didn't trust. I knew that if I didn't trust him, others didn't. So there was no telling what had happened to him. But, knowing the street life, it was safe to assume that he was dead and his body would turn up soon. I'm definitely praying for his family. I know Ra's mama tired of the bullshit, right? What up with you, though? You back in the studio? I was surprised when he answered, "Nah." I assumed that once he was out of the hospital, he would go back to the studio before even going to the crib. What? I thought Ra would have been on your ass about that when he got out of the hospital. Just saying that nigga's name pissed me off, but for the sake of protecting Aaliyah, I had to act like everything was normal. But to my surprise, Moses said exactly what I had been feeling. Fuck Ra. Shocked, I asked, "Straight up?" Moses had been stuck to Ra's side like glue. He was more like Ra's little brother than I was. "Straight up," Moses answered. "I know that's your brother. He's my blood too, but fuck that nigga. He don't act like family. He ain't no fam of mine." What happened? Moses filled me in on how Ra had been lying to him and selling him a dream. There was so much venom in his voice, however, that I felt like the cause of his anger was deeper than what he was saying. Nevertheless, I wasn't surprised that Ra's deception didn't just involve his women. He was lying to everyone around him. "So, I'm done with music," Moses told me. "I'm focusing on the hustle." I feel that. Moses and I chopped it up for a few more minutes before he ended the call. I got out of the car not believing what I had just heard. Ra was a shady motherfucker if Moses was walking away from all his street fame. Walking into the crib, I could smell the scent of garlic butter and lobster. I smiled, relieved that Aaliyah was still playing the role as my woman after we had gotten into that argument yesterday. But I had done a good job of showing her how sorry I was. I had called off work after we got into it. I was scared that if I had gone to work, I would have come back to know Aaliyah and nephew son. Luckily, after hours of eating her pussy and giving her whatever she wanted, she had forgiven me and there was a smile back on her face. Aaliyah's sexy ass was sitting on the couch when I walked into the living room. Nephew son was lying beside her, looking up at her while blowing bubbles of spit and making a gurgling sound while smiling. Over the last month, Aaliyah had lost her pregnancy weight and Junior had gained it. She was slimming down and he was getting fat. "Hey, babe." I greeted her with a kiss on the forehead as I sat the bag in my hand next to her. "Hey," she spoke, looking down at the bag. "What's that?" Aaliyah looked at the box with a strange look and then looked back up at me. "It's the DNA test." Her shoulders shrank. "I know you don't want to know yet, but I need to know," I told her. "Why?" she whined and pouted. "Just keep calling him nephew son. I won't tell you not to call him that anymore." I laughed and grabbed her, standing her up. I put my arms around her, took her chin into my hand, and made her look up at me. "I want to know if I am raising my son or Ra's." "Raising?" she asked, looking up at me. "Yeah. We're going to be together forever, aren't we? Even after yesterday?" I shrugged. "We gonna fight, but we gonna get right back." Her eyes fluttered with admiration and lust as she stared up at me. Bending down, I sucked her bottom lip and lightly bit it. She moaned. I smacked her ass. Come on before you change your mind. Let's swab, nephew son. She sucked her teeth and said, yeah, let's swab him so you can stop calling him that shit. Aaliyah swabbed Junior, and I swabbed myself. After putting the Q-tips into the specified envelopes and sealing them into the DNA envelope, I put it in my coat pocket so I could mail it off the next day. Then I went to wash off the workday while Aaliyah finished making dinner. She was making a nigga feel like he had a housewife. She couldn't work. I honestly didn't want her to, with Ra still insistent on finding her. Real talk, I didn't need her to because a nigga had always taken care of his household. But she had been doing a good job of making me feel like I wanted to cuff her forever. My house stayed clean, clothes stayed washed, and she always made sure that a meal was on the table. She catered to her man for real, and I loved that shit. A few hours later, Aaliyah had fed me real good. I was surprised that she could cook like that. Most 24-year-olds couldn't find the kitchen, but Aaliyah cooked like she was an old lady from Mississippi. Now, we were chilling on the sofa watching TV with her feet in my lap as I rubbed them. You need these joints done, I teased her, looking down at them with a frown. She laughed and lightly kicked my stomach. Whatever. For real, man, look at that bunion. I do not have a bunion. Stop playing, she whined. These bad boys hard as hell. When the last time you put them in some damn water? Shut up, Fabe, she laughed. As I chuckled, the doorbell rang. Aaliyah's eyes bucked. She sat straight up. Her high yellow skin turned red. Be cool, I told her. But I had to admit that my antennas had gone straight up. Suddenly, I was wondering where the fuck my pistol was. Remembering that it was in my closet in the lockbox, I grimaced. Fuck. Then I realized that I was only wearing a pair of basketball shorts. I was in a fucked up position without my piece and damn near naked. Who could that be? Aaliyah asked with fear in her eyes. We were both wondering the same thing. If it was Ra. No one had told me that they were coming by, but Ra had probably been to my crib twice in the years that I had been living there. He didn't even remember the address or where I lived exactly, so I shrugged as I stood and walked towards the window. I quickly glanced at Junior, who was sleeping in a bassinet near the couch. I then peered outside. Admittedly, I calmed down when I didn't see Ra's Mustang in the driveway, but when I noticed the BMW truck, I grimaced. What? I heard Aaliyah asking once she heard me sigh. Is it him? No, I replied as my nostrils flared. I went to the door, avoiding Aaliyah's curious eyes. I didn't even want to open it, but if I didn't, it would only make this shit look worse. So I went ahead and snatched the door open. A menacing scowl was all over my face as I glared at Jackie's smug smirk. She stood on my porch with her arms folded across her chest. I hadn't heard from her since I broke things off, so I knew she had definitely shown up here to make a scene. Her eyebrows raised as she watched me just stand in the doorway saying nothing. Her head jerked as she spat. Can I come in? I laughed. No. Her brown eyes bucked with shock. Then they glared at me, nearly turning dark. No? I wasn't super religious, but I definitely believed in the man upstairs. So I started to holler at him, asking him to please look out for his boy and keep this woman from acting a fool. To keep her from barging in, I continued holding the doorknob with one hand and leaned against the door frame, blocking her. I told you it was over. Suddenly, just like any woman would, Aaliyah made her presence known. I could hear her having a conversation on the phone. I inwardly laughed at her picking this moment to start laughing, loud with her auntie. Hearing the female voice, Jackie tried to look around me. I was a big dude, so I figured she couldn't see past me, but when her eyes bucked and rage covered her face, I knew that she had been able to. By the look in her eyes, I could see that she had seen Aaliyah's thick ass on the couch, laid up comfortably in my t-shirt and nothing else. "So this is why you left me?" she squealed as her arms started to thrash around. "Lower your fucking voice," I growled. "And she has a fucking baby? When were you going to tell me, you lying motherfucker? I thought you didn't have any kids. Have you had a woman the whole time? You are so fucking phony. You made it seem like it was me." "It was you. I didn't like you. I like her." I couldn't help it. I had to do it. I had to bring her down off that high horse. I know. Fuck you, Fable. I mocked her with a chuckle. Her scowl was turning her face into the ugliest I had ever seen it. I didn't wait for her to blow up. I just stepped into the crib and closed the door. After locking it, my eyes met Aaliyah's, and she was looking at me with a playful grin on her face. As I rushed back towards her, she quickly told her auntie, "Let me call you back." I think she hung up before her aunt could even respond. Within seconds, I was on top of her, biting her neck playfully. "You think that shit was funny?" Through her uncontrollable giggles, she said, "Stop, Fabe." We both laughed and kept play fighting with each other. But little did we both know, this shit was going to backfire straight up in our faces.
Soleil. That feels good. Do it. Priest's deep, seductive voice swam into my ear from behind. I could nearly feel his lips on my ear. "You look like it does." My eyes closed for a split second to enjoy the feeling of his hands rubbing my tense shoulders. I leaned back into his chest as he stood behind me at the bar. For a split second, I wished that I could stay in that moment. I was only 27. This was what life was supposed to be. Getting massages from a fine-ass dude that was buying me drinks and anticipating fucking him later. That was what I wanted. Not a life of stressing about court dates and if I was going to spend most of my future in prison. Luckily, since the day that Priest showed up at my parents' house, he had been around to take my mind off the bullshit. He had even been able to talk me into coming out with him for some drinks that night. I still didn't feel like pulling myself together, but I couldn't allow myself to walk into any place with this sexy man looking like his little sister. So I stuffed myself into a pair of high-waist, skinny-leg denim jeans, knee-high brown stiletto boots, and a cropped off-the-shoulder sweater. My hair was still in a ponytail, but I had beat my face to keep from looking 13. The red lipstick popped off my sun-kissed bronze skin and gave me a pinup girl look. Okay, stop before you put me to sleep," I chanted with a bit of a slur. But that was how good his hands felt. He had me tongue-tied. I wondered how he could make me feel by touching other parts of me. But the stress of that day had quickly washed away those lustful thoughts. Shit, that felt good. I was damn near moaning as he sat back in the bar stool next to me. "I got them hands, girl," he teased with a smile. "So what happened today that got you feeling bad? Something happened in court? The new lawyer I got you is good, right?" Priest had wanted to go out somewhere in the city, but I was so scared that someone would recognize me from the articles and social media posts that had gone viral. So luckily, Priest and I were at a bar downtown that was nearly empty. With that and the R&B playing from the iTunes jukebox, our conversation couldn't be heard, and I was so grateful. "It was another continuation," I answered, blowing out my irritation. "The prosecution is waiting on more evidence before we go to trial." Priest shook his head. "Damn. But it will be a bench trial, though, so it should be quick whenever they are ready." He reached over and put a soothing hand on my thigh. When he lightly squeezed it and leaned towards me, the raunchy, strong, and tantalizing aroma of his cologne washed over me. His face was so close to mine that I could smell his gum as he said, "You're gonna be okay." I felt like a little girl allowing the simple presence of a guy to render me speechless. But I had been with Ra all my life. I had never cheated on him. For the last 14 years, he was all that I had known. So the littlest things that priest did gave me a feeling of overwhelming lust. He lightly grabbed my throat, pulled me further into his space, and kissed me. I felt myself becoming putty in his hands. He spoke against my lips. "I've been wanting to do that since I picked you up." His kiss lingered, deep enough to steal the breath out of my chest. But when he pulled back, his eyes were serious. "I wish I had some connections high up to make this whole charge disappear. But this ain't the movies. I'm heavy in the streets, yeah, but I don't have judges or prosecutors on payroll." The honesty in his voice made my throat ache. I dropped my eyes to the rim of my glass, whispering, "You really do like me, huh?" "I adore you." He tilted my chin back up as his lips curved into that cocky smile that always disarmed me. Then he kissed me again. It was soft and lingering, like he was proving his point with every press of his lips.
25. Raw. I'd been sitting in that trap car so long my ass had gone numb. The engine was off, the windows were blacked out, and my breath was fogging the glass. It was cold, but the rage kept me warm. I knew their routine down to the minute. Kalani and Moses moved the same every morning. I was waiting for him to step outside so I could finish what he started. When they came out, I watched through the tint like a man reading the last line of a Snellen chart. Kalani walked out first with Trent's hand in hers. Moses followed, visibly watching his back because he knew I was coming eventually. He strapped Trent in the back of Kalani's car and kissed the baby's head. "Yeah, that's your last time kissing your son, nigga." He closed the back passenger door, kissed Kalani, then went to his car. I let him pull off. Then I followed him, slow and carefully, off the block. I knew the block well. I knew where cars piled up at the stop sign every morning. That point was perfect to light his car up. I kept distance and watched his brake lights. My hand sat on the piece on my lap. As we approached the stop sign and cars began to line up, I eased up beside him, matching his crawl. I slid the window down a hair and let the barrel find his temple through the seam. Everything narrowed to that tiny tunnel of metal and skin and the soft rise of his neck when he breathed. My finger found the trigger. I could hear my pulse in the barrel. Then sirens cut through the morning. A cruiser screamed up behind us with lights spinning, and everybody slammed on brakes and jerked to the curb to get out of its way. I had to move with the flow. The barrel went heavy in my hand, and I shoved the piece back into my lap, then into the holster, pissed that my kill had been disturbed. I followed at a distance, heart hammering, but Moses got on a side street up ahead and peeled off before I could close the gap. By the time the traffic cleared and I tried to cut through, he was gone. I'd been forced to wait.
Aaliyah. "Oh my God, you're okay." I looked at Brenda, my mother's nurse, like she was crazy as she rushed towards me. "Huh?" I questioned her, but she didn't answer me. She just threw her arms around me as soon as I was in arm's reach. When she sighed with relief, I asked, "What are you talking about? Surely the receptionist said that something happened to you." "Why would she think that?" Brenda let me go, saying, "Your boyfriend came up here." My heart started to pound so hard that I thought it was going to come out of my chest. When she asked where you were, he said that that's what he was coming up here to talk to your mother about. When she asked him, "Were you okay?" he said that he would prefer to talk to her first. We thought something was wrong. Brenda watched as fear washed over me and turned my fair skin white. You let him in the room to see her? Well, yeah, she answered, sounding concerned. Oh, my God, I breathed as I rushed towards my mother's room. I could feel Brenda behind me and hear her concern. What's going on? Is everything okay? I couldn't speak through the fear, worry, and my tight chest. Finally, at my mother's room, I walked through the open door. She was standing in the middle of the floor. She looked so confused as she paced back and forth. I sighed, realizing that today wasn't a good day for her. I raced towards her and grabbed her hand. Mama? Her face contorted in utter confusion as she slipped her hand out of my grip. Who are you? It's Aaliyah, your daughter. I have a daughter? She looked around me at Brenda with eyes full of so much confusion that it broke my heart. Brenda never told me that I had a daughter. This was what I hated about dementia the most. I knew so much about the disease, but every time she remembered someone she had just recently met, before she could even remember me, it still broke my heart. Yes, I have, Ethel, Brenda told her softly. Where am I? She asked Brenda. I cringed and sighed. Shit. My mother frowned and gestured at me. Listen to this girl's mouth. No daughter of mine would talk like that. Mama, please, I begged with tears filling my eyes. But I knew that there was no use. She wouldn't remember me, not today. As if I wasn't already frustrated enough, as my mother talked in a delusional way with Brenda, I noticed red marks around her neck that I feared had come from Ra, but prayed that they hadn't. Either way, she wouldn't be able to tell me today. Brenda, let me talk to you outside. I walked out without saying anything else to either her or my mother. I stood outside of my mother's door, pacing with my arms folded across my chest. I was trying real hard not to lose my mind. These were the people that I needed to entrust my mother with until I could afford to take care of her myself. The last thing I needed to do was piss them off, but I was ready to lay hands on every one of these staff members. As soon as I saw Brenda, I checked her through gritted teeth. The only person on this list to see my mother is me and her sister, and that is for a fucking reason. Aaliyah, I was past reasoning at the moment. I cut her off, still seething. Make sure that your receptionist knows that no one is to visit my mother unless their name is on that very short list. Understood? She looked so hurt and offended. I had never been unpleasant to her or anyone else in this place. But as I thought of what Ra had done to others that he supposedly loved, I knew that there were no limits to what he would do to anyone else. Just the thought of it had me so pissed that I just walked away from Brenda's confusion and hurt. I walked right past my mother's room, too. I no longer had the patience for the visit I had initially come for. I charged towards the door. On my way through the exit, I put the hood of my North Face over my head. I was hiding from the cold and Ra. As I rushed towards my car, I feared that he was sitting outside somewhere watching me. I tore open the driver's side door, wondering how much longer this shit was going to go on. This was the one place that I thought I could come and not worry about him seeing me. But apparently, my mother would have to go without seeing me for a while. Kalani. Right there, Moses, I panted. Right there. I smiled, knowing that he was playing games. He knew that he was hitting that spot, but I went ahead and stroked his ego. Oh, yes, right fucking there. I arched my back further, my face buried into the couch cushions. Moses was behind me, holding on tight to my waist as he murdered this pussy. Ever since he got out of the hospital, I couldn't keep him off me. I wasn't mad, though. It was as if his near-death experience had sparked a fire in our relationship. Our love was all the way turned up now. After a few more minutes of his slow, long, deep strokes, Moses was coming. Oh, fuck! He pulled out of me, and I could feel him releasing on my ass cheek. I sighed with relief, finally relieved of that beautiful punishment. Moses' dick was fat and long. You had to be a big girl to take all of it. I loved it and was scared of it at the same time, even after years of being with him. "Be right back," he said. I stood still in the middle of our living room floor as he ran into the bathroom. He came right back with a wet towel. When I tried to take it from him, he snatched it away and went to clean my cheek himself. "You want to go out tonight?" "You want to go out?" I was shocked. Moses hadn't been out partying or kicking it since he got home from the hospital. I was glad, too. Living in the hood, I had always had a fear of him getting shot. And now that he had, the thought of him going back into the streets terrified me. "Yeah, we've been cooped up in the crib for a few weeks. I haven't been able to treat you in a minute. Trenton is with my mama. Why not? Let me take my lady out." He then took me by the hand, turned me to face him, and threw the towel on the couch. I blushed into his sexy smirk. He was coming in for a kiss when his phone rang. "Hold that thought," he told me. He went for the phone, saw who was calling, and rolled his eyes. My interest piqued, but he put it on speaker and sat on the couch with irritation all over his face. "What up?" he answered dryly. "Moses!" I heard a guy greet him. "Eli, what's up?" "I'm in Chicago for a night. I was calling hoping that I could get you in the studio." Moses interrupted him by sucking his teeth and saying, "I told you." "Before you say no, just listen to me. I know you've been through a lot, but don't give up on your music. You're talented, man. If I can get you a dope single to show the execs at Interscope, we can probably get a decent deal." Moses shook his head. I could understand his reluctance. Ra had fed him this bullshit for so long that rapping left a bad taste in his mouth. "I'm in Chicago right now at the studio with the dope producer Ill One." Even though Moses looked like he wasn't interested, the mention of Ill One had definitely made him start listening with more intent. "All you need to do is show up," Eli tried to convince him. "Just give me a few hours of your time. If nothing else, you leave with a hit with one of the coldest producers on it." Ill One had produced most of the hottest trap songs spinning on the radio and in the clubs right now. I hated the thought of Moses being back in the studio late at night with a bunch of hoes, but I was woman enough to want him to take advantage of this. He looked at me, silently asking me what to do. I mouthed, "Do it." Then I smiled at him, trying to quietly persuade him further. After a second or two, he finally said, "Okay." "Good," Eli replied, excited. "Just text me the address and I'll be there in like 30 minutes. As he hung up, I was excited for him and sad for myself. Like I said, this was a great opportunity for Moses. However, it was also a great opportunity for the hoes to seep into our very happy relationship. But I reminded myself that I trusted my man. He stood to get dressed, and I started to reach for the remote, trying to figure out what I would do for the rest of the night now that I would be alone, and worried about how many bitches was in the studio. Noticing Moses' shadow still standing over me, I looked up. "You coming?" he asked. I frowned. "Coming where?" "To the studio, baby." "You want me to?" I asked, surprised. "Hell yeah, come on." I waited until he turned and walked into our bedroom to smile from ear to ear. Niggas want me dead, but I'm back to life. I might resurrect for a sec just to smash your wife. All my niggas gang about that savage life. We might make anything happen if the cash is right. Had a dream there was money with my name on it. I'm to hit the next level, throw some fame on it. Bad bitches steady up and down my call log, next to jealous opportunists that remain phony. Man, this shit ain't for every nigga. Fame ain't universal, you can't pose for every picture. You can't save all your money and save every stripper. My only intention is to just dick her and never miss her. So miss me with the dumb shit, begging-ass bum shit. Money come fast, but a nigga never come quick. If she got that great, I might have to fund rent, then ride your dream car into the sunset. Ooh-wee, Il-1 sang as he jumped to his feet. He bounced up and down repeatedly, fists pumping in the air. This motherfucker a banger. Moses and I were sitting on the couch, bouncing our heads along to the trap beat and the sick verses that he had laid for his song, The Songs of Moses. My baby was definitely a wordsmith and had some bangers in his catalog, but this new song right here was the shit. It was classic trap music that would have the chicks twerking and the guys trapping to it. But the lyrics had so much meaning that even the hip-hop heads had to respect it. We gotta shoot a video for this, like right now. Il-1 was still ranting and raving and dancing to the beat. Eli looked at Moses as he sat in a chair across from us. You down? Moses' thick eyebrows curled. For what? The video? Hell yeah, Il-1 chimed in. Moses shrugged and pushed his locks out of his face. I don't know, man. My old manager handled all of that, but we ain't rocking no more. Did I ask you that? Eli probed with a grin. I asked you, were you down? That's it. Moses looked back and forth between Eli's grin and Il-1's. Then he shrugged. Hell yeah, I'm down. Eli brought his hands together happily. Bet. We're going to shoot a dope-ass video, get people talking, and put this in the hands of some key people. You're on your way up with this one, Moses. Eli and Il-1 happily shook hands and started talking about the details of the video, while Moses leaned over into my space and whispered, You good? Yeah, I smiled. I'm so happy for you. This song is dope. But are you good? I want you to be okay with all of this. I put a loving hand on his knee and smiled. All I ask is that you don't lose focus on me and Trent. I won't, I promise. Then Moses leaned over and quickly kissed me. Then let's do it.
26. Raw. Where are you going? Felicia never learned her lesson. I think she was one of those broads that liked when a man put his hands on her. She had to get off on it or something. No matter how many times I smacked her around, she kept nagging me anyway. To mind my fucking business, I spat as I walked out of the room. I heard her smack her lips as I made my way towards the front door, but I knew that that was all she was going to do. I walked out of the house, sneering at the fact that I had come in contact with so much cash within the last few months, just for it to be taken away from me by these stupid bitches. I was still on a hunt to get Aaliyah, and Soleil was going to get hers once I testified in court that her self-defense claim was bullshit. My cell started to ring just as I climbed into the Mustang. Lavelle, what's the word? I answered, turning the engine and pulling off. You better tell me something good, motherfucker. I found out where that nigga's shit is. My eyebrow raised with interest. This was exactly the call I needed. Word? Where? His grandparents' crib. My mouth started to salivate with greed as I sped through the west side of the city towards the E-Way.
How you know? Some silly broad that was fucking with him heavy. She know exactly where it's at in the crib? Yeah. How you know the broad ain't lying? She pissed because she found out he had a woman the whole time. She was drunk, running her mouth. You got an address? For show. A menacing smile spread across my face as I finally hopped on the expressway. Ever since I had offed Kane in front of him and Nell, their goofy asses had been at my beck and call, and the call was finding that one last lick to hit to put me on, not them. Little did they know. This square-ass hustler, Kev, had been at the bar talking shit and throwing around a lot of cash. I knew from asking around the hood that he was selling some major weight, which meant that he had to have a stash spot somewhere. And I wanted it all.
Once out south, I shot over to the parking lot of the Jewels on 87th and State. I was meeting Soleil's father there to pick up the kids. I hadn't seen them since everything had gone down. Soleil called herself keeping them from me, but I refused to let her take anything else from me. Seeing my kids had become more about taunting her than quality time with them. Pulling into the parking lot, I spotted her father's rusty-ass van where he told me it would be. I pulled up beside him, but didn't get out. Fuck that nigga. He and his wife had been telling everybody that Soleil had stabbed me in self-defense, keeping up her lie. But I knew they knew it wasn't the truth. I figured they all had conspired to get her off with that bullshit self-defense claim. I blew the horn, and within minutes, my shorties were climbing out of the van. I popped the locks, and they both climbed into the back seat. "What's up, Dad?" I looked through the rearview mirror and saw Elijah smile. "What's up, my dude?" I knew that Elijah missed me because he had been telling me so through phone calls through his grandparents. But Essence was her mama's daughter, with just as much attitude. She barely spoke. "Hey, what's your problem?" I asked her. "Nothing," she spat. "Yeah, that's why I had to make sure that I started back spending time with y'all so I can fix your attitude. Your mama let you get away with too much shit." She just stared out of the window like she didn't want to be there. I shook my head at how much she resembled Soleil and twisted back around. I put my ride in drive and pulled out of the parking lot, but I continued fussing. "You better fix your attitude, Essence. What's wrong with you?" "I just wanted to stay home," she whined. "Why? You don't want to see your daddy?" "I didn't say that." "You don't have to say it. It seems like it. I don't know why you want to be under your mama so tough. She's the reason we're all in this mess. She tried to kill me. She's crazy. She's the reason why y'all was in that home. The reason why that happened to you, Essence. She don't be looking after y'all. But your daddy got you, girl. Soon as the shit is over and your mama go away forever." "She's going away forever?" Elijah blurted, sounding like he was about to burst in tears. "Of course she is," I told him. Essence sucked her teeth and finally had something to say. "No, she isn't." "Yes, she is. That's what happens to violent people. They gotta go away for the rest of their lives. But no worries. Daddy is gonna take care of y'all." I could hear Elijah sniffling. He was crying, and that was okay. He needed to get used to the fact that they weren't going to have their mother anymore. I was intent on it. If the court didn't put her ass away, I was going to kill the bitch. Either way, she was going to pay. "Don't cry, my dude," I told Elijah. "Don't be sad. We're about to have a good day. Don't you miss your Uncle Fabe?" Elijah perked up. Looking through the rearview mirror, I saw him smile a bit and wipe his face. Essence just continued to stare out of the window. I was definitely going to have to break her out of that attitude once I had them to myself. "Yeah, I miss Uncle Fabe. We're going to his house?" Elijah asked with excitement. "Yeah, man, so buckle up." He put his seatbelt on and so did Essence, and I got back on the expressway, on my way to the south suburbs. I didn't remember where Fabe lived exactly, so I shot my father a text message asking him for the address. Seconds later, he had replied with the full address. I pressed the gas harder, going 80, eager to get to Fabe's crib. I had been hitting Fabe up for weeks, curious about why he had faded to black on me. Ever since I got out of the hospital, I hadn't seen him, and he had started to answer my calls less and less. He blamed it on being overwhelmed with his hustle, but something was telling me otherwise.
Aaliyah. I sighed with relief as I pulled into the alley behind Fabe's house. It had been a long day at the hospital with Junior for his doctor's appointments. I was ready to get into the house and out of this cold. It was almost March by now. Everyone was getting excited about spring coming, but there wasn't a sight of it in the weather. I parked in my spot where I always did to keep Rob from seeing my car if he ever did happen to drive by. It was a vacant garage attached to a house that was for sale. He had gotten permission from the owner for me to park there, but I was thankful that Fabe was right. Ever since I moved in, Ra had never come to see his brother. I wasn't surprised, though. Ra was so full of himself that he never went out of his way to see how the next person was doing. I climbed out of the car and hurriedly got Junior out of his car seat in the back. Then I rushed out of the parking lot and up the alley towards the house. The Chicago wind was brutal that day. It was smacking me in my face like it had beef with me. As I hurried up the alley, I ensured that Junior's face was covered by the blanket. Whew, I sighed again as I finally got the back door open and let myself in. I could hear music playing, so I figured Fabe was in the living room working out. I closed the door behind myself. Now standing in the kitchen, I got ready to kick off my shoes when I heard a chilling chuckle. My heart stopped. Ra was there. I stood still, frozen with fear. Then Junior started to stir and make those noises as if he was going to cry. I ripped the blanket off him and covered his mouth. With tears in my eyes, I rushed towards the door. He was starting to cry, but I was holding him with one hand and muffling his cries with the other. In order to open the door, I would have to move my hand from over his mouth. I stood in the kitchen, barely able to breathe, praying that the song wouldn't go off before I figured out what to do. I could hear Ra's voice now through their muffled conversation. I even heard the voice of a small boy. I stood there listening for the voices to come nearer and rocking Junior to soothe him so that he would stop whining. But I wasn't about to take the chance. I went for it, quickly grabbing the knob and snatching the door open. The wind met my face again, whipping into my eyes. I closed the door as fast and quietly as I could. Just like a child, when I needed him to be quiet, he wouldn't. But now that the coast was clear, Junior was quiet as a church mouse. I can't live like this, I spat as I made my way back up the alley towards my car. My heart was still beating out of my chest. I was out of the house, but I was still hyperventilating. Just the sound of Rod's voice was fucking scary. He had only put his hands on me once, but learning all that he had done had me so scared of what he could do to me now. Back at my car, I hurriedly put Junior back into his car seat. Then I rushed around it and jumped into the driver's seat. I pulled out my phone to text Fabe and curse him out for not warning me. But after I opened my text message inbox, I noticed that I had missed messages from him that were doing just that. I shook my head and groaned. I was mad at myself for not being more cautious and not paying attention. As I turned on the engine and backed out of the garage, I was done. I was leaving. An hour later, Fabe had let me know that it was okay to come back home because Ra had finally left. So I left the Starbucks parking lot that I had been sitting in and flew home, ready to pack my things and get out of this city. As soon as I got into the house and slammed the door shut, locking it behind me, Fabe rushed into the living room from the kitchen. "Babe," he called for me with sorrow in his eyes as he rushed towards me. After placing the baby's car seat on the couch, I allowed him to throw his arms around me. My heart was still beating fast with fear, and Fabe's comfort wasn't helping any. "I have to get out of here," I told Fabe. "I'm sorry, but I have to. I'm going to Texas." "No," Fabe insisted as he let me go and looked into my eyes. "I'm sorry. I didn't know he was coming. He popped up on me." "And you told me it was safe to be here," I spat as I pushed Fabe in the chest. "You told me that he never comes out here." Fabe came towards me closer, grabbing my hand softly and insisting, "He doesn't, but apparently he doesn't like the fact that I've been dodging him. He wanted to see what was up with me." "And get you to find me, right?" I pressed. Fabe's shoulders sank as he admitted, "Yeah, he kept trying to get me to call you." "See?" "But of course, I told him that I wasn't doing it." He probably knows I'm living here. Me and Junior's stuff is all over the place. When I saw it was him pulling into the driveway, I ran around the living room and kitchen, hiding everything. I paused for a bit and looked around the living room. There were no traces of me or Junior, but still, I wasn't convinced. I can't stay here. It's not safe. It's been weeks and he is still obsessed with finding that money. If he killed his own best friend, what do you think he is going to do to me if he knows that I stole $300,000 from him? I imagine what would have happened if I had blindly walked into that house. I imagine what he wouldn't have hesitated to do to me, even in front of our kid. Just the thought made the hairs on the back of my neck stand straight up. I looked at my baby and knew that I had to do everything I could to protect him, even if that meant walking away from my own happiness and a good man. But Fabe wasn't going to allow me to leave, however. You're right. I agree with everything you're saying, except you leaving. I want you here with me. I gotta be the one that's protecting you, and I can't do that with you all the way in Texas. I already told myself that I had to move. It's already done. He squeezed my hands tighter. I already called my movers and rental agent. The agent's looking for something from me ASAP, somewhere out of the city, and the movers are coming in a couple days. But this is your house. He shrugged. I can rent it out. We can rent another place since we're in a rush, but we're not staying here, even if we have to go to a hotel. I'm gonna protect you. I'm not gonna let anything happen to y'all. All this time, I've been thinking about running and leaving him behind, and here he was moving his whole life around to keep me safe. Tears burned the corners of my eyes. Fabe, my voice trembled as I whispered it. I love you. His lips curved upward while his eyes stayed locked on mine. He pulled me in, wrapping me up so tight I could feel his heart against my cheek. I love you too. Ain't nothing in this world gonna stop me from loving you. The way he said it, the way he held me, made the fear in my body finally subside a little. 27. Kalani. 2 weeks after recording that song, Moses and I were in a rented-out mansion surrounded by a videography crew, Eli, Il-1, and a bunch of Instagram model chicks. Eli had gotten Moses a stylist who had laced Moses in diamonds and Gucci. I cringed as he sat on a plush leather couch with a bottle of Cristal in his hand, these fat booty chicks all over him, rubbing on him, and kissing his cheek as he lip-synced to his own lyrics. Man, this shit ain't for every nigga. Fame ain't universal. You can't pose for every picture. You can't save all your money and save every stripper. Only intention is just to dick her and never miss her. So miss me with the dumb shit, begging-ass bum shit. Ugh, I groaned under my breath. Soleil laughed as she stood beside me, watching the scene. Calm down. They were hired to do it, girl. Suddenly, I hated that Soleil was even there, but she needed to be. She had gotten word that her trial would start during her next court date. Her lawyer had also shared with her that with no evidence of Ra's abuse, it would really be hard to make the judge believe her self-defense story. Soleil was likely facing many years in prison, but her lawyer was going to try his best to get her as little time as possible. Hearing that made her feel like all hope was lost on beating this trial altogether. She needed this to keep her mind off of it. Ra is gonna flip when he hears this, Soleil said with a satisfied chuckle. When are they dropping the single? With the video when it's ready in a week or two. My eyes were still on the bitches all over Moses, particularly the brown-skinned one with thirst and lust in her eyes as she rubbed her 34 double Ds all over his back. That wasn't an act. That bitch wasn't putting on for the cameras. She saw Moses as an up-and-coming rapper and was ready to put her bid in. I recognized her from Instagram and had already heard the video director when he introduced her to Moses as the leading lady in the video. She would be front and center all day, and even in the one-on-one scenes with him. Fix your face, I heard Soleil say. That bitch wants my man. I said through my sneer as I continued to stare on. Of course she does. It's Moses. And they did a damn good job of making him look like he already made it. That made me cringe even more. Was I really ready for this? Just as the music went off, I shook off my insecurities. Oh, damn. Look at this, Soleil said as she put her phone in my face. Taking it, I saw that it was showing a post from Facebook that Kane's mother had made. He was missing. Wow, that's sad, I told her after reading it. Handing her back her phone and focusing my eyes back on the video hoe, I said, I hope he turns up. Me too. We both sighed, resting in the eerie feeling that was suddenly over us. I didn't really know Kane like that. I had only met him at the hospital. But nevertheless, I felt bad for Kane. Usually when street niggas went missing, it was because they had either been kidnapped or their bodies had yet to be found. All right, we got that scene, the director told them. Let's move on to the next. You can all go change. As the models and Moses made their way to the bedrooms upstairs that they were using for dressing rooms, I took a deep breath, trying to calm down. I tried to remember the perfect man that I had had for years. I tried to keep telling myself that I had nothing to worry about, that Moses was a good man. But as I looked up the staircase and watched that big booty hole switch towards the room where Moses had gone, I took off. Kalani! I could hear Soleil calling after me as I ran up the stairs. I could see the crew looking on at me, wondering what the hell was going on with me and why I was running. As soon as I landed on the second floor, I had caught that bitch just as she opened the door to Moses' dressing room. Before I knew it, my hand was grabbing the back of her bikini top so tight that I was snatching her out of the doorway. My eyes landed on Moses, who was jumping out of the chair where a hairdresser had just begun to style his dreads into a different updo. What the fuck? The booty model squealed as she fought to get out of my tight grip. You need something? I spat. Your dressing room is the other way. Who the fuck are you? She sneered. In those split seconds, Moses made his way between us. He gently put his hand on mine that was holding this hoe in her place. He gave me a warning look, and I let her go. But when the bitch had the nerve to keep standing there, I tried to push through Moses's to take that bitch's head off. Kalani, Moses warned as he grabbed me, stopping my attack. When I heard him holding back a chuckle, I looked up at him like he was crazy. Suddenly, the director and Soleil appeared next to me, out of breath. Is everything okay? The director asked as Soleil got behind my back, ready to have it. No, the booty model started to say, but Moses interrupted her. Yeah, Moses assured the director. Everything is okay, right, baby? He then looked at me, telling me with his eyes to pipe down. I was still huffing and puffing, reeling with anger, but I forced out, yes, everything is fine. I was just redirecting this young lady to her correct room. She seems to be lost. The model's dressing room is that way. Need me to show you? Soleil spoke up, looking the hoe up and down. The booty model folded her arms and shifted her weight to one big hip. This bitch really was trying me. No, I know where it's at. My eyes tore towards Moses, bucking, and he shook his head, noticing this hoe's disrespect. Then why are you still standing here? Run along, Soleil spat as she waved her hand like she was pushing her away. As we all stood there staring at her, she finally got the fucking hint and walked away. I'm catching that hoe outside and whipping her ass, I promised Moses. Baby, it's cool. No, it's not. What was the bitch on her way into your dressing room for? Exactly, Soleil added. I don't know, and I don't care. When I groaned and threw my face into his hands, I heard Moses direct his words to the director. She was being very disrespectful. The director nodded. I agree, Moses. She's out. Though he had agreed, his eyes bucked at Moses firing her. Really? Yes, Moses insisted. It may be too late to get another model, and she's the leading lady. No, she is my leading lady, Moses said as he gestured towards me. The director found that admirable. He chuckled, saying, "That's not what I meant." "I know what you meant, and I meant what I said," Moses returned. "Kalani can be my leading lady in the video. Look at my baby. She got a better body than that chick anyway." My eyes bucked dramatically, and Soleil laughed. "That she does," the director said, looking me up and down. "Hey, watch it," Moses warned him. "Don't get it fucked up." The director laughed and playfully put his hands up in surrender. Then he told me, "Well, I guess you should go and get into hair and makeup, Kalani. I'll let the stylist and makeup artist know." As he walked away, my eyes darted toward Moses. "Moses, are you crazy?" "No, you're crazy, turning up in this nice-ass mansion." As he turned to go back into his dressing room, I was on his heels feeling embarrassed. "You're right, I'm sorry. I just saw her coming in here and snapped. I would have handled it. You can trust me to handle that type of shit." Moses sat back in the styling chair, shaking his head, still wearing that amused grin. I was pouting. Moses, Soleil, and even the hairdresser were laughing at me. "I don't know why you're still standing there," Moses taunted me, as he continued to chuckle. "Go get dressed." "I don't want to be in the video, Moses," I whined. "Why not? You done got that girl fired now." "Then rehire her or DM some model chick on Instagram. I am sure she will be here in minutes." "Why don't you want to do it?" Soleil asked. My eyes bucked again, not believing that any of them already saw the reason why. "Because I'm not a model. I don't know how to act either." "You look great to me," the hairdresser chimed in. "Exactly," Soleil added. "You stacked, with that little waist and big booty. Go ahead, girl." I just stood there frozen with all of their eyes on me, encouraging me, but I couldn't do it. When I pouted, Moses reached for my hands and pulled me between his legs as the hairdresser started to style his locks. "Do it for me, baby," he said, kissing my cheek. "You look great. You're my leading lady, so it should be easy for you to do it for the cameras." With a deep breath, I groaned, pushing away my insecurities and fear, and said, "Okay."
Fabe. I shook my head as I ended the call and put the cell phone on the table. She was sitting on the couch, taping up a box that she had filled with my plastic dishes. Aaliyah watched me curiously as I sunk into deep thought. It had only taken 2 days for me to find a new crib, put the deposit down and first month's rent, and get the keys. In 2 weeks, we would be moving to an even bigger crib in Naperville, a suburb west of Chicago. It was far as hell, but I was sure that Aaliyah would never bump into Ra out there. I could ensure no more pop-ups from him since I hadn't even planned on telling him or my father that I was moving. I couldn't believe that Ra had popped up at my crib that day. But when he came in and immediately started harping on me about getting in touch with Aaliyah, I believed it. He was obsessed, and I had decided then that I would move to make sure it never happened again. When I saw how scared she was when he finally left and she was able to come back home, I felt like less of a man, but was grateful that she had been able to sneak back out of the house. Ever since, I had stepped back from the street so that I could keep an eye on her until we moved. "What's wrong?" Aaliyah asked me as she watched me stare off into space. That was my father. Soleil's trial is starting soon. The prosecutor feels like they have an open and shut case. I shook my head again as I sat on the couch. I couldn't believe this shit. I had known Soleil since she met Ra. After 13 years, she was like a sister. I wasn't on the same shit that my family was on. Since I knew Ra for the real cutthroat nigger that he was, I didn't fault her at all for what she had done. I didn't think she at all deserved to spend the rest of her life in jail, but it looked like that was about to happen. "What?" Aaliyah asked with a gasp. That's crazy. I thought she had stabbed him in self-defense. They aren't believing her story. There isn't any evidence of him hitting her that day or any other time, and they have no one to testify to him ever abusing her. Then my eyes got big as something dawned on me. Hey, maybe you can testify. Aaliyah's eyes bulged as she spat. What? Are you crazy? Hear me out, I insisted. You have proof that he is abusive. You have the pictures. Aaliyah continued to look at me like I was out of my mind. Why would I testify for her? Because she's never done anything to you. She couldn't argue with me. Her instincts wanted to have this beef against Soleil that most main girls and side bitches had with each other, but she realized that Soleil was innocent from ever hurting her. Ra had done this, not Soleil. True, she finally replied with a nod. And she don't deserve to lose her kids and her life because of that nigga. She nodded again. Also, very true. Then you gonna do it? She sighed. I had made some sense, but there was still apprehension all over her face, and even some fear was creeping in. I don't know, Fabe. I mean, he is probably going to be right there in the courtroom. And he can't kill you while you're on the stand. And I'm sure if you let Soleil's lawyer know that you fear for your safety, he will make sure that you're good. Again, she sat there thinking while playing with her hair. Finally, she said, Okay, I'll do it. Tell her I'll help her. I was relieved. I know that Ra was my blood, but Soleil deserved the help. She deserved for as many people as possible to look out for her. And I was man enough to look past the blood that ran through my veins and give her that. Besides Ra being my brother, I knew the kind of man that he was. I cared about my niece and nephew too much to have that motherfucker being their only parent. My phone started vibrating on the table. I glanced down, saw the name lighting up the screen, and shook my head before hitting ignore. Aaliyah tilted her head. Who's that? Jackie, I muttered. The phone buzzed again almost immediately. I ignored it a second time. She's still calling, even after I checked her when she popped up here. Aaliyah smirked playfully. Want me to make her stop calling? I shook my head with a low laugh. Nah, let her blow up the line all she wants. That shit don't move me. You're the only one I'm worried about. Ra. It was after midnight, so the neighborhood in Auburn Gresham was quiet as I crept through it in an old beater I had borrowed from the crackhead that cleaned black ice for me every morning, for $50 and free beers whenever he came through. I was driving with thoughts of money making my dick hard. Nell was sitting next to me and could tell his bitch ass was nervous. Lavelle was in the back seat talking on his phone with some broad. Finding the alley that I needed to go down, I made a left and made my way down it. It's that house right here on the right. I followed Lavelle's finger as it pointed to a small red brick house. It looked real old school, like the old couple living inside of it hadn't updated it since the 60s. I smiled as I saw the flimsy back door that Lavelle had already seen while casing the house over the last 2 nights. Come on, let's get in and out. I parked the beater right behind the house so that when I got my hands on the money, I would be able to get out of Dodge fast. We hopped out, burners at our side. Lavelle and Nell had pressed that they didn't want to hurt these old people. They didn't want any more blood on their hands. But fuck them niggas and their conscience. I planned on leaving no witnesses. As we hopped the short fence and ran through the backyard, I felt my cold heart finally warming up. If nothing else made me smile, knowing that money was coming put a big-ass grin on a nigga's face. As planned, I kicked the back door in. Then we quickly made our way inside. I was expecting to soon hear the voices of an old man or woman, but we heard nothing. We raced in and out of every room, trying to find them. Once in the bedroom that looked like theirs, we saw the empty, made bed. Ain't nobody here, Lavelle said, sounding relieved. Take me to the stash, I told him. Hurry up. Lavelle scurried out of the room like a puppy leading his master. I followed him up the stairs, with Nell behind me watching my back. Lavelle led me to a large bathroom. Once inside, he went straight for a large closet that was inside. The shelves were full of toiletries and towels. He squatted down and removed the floorboard. Bet, it's here, he said. Come on, simple nigga, I barked. Get the shit and let's roll. Lavelle reached into the hole in the floor and pulled out bags of cash and bricks of dope. The more bags he pulled out, the harder my dick got. As he pulled them out, I took some into my hands, and so did Nell. Aight, that's it, Lavelle said, standing. He looked excited as hell, too. I couldn't see into the bags, but considering how heavy they were, I guessed that there had to be at least 10 bricks of cocaine total. I couldn't even imagine how much cash, but I was ready to count it, so I led the way out of the bathroom and took off. I shot down the stairs and through the crib towards the back door, not even knowing if Lavelle and Nell were behind me or not. Once outside, the fresh air smelled like victory. I kept running through the yard, happy as hell when the beater came into sight. As soon as I was in reach, I snatched the driver's door open, threw the bags in my hand in the back seat, and jumped in. Grabbing the keys that I had left in the ignition, I turned the engine. Lavelle and Nell were just able to hop in before I was throwing that bitch in drive and pulling off. Damn, you gonna leave us? Nell fussed. As I raced down the alley, he finally managed to get his door closed. Chill out, I barked. You motherfuckers were taking too long. Shit, I bellowed as I punched the steering wheel and threw the cash into the bag. I was seething as I glared out of the windshield, staring at the park in front of us. I had pulled into a park to count the money and dope. I couldn't wait until I got to Nell's crib. After counting all of the small bills, I had only counted 75,000. Man, 75 racks is nothing to sneeze at. I'm happy, Nell said with a smile. Right, Lavelle agreed, irritating me. And we got 15 bricks to push. We set it at a right price. That can damn near be 350,000. Whatever, man, I grumbled. Give me the shit. Why? What you doing? Lavelle asked. I gotta put it in the fucking trunk, I snapped as I snatched one of the bags from his lap. Opening my door, I kept fussing. You want to ride around the city at 2 a.m. with bricks in your lap, dumbass? I got out of the car and snatched the bags from these goofies as they handed them to me. Then, once at the back of the car, I took my gun from my back, glaring into the car through the back window. Neither one of them was paying any attention. They were laughing and talking like shit was sweet. But as I started to fire the gun into the car, they soon knew that nothing about this was sweet. I damn near emptied the clip into that motherfucker. I didn't stop shooting until there was no bullets left, and Nell and Lavelle were slumped over. Stupid motherfuckers, I mumbled as I walked back over to the driver's side. I took a wipe from my pocket and started to wipe away all traces of any of my fingerprints. Then I reached over and checked Lavelle's pulse. I was glad to see that any way to split the money had been eliminated. Then I reached into the back seat to do it again and felt a faint pulse on Nell. Shit, I cursed, and then fired 2 more bullets into his head. And now, the last split was gone, and this come-up was all mine. Despite my greed, these motherfuckers had to die. Kane's mother was on the police about finding him, so I had to eliminate the witnesses. With all of the money and bricks in my hand, I walked away from the beater without a care in the world. I could still smell the gunpowder as I made my way out of the park and up the street to my Mustang as it sat waiting on me.
28. Raw. A week later, I was feeling like the man again. I was caked up, and more money was coming in as I got rid of the bricks. I had never been a drug dealer, so I was just selling the bricks to the highest bidder. I was trying to get rid of them fast. I had managed to pop a few bricks off to a few hustlers that were in a drought. I was selling the bricks for 2/3 the wholesale price. So my phone was jumping with potential buyers once the initial hustlers that I had sold some to started talking.
I had bought a 2025 Porsche truck in cash. It had cost a nice amount of my bread, but I had waited too long to ride foreign. That bitch sat pretty in front of black ice every night. I wasn't worried about Kev finding out that I was the nigga that had robbed him. He didn't know me from the next man, and I had eliminated all loose ends. Besides, the money I had stolen was what he owed his connect, so I heard he was hiding out from that Mexican motherfucker. "You okay, babe? You need anything?" I looked up at Felicia and my insides turned. I was so ready to get away from her and would as soon as the new spot that I'd found was available. Until then, I was putting up with her because she still didn't want shit in return for me laying my head there, except some dick. "I told you I'm straight," I groaned, irritated. She had been trying to smother me since Nell and Lavelle's bodies had been found in the park the next morning. Lavelle and Nell's murders had flashed across the news screen, and in 2 minutes they were gone. Since their parents were either dead or dead broke, no one could afford to bury them, so they were cremated without any services. Felicia wasn't slick, though. She was catering to me because she thought that I was mourning my friends' deaths, but she also saw that I had some cash now and was trying to work her way in. Little did she know she had both feet out the door. "Y'all hungry?" she asked the kids. Behind her back, I shook my head. She kept trying to get in good with my kids. I knew that I shouldn't have had them around her, but I also knew that it would piss Soleil off, so I did it anyway. Elijah looked back from his seat on the floor in front of the TV and said, "Yeah." Felicia was grinning and shit. "Okay, good. I'll cook some cheeseburgers. You want something, Essence?" "No," she quickly spat, without even looking up from her phone as she sat next to me on the couch. "Are you sure? You haven't eaten since you got here," Felicia pressed her. I laughed to myself. Felicia was trying so hard. I couldn't wait until I turned her world upside down. When Essence smacked her lips and said, "I said I'm good," I snapped. "Watch that fucking attitude. Sounding like your damn mama. I hate that shit." Seeing that I was angry, Felicia walked away and back into the kitchen. She had finally learned to run away when I was pissed. "I told you I'm gonna get rid of that attitude," I kept fussing at Essence, acting like your bitch of a mother. Then this little heifer had the nerve to pop back, "Don't call my mama that." Before I knew it, I had drawn back my hand and smacked the shit out of her. The sound of my hand connecting with her face bounced off the wall. She gasped and held her face as her eyes fell out of their sockets. Then tears started to pool in her eyes. Elijah's head snapped back, and his attention was off the TV and on Essence as she started to cry. "Watch your fucking mouth when you're talking to me, girl," I barked. Essence tried to get up from the couch, but I pushed her back down, and she started to sob. "Where you think you're going?" I asked, knowing that she wouldn't answer. "And you better not tell a damn soul that I put my hands on you, or I will make sure that your mother never sees you again. Try me." Remaining silent, she was holding her face and sobbing. Behind her tears, I still saw that stubborn-ass attitude. But I knew that she knew better than to open her fucking mouth ever again.
Soleil. Priest was rubbing my feet as we sat on his couch watching Netflix documentaries. He had this weird obsession with my feet and documentaries of any kind. We had watched documentaries on drug dealers to murderers, and now Nina Simone. As he stared intently into the TV while allowing his hands to make love to my big toe, I just looked at him and admired him. He was such a diverse dude. Besides being handsome and a successful hustler, he would blow my mind by wanting to sit in on a Friday night and watch documentaries. He was probably doing it because he knew I wasn't in the mood to go out. But either way, I appreciated his ability not to be the stereotypical hood nigga. Priest had also been so attentive to me while I went through the worst moments of my life. He was fine and paid. I knew that he had women at his beck and call, fiending for that dick and his attention. I just knew it. But I never had to fight for his attention. He was always there, always calling. I never expected a man like him to come into my life, especially at a time like this. I checked my phone to see if Essence or Elijah had called. I noticed that it was almost after 10 o'clock in the evening. Even though it was the weekend, Elijah always fell asleep before 9. He also always made sure to call me from Essence's phone before going to bed. "Give me a second, Priest. Let me call the kids before it gets too late." He nodded while still staring into the TV. I took my feet from his lap, stood, and left the living room in order to not disrupt his precious documentary. Once inside the kitchen, I leaned against the counter and dialed Essence's number. As I waited for her to answer, I adored Priest's kitchen. It was so modern, like the rest of his condo. I really admired the fact that he had been so successful at such a young age that he was able to live like this. "Hello?" My eyebrows curled as I heard how down Essence sounded. "Hey, Essence, you okay?" "Yeah." "You sure?" I pressed as I leaned on the island. "Yes." "You're lying to me." She sighed and finally told me, I'm just ready to come home, Mama." "Why? What's wrong?" "Daddy brought us over his girlfriend's house again." "Again? Wait, what? What girlfriend?" "Felicia." I bit my bottom lip and cringed. This nigga just refused to stop torturing me. I had stabbed him in the chest, but he definitely had a fictitious knife in my heart that he was digging in and twisting over and over again. "This isn't your first time there?" "No, he brought us here before, but this is our first time spending the night." "I'm sorry, Essence. I thought he had been taking you to his parents' house all this time. Why didn't you tell me?" "I don't know." "Kids," I thought, shaking my head. "Well, unfortunately, there is nothing I can do about him taking you there. He has the right to. These are the things that are going to happen since we aren't together anymore. Unless she is hurting you or something." "No, she's not." "Okay. Is Elijah asleep?" "Yeah, he fell asleep watching TV." "Okay, baby. Well, call me if you need me." "Okay." "Essence, I mean it. Call me if you need me." "Okay, Ma." "Bye, baby. Love you." "Love you too, Mommy." As I hung up, I couldn't ignore the gut feeling that something was really wrong with Essence. But hell, there was. Even though she always said that the sexual assault incident wasn't bothering her or making her think any bad thoughts, I knew that it had to be. I made a mental note to get my baby into some therapy. Luckily, her first therapy appointment would be in a few weeks. Before walking out of the kitchen, my cell phone was ringing again. I frowned, seeing that it was Fabe. I hadn't talked to him in a while, so I answered, fighting the urge to get back to that soothing foot massage that was taking my mind off of all of my bad thoughts. "Hello?" "Hey, Soleil. I didn't catch you at a bad time, did I?" "No, what's up?" Then I braced myself. So much had been going on with Ra and the people around him. Kane was still missing. Lavelle and Nell had been killed. It seemed like everyone around Ra was dropping, except for the main motherfucker that I wish would go away, Ra. "I wanted to talk to you about something, but I really need you to keep this between me and you. It can't get back to Ra." "Okay," I agreed. I'm serious, Soleil, Fabe urged. It will help your case, but if it gets back to Ra before your trial, she might get too scared to help you. I understand. What's going on? I pressed. He took a deep breath and said, Ra hit Aaliyah right before you stabbed him. She has pictures and everything. There's evidence of him being abusive. She's willing to testify for your defense. You gotta tell your lawyer. Of course, I was dumbfounded. Really? Yeah. I hadn't thought about Aaliyah since the night I got arrested, but I definitely had thought of her while stabbing Ra. Thoughts of her and her baby had swam through my mind along with all of the other things he had put me through. After leaving her house on Christmas Day, I had plans to go back to talk to her. I wanted to know everything. I wanted to know how long she and Ra had been together. I wanted to know how old her baby was. I then knew that Ra had made me get that abortion because he already had a 1-month-old to feed, so that anger had tightened my grip on that knife as well. But now I was too consumed with wanting my freedom to care about any of that anymore. Wait, why is she willing to do this for me? Because I talked her into it. Okay. My confusion came out slow and long. I still didn't get why Ra's brother and his side bitch were willing to help me. But you cannot say shit to anyone except your lawyer, especially that you heard this from me, Fabe went on. Why? What's the big deal? She and Ra aren't together anymore. I knew that Essence had just said that Felicia was Ra's girlfriend now, but it was totally possible that both of those women thought they were his woman, just as they had when he and I were together. No, and she's hiding out from him for a good reason. You can give your lawyer my contact info so that he can talk to her. Damn, I cursed in shock that Aaliyah had obviously finally gotten some sense. Okay, well, tell her that I said thank you so much. I will. Keep your head up, Soleil. Thank you, Fabe. 29. Soleil. I had grown so tired of courtrooms. Every time I stepped into one, the smell made me nauseous. The whole courtroom smelled like old wood and coffee gone stale. It had that dry, recycled air that clung to the back of my throat and made it harder to breathe. My palms were damp, my heart was jittery, and no matter how many times I told myself to breathe, the air still felt trapped in my chest. Today was the beginning of my trial. We were just waiting on the judge to come in and call things to order. Every tick of the clock stretched like it was trying to choke me. Each second dragged me closer to a moment I couldn't run from. And then, like I couldn't have been imagining it, I could smell him. I turned and Priest was sitting in the row behind me. I blinked twice, sure I was tripping. Out of all the faces I expected to see, his was the last. My stomach knotted up worse than it already was. He watched me like he was telling me without words that he had me, that I wasn't alone in this. I turned halfway, whispering sharply, "Why are you here?" He smiled. "Why wouldn't I be?" Heat burned my face, not the good kind either. Shame crawled all over me. "I don't want you to see me like this, Priest." "I already see you," he murmured, low enough for just me. "I see everything, and I'm not leaving." I shook my head, feeling my throat getting tighter. "This is humiliating. I don't want you to hear—" "Stop. You think a courtroom can make me look at you different? Hell nah. You don't scare me, and neither does this." His words made me dizzy. My nerves had been gnawing me up since dawn, but him being here was a different kind of storm, one that was breaking down walls. I wanted to argue, to make him leave before my lawyer came back and the trial started, but the way his eyes pinned me said he wasn't going anywhere. I let out a shaky sigh as I sank back into my chair. My whole chest felt hot, with a weird blend of gratefulness and embarrassment. I wanted him gone, but I also didn't want to be here without him. So I stayed quiet, and he stayed put. Aaliyah. I was sweating profusely as I walked into a courtroom, being led to the witness stand by a bailiff. Soleil's lawyer had promised to try to close the court during my testimony for my safety, but he had failed to prove any immediate danger, so Ra was there, glaring at me and seething. I knew that if he could, he would have killed me right then. I just kept reminding myself that he couldn't have brought a gun into the courthouse and that none of the bailiffs would let him get to me. As I walked past the small crowd, I saw his parents, who were still in the courtroom, staring a hole in my face. His father had always had this intimidating stare, much like Ra, making me cringe under his eyesight. I was trying to find someone to focus on as they swore me in, but there was no one. To help protect me, Fabe had to stay home. I didn't want anyone in his family noticing anything between us, even from a distance. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Nervously, I replied, I do. You may be seated. Please state your name for the record. Aaliyah Grant, I stuttered. I fought the nerves. I wanted to do this. After thinking on it for a few days, I was even more determined to do this. I hadn't known that Soleil was his main chick. When she had come to my house on Christmas, I was so rude to her, without even knowing. Now knowing that she also was suffering from having her kids taken away from her around that time, I felt terrible for how I treated her. Without knowing, I was part of this woman's pain. I wasn't that type of chick, so I wanted to do something to make it right. As Soleil's lawyer started to question me, I answered them just as we had practiced during our meeting the day before. When he brought the picture of my swollen black eye up on the projector, I watched as a few people cringed, even Soleil. But Ra still sat there, haughty, and with no sympathy in his eyes. Thank you, Aaliyah. The defense rests, Your Honor. As Soleil's lawyer returned to his seat, I nervously waited to see if the prosecution would question me. Soleil's lawyer had said that there was a chance he wouldn't, to attempt to save as much of his case as my testimony had destroyed. But before the judge could ask, there was a squeal heard through the courtroom, shrieking, "He hit me too!" Gasps could be heard as everyone's eyes tried to find the source of the voice. My eyes landed on a girl with Soleil's face as she clung to a much older man that was trying to quiet her, but she kept talking as tears fell down her face. "He hit me," she shrieked again. "He smacked me so hard. Please don't take my mama to jail. I don't want him to raise me and my brother. I want my mommy." Mayhem ensued. The much older man and much older woman on the other side of who I now knew to be Essence was trying to soothe her. Murmurs and gasps could be heard throughout the courtroom. Soleil jumped to her feet and tried to go soothe her daughter, but her lawyer made her stay seated. The judge began to bang his gavel. "That's enough." Everyone in the courtroom froze as we stared at the judge, not believing what had unfolded just that fast. All was quiet, except Essence's sobs. "Take that child out of here and take care of her," the judge ordered. The much older man and woman quickly stood and literally carried Essence away because her legs were so weak as she sobbed uncontrollably. A little boy, who I assumed was Elijah, followed them crying silently. Soleil was all the way turned in her seat at the defense's table watching them. I could see in her eyes the desperation to be with her kids. When they were finally gone, she turned back around and cried into her hands. The judge blew a heavy sigh and said with obvious irritation all over his voice, "Does the prosecution have any questions for the witness?" The prosecutor quickly shook his head while his hand combed his forehead. "No." "Miss Grant," the judge told me, "you are excused." I was happy to stand as the bailiff came to escort me out of the courtroom. I appreciated his presence by my side because Ra's glare had turned into a rage that I had never seen in his eyes before. His eyes followed me all the way out of the courtroom. Even once outside, I feared for my safety. The bailiff was taking me all the way to my car, but I knew that after seeing the rage in Ra's eyes, I could never totally feel safe again. Soleil. I was still so emotional about what had just happened in the courtroom. I'd known Aaliyah would testify for me, but watching her actually do it was so humbling. She didn't owe me that. After everything Ra had done, she could have stayed silent. Instead, she stood on the truth, and that touched me in a way that I couldn't put into words. And then, Essence. My heart had nearly split in half. I wanted to run to her, hold and comfort her, but all I could do was sit there chained by the rules. Watching my daughter confess something she should have never had to even live through left me aching from the inside out. I felt a hot, ugly swell of anger. Not only had my little girl been ruined because of Ra's lies and games, now her father had put his hands on her. Some wrongs deserved punishment, sure, but I knew Ra hadn't just spanked her. Her tears told me that he had acted out of cruelty and maliciousness. I couldn't sit in that chair, fold my hands, and look sorry for what I'd done. I now wished I had finished what I started. I wanted him gone. He'd made monsters out of the people who loved him, and I wanted that to stop for good. My lawyer stood, smoothing his tie. Your Honor, the defense would like to submit a recording into evidence. The prosecutor shot up so fast, her chair screeched across the floor. Objection! I was never made aware of this so-called evidence. This is a surprise attempt to blindside the state, and I strongly oppose its admission. Your Honor, this recording is directly tied to the credibility of the complaining witness, Mr. Razan Ramli. The state has built their case almost entirely on his testimony. This recording demonstrates his willingness to lie and manipulate in order to harm my client. The defense has every right to introduce it. Why wasn't this disclosed sooner, counsel? The judge asked. We only just received it, Your Honor. Its probative value far outweighs any claim of prejudice. If the state is truly interested in the truth, this evidence must be heard. This is improper, Your Honor, the prosecutor argued. The state hasn't had an opportunity to verify its authenticity. Allowing it now is unfair. The judge held up a hand, silencing her. This is a bench trial, Miss Carter. I am the trier of fact. I can weigh the credibility myself. The objection is overruled. The recording will be admitted. The prosecutor sank back into her chair, fuming. I could barely breathe as my lawyer pressed the button on the small black recorder. Everyone quieted in anticipation. The hiss of the speakers filled the silence before Ra's voice spilled into the room. The second it did, I turned to him. Finally, his cocky demeanor wavered. For once, that smug mask of arrogance slid away, replaced with shock that cracked like glass under pressure. His eyes narrowed as they landed on me, and what I saw there wasn't just anger, it was betrayal, as if I'd broken some code by daring to play him like he'd played me all of these years. Me. I just want to know why you lied to the police. Ra. Because I could. One way or another, I'm going to make sure you pay for crossing me. I'd rather it be by my own hands, but by the hands of a judge is good enough. Me. Ra, you know that I am not a violent person and that I would never hurt my kids. You lied to them. You don't have to make this worse for me by lying. Ra. See, that's your problem. You keep forgetting that I can do whatever the fuck I want to do. Me. You know I wasn't jealous of Aaliyah or bitter. I didn't even know about her until recently. I left you. You keep lying and getting me and your kids in real trouble. This is not a game. Essence was sexually assaulted because of these sadistic games you keep playing, Ra. That's why I was mad at you, and you know it. Ra, I tell everybody what they want to hear to get what I want, and I'll keep doing it until you pay for thinking you can ever leave me. Me. Ra, please, this isn't a game. I can go to jail for a long time. Ra, that's the plan, bitch. The judge's face folded into open disgust as Ra's arrogance poured out of the speakers. Across the aisle, the prosecutor's shoulders slumped. For a beat, she looked defeated. The idea had come to me to record that conversation the second Ra answered my call that day. For years, he'd hidden his true self behind charm, lies, and love bombing. But I now knew that he was a narcissist who couldn't resist taunting me if he thought he had the upper hand. So I baited him, impressed where I knew he couldn't help but brag. And he did exactly what I expected. And I was able to preserve his filth in real time. I watched Ra's shock curdle into rage as he heard his own voice betray him. I could see the wheels turning behind his cold eyes. I knew that look. He didn't lose without coming for blood. Even knowing that, I didn't look away, because I finally felt like I had won a round. I'm so sorry, Essence. I cried into the top of her head as I held her tightly in the back of my mother's car. Oh my God, why didn't you tell me? He told me that he would make sure that you stayed in jail forever if I said anything. I was scared, but Mama, I never want to be around him again. He smacked me so hard. I reached for her chin and lifted her face. The setting sun shined on her face through the car windows. I didn't see any bruises, and I was grateful. My mother had smacked me a few times when I was younger, but that had been when my fast butt was out in the streets. I had deserved it. But I just could not imagine Ra having a legitimate reason to chastise Essence. And knowing how menacing Ra was, I knew he hadn't simply been chastising my baby. Why did he hit you? He said he doesn't like my attitude. He said I act too much like you. Then he called you the B word, and I told him not to call you that, and he smacked me. Hearing that, my mother and father were shaking their heads in the front seat. My stomach turned as I watched the sadness in my kids' eyes. It had been about an hour since my father had taken Essence out of the courtroom. It took that much time for the judge to recess until Friday, when the prosecution would have a chance to present their case, and then the judge would make his ruling. As soon as we were dismissed, I raced out of the courtroom with my lawyer by my side to find Essence. I didn't even focus on the fact that I had just seen Ra for the first time since I had stabbed him. I grabbed Essence again and hugged her so tight. She had stopped crying, but my tears had just begun. I felt so unfit, like I was failing her. I'm so sorry, Essence. I apologized as I stroked her big, fluffy twist out. You never have to see him again. You sure don't, my mother added. Despite Ra's threats, I wasn't subjecting my kids to him again. He could take me away from them, but even behind bars, I would see to it that he was never around to influence my kids. I had initially trusted that even though he was the worst to me, he had always been a good father. But I was now seeing that his ruthlessness was becoming so chaotic that everybody was falling victim to it. Mommy? Elijah's tearful voice brought me out of my trance. I looked into his eyes, and his tears broke my heart even more. Are you really going to go to jail forever? I broke down. The tears that I had managed to hold back were now flowing from my eyes nonstop. I don't know, I answered honestly. I didn't want to lie to them. I didn't want to set them up for failure. My attorney had told me that Aaliyah's testimony and Essence's outburst had helped my case tremendously, and the recording was the break we needed. Ra's own words had torn the state's entire theory in half. My attorney said the judge couldn't ignore the way Ra admitted to lying and couldn't look past how clear his malice had been. For the first time in weeks, I felt some hope. But fear came right behind it. I knew trials weren't won on one piece of evidence. The prosecutor wasn't going to just fold and go home. She'd already been staring at me like I was prey, waiting for her chance to rip me apart. And that chance was coming. My lawyer didn't want to call me to testify, but we knew the prosecutor would. And I knew she was going to make sure I looked like the villain Ra had painted me to be.
Ra. Hours later, I was still seething. Sitting at my bar cuffing a double shot of Hennessy, I was thinking of how many ways I could kill Aaliyah. God damn, I cursed while looking at my phone as it started to ring. I shook my head as I saw Felicia's name flashing back at me. That broad had been blowing my phone up for 2 hours. She had to have called me 100 times. I guessed that she had finally gotten home and realized that all of my things were gone. That morning before court, I had picked up the keys to my new spot and taken all of my belongings over there. I was prepared to sleep on the floor before I forced myself to sleep next to Felicia again. I ignored the call, put my phone on silent, and went back to plotting against Aaliyah. Ever since I'd come up on so much cash, I hadn't really given the bitch a second thought. But now that she had the nerve to testify against me, I was obsessed with making her pay. I should have never let her live after she'd come against me the first time. Ra? My eyes darted angrily toward the hand on my shoulder. I stared at the female hand with the same fire in my eyes that had been there since I saw Aaliyah come through those courtroom doors as the defense's witness. My glare had made whoever it was pull their hand away quickly. I looked up and saw a familiar pretty face, but couldn't place her. "It's me, Jackie." When I kept looking at her like I still didn't know who she was, she said, "I met you here one day with your brother?" "Oh, yeah," I said as it dawned on me. Then I looked behind her. "Where's my brother? He's with you?" Fabe was still acting real shady. He hadn't even been in the court that day. Jackie slightly pouted as she sat on the bar stool next to me. "No, he isn't here with me. That's why I came here." I instantly got irritated. I recognized the look on Jackie's face. She was a woman scorned, and I was not about to be in the middle of her and my brother's toxicity. I had my own shit to deal with. I had no room for managing one of my brother's hoes. "He hasn't been answering my calls," she went on. "I just wanted to make sure he was okay. I want to know what's going on with him that has him treating me this coldly." Shit. That made 2 of us. "Why isn't he answering your calls? Y'all broke up?" She sighed, saying, "We weren't ever together, to be honest. I found out that he has a girlfriend, and they have a baby." "Wait, what?" I chuckled. This chick was talking crazy. My brother definitely didn't have a baby. It was possible that he had a woman that I knew nothing about, but not a baby. "He has a baby. He cut things off between us after the new year and tried to say that we weren't meant to be together. But then I showed up at his house one day. I wanted to work things out, and honestly, I still do. That's why I've been calling him. But anyway, when I got to his house, this light-skinned chick was sitting on his couch all comfortable and shit, and there was a baby in a bassinet. Why else would he be with a woman with a baby that small unless it's his?" "Stop lying," I laughed. "I swear." "How'd she look?" I needed to know who this woman was, because Fabe hadn't said anything about expecting a baby. "Light skin, long weave, real thick, kind of young. She was pretty, I guess." She frowned as she shrugged. "Nose ring?" I reached for my phone. Jackie watched the scowl that came over my face as I went to Instagram to find Aaliyah's page. She hadn't updated it in months, since she had stolen my bread. I clicked on the most recent picture of her and Junior right after she had had Raw. Is that her? She looks a little fatter in that picture, but She paused and then nodded. Yeah, that's her. Fabe. Woo shit, Aaliyah exclaimed as she slumped on the couch. Holding Junior, I was looking down on her with a smile full of respect. I was proud of my baby for what she had done that day. Leaving this morning, I could see the nerves in her eyes, but she'd tried to leave like she wasn't scared. Now, she was tired as hell, and it showed. All that hair had lost the curls that she took 30 minutes putting in it that morning. Her eyes were heavy. She had changed out of the skirt, blouse, and heels that she had worn to court. Now, she was wearing a comfortable pair of leggings, gym shoes, and a bomber jacket. Even though she was obviously worn out, she looked casually and naturally sexy to me. She'd had a long day. After testifying in court, she had called me crying. I spent her entire ride home talking her into calming down. Since I was still off work, I was waiting at the new crib with Junior when she barged through the door, still shaking. I couldn't believe how things had gone down in court. But I wasn't surprised that Raw had put his hands on Essence. That nigga was unraveling because he was losing control. To get her mind off of things, I had taken her and Junior out of the house for the rest of the day. She had been so busy hiding from Raw that she hadn't had a good time in a long time. There wasn't much we could do during the daytime with the baby, so I took them downtown. We walked Michigan Avenue, had lunch, chilled in Millennium Park, and enjoyed the warmer weather. Now she was beat, and so was I. You hungry? I asked her. Hell yeah, she sighed as she kicked off her shoes. I walked that lunch off. We can Grubhub it tonight. Cool. I'll go lay Junior down. Thank you. The new house had 3 bedrooms. I'd given the smallest one to my nephew's son. Even though he was so small that he rarely slept alone, I had hooked his room up with an Iron Man-themed nursery, since that had been my favorite superhero when I was a shorty. After laying him down, I felt my phone vibrating in my pocket. I took it out as I made my way out of the nursery. But I stopped in my tracks when I unlocked it and saw the text messages that were coming through. Raw. Jackie showed up at the club tonight. I know everything. Raw. So, you fucking my broad? You knew she was testifying in court today? You a bitch-ass nigga. You disloyal bitch-made nigga. Raw. I'm on your ass, nigga. Hers, too. You shady motherfuckers are dead. Dead. You hear me? And you know I'll do it. You know me, nigga. That bitch stole from me, and now y'all plotting against me. You fucking ops. You know what happens to snitches. I stalked towards our bedroom, barged through the door, and went straight for the walk-in closet. Then I reached up on the shelf under the pile of my folded white tees and grabbed my gun. Raw was right. I knew him. I knew his potential to not give a fuck. That nigga had threatened me once, but I wasn't going to give him a second time. Fabe, Aaliyah jumped to her feet as she watched me barge into the living room. She looked from the scowl on my face to the gun that I was gripping in my hand. What the fuck? What's wrong? Raw knows about us. She raced towards me and held both of my arms gently, making me look at her. How? Jackie. I spat through my clenched jaw. She went up to Black Ice, running her mouth. Aaliyah cringed. Oh my God. On God, I'm killing that nigga. What? You stole $300,000 from him. You testified in Soleil's defense. That nigga calling us the ops. He is killed for less, and I'm not waiting for that nigga to come to me. I'll be at that club when that motherfucker lock up tonight and end all of this shit. Fabe, calm down. I couldn't calm down. Raw had woke up a beast. I was rocking from side to side, nostrils flaring, jaws clenched so tight that it hurt. I could see nothing but red. I don't trust what he will do next. I am not about to keep hiding from this nigga like I'm some type of bitch. I have been doing this for you, but now I gotta do what the fuck I gotta do. It's either me or him. Baby, Aaliyah called my name, trying to get my attention, but I was too wrapped up in my own anger. Fabe! What? Please don't do this. Why the fuck not? Because what if you get caught? Then what is going to happen to me? Who is going to be here for me? Who is going to love me? Babe, I'm sorry. I gotta do this. I won't feel like a man if I let this motherfucker continuously get away with threatening my woman. And now he is threatening me. Carlos is dead. Lavelle and Nell is dead. His own fucking cousin is missing. All 4 of them was tight with Ra. Now they all dead or missing, and that's not a coincidence. When I first heard about Kane, I figured one of his ops had finally gotten revenge. But when Lavelle and Nell wound up dead, something in my gut told me that Ra had to have something to do with all of it. And I don't want you to be next, Aaliyah begged. I won't be. You don't know that. That motherfucker manages to get rid of everyone around him. Please. When she broke down and started sobbing, she broke my rage-filled trance. The part of me that loved her overtook the savage in me. She collapsed into my chest, and I wrapped my arms around her, gun still gripped in my right hand. Please don't do this, she pleaded tearfully. I tossed the gun on the love seat next to us so that I could hold her tighter. Then I sighed. It's okay, baby. I don't want anything to happen to you. Please don't. I won't. But for the first time, I had lied to Aaliyah. I knew my brother. To him, this was war. And I refused for this woman to be his next victim. So I had to ensure that I took this nigga out.
30. Kalani. The Songs of Moses had dropped at midnight on every streaming platform, and the video had gone live on YouTube. By that afternoon, my phone was still lighting up fireworks. All morning and afternoon, while Trent was at school, me and my man did nothing but celebrate under the covers, with a bottle of tequila and a sexy playlist on repeat. The entire day had been a loop of drinking, dreaming, scrolling, making out, and fucking. I had on this little rose print lounge set with thin straps on a cropped top that barely held my large breasts and tiny shorts. Moses was in nothing but briefs. The fabric hugged him tight and showed every line of his perfect dick. He was sprawled on his back with one arm behind his head and the other holding my phone so we could scroll the comments together. The room smelled like tequila, weed, sex, and him. My chin rested on his chest as I smiled up into his eyes. "Read that one again." He grinned, and like always, it knocked me off balance. "This the one. Moses ain't just rapping, he's baptizing the beat." He laughed and kissed my forehead. I excitedly took the phone and scrolled. The views, likes, and shares were climbing. "Is that his real girl in the video? Y'all cute as fuck." I grinned. Ooh, someone else said, "It's so nice to see a real curvy body. Not that fake shit. Shorty got body." I was beaming. We're about to be one of those famous rap couples, like Ari and Moneybagg Yo. Moses started cracking up as my eyes bulged, like I'd gotten a great idea. "I need to get my body done, baby." He started cracking up. "No, you don't." "Yes, I do. You're about to be a star, and I have to look perfect on your arm." His grip found my waist under the covers and dragged me closer. "You're already perfect, baby." I couldn't stop smiling. I actually looked hot in that video. My waist was cinched, booty was sitting, titties were popping, and my face was beat to perfection. I could still feel the heat from the hot tub scene where I climbed in his lap. Still feel the wind from the motorcycle shot whipping my hair while I wrapped my arms tight around him. Still hear the director shouting, "One more take," while we slid into the pool and kissed like there was no one else in the world. It was wild and fun. And he swore I ate every frame. He wasn't lying. Standing next to him like that, all dialed up, I felt like one of those it girls. "I'm so proud of you, baby. You really did that." "We," he corrected. We did that. They are talking about us in that video just as much as the song. He kissed me, and his hand slid up the back of my thigh, while the other cupped my face. When we broke apart, both of us were cheesing. I read another comment out loud. When Shorty stepped into that hot tub, it was over. She thick as hell. Shorty is my girl, he said, pulling me across him until I was straddling his hips. What if this really happens? I asked. Like, what if labels start calling and this leads to sold-out shows and you on every playlist? I'm scared to hope, he admitted. But if it does, first thing I'm doing is making sure you don't ever put on a uniform again unless you're playing dress up for me. I pretended to think about it, dragging my fingertips over the hard plane of his stomach. I mean, who wouldn't mind trading name tags for red carpets? Good, he murmured, kissing my collarbone, then lower. Because I like you like this happy and giddy. My phone buzzed again between us, and we both groaned. I fished it up and held it so we could read yet another comment. This song feels like the city, like late nights riding down 75th Street. I was beaming. They get it. They feel it, he said proudly, as if he couldn't believe it. I looked at him, at the chain glinting on his throat, the confidence under his skin, the softness he saved for me, and a wave of pride hit me so strong it almost brought tears to my eyes. The internet was catching on to what I already knew. Moses was the truth. Come here, I whispered, leaning down to kiss him again, basking in his taste of liquor and forever. Moses, get up! He groaned as I climbed over him. What, baby? The response from the video had been great all night. Il One had come over late last night and dragged Moses out to celebrate the successful release of the single and video. I didn't mind staying home with Trenton because I was tired from all the private celebrating Moses and I had been doing. Moses hadn't come back until almost 5 a.m, but he had to get up. This couldn't wait. I was bouncing up and down in the bed on my knees and lightly smacking his arm. Get up, get up, I chanted, continuously hitting him. What, girl? He laughed groggily. Look at this. Your video is going viral. Oh, that got his attention. His eyes popped open. I shoved my phone in his face. He squinted, trying to adjust his eyes to the sudden light. You see? 2 million views in 24 hours. And look. Wait, he said as I snatched my phone out of his hand. I hadn't even given him a chance to see for himself. I was just so excited. I closed the Facebook app and then went to my Instagram app and put the hashtag Songs of Moses in the search engine. Once all the posts had populated, I gave him the phone back. It's going viral on Instagram too. The Shade Room and Baller Alert posted it. Looking at the phone with amazement in his sleepy eyes, he sat up with a grin slowly forming as he scrolled through the different posts. Blogs were talking about it. Other rappers had reposted it. Dancers were already making routines to it. I continued to bounce up and down, squealing. I was so fucking happy. Moses' music had always done well, but had never gone viral. Nigga, we made it, I chanted in my Drake voice. Oh, shit, Moses sang as he stared at the phone with this huge smile on his face. Can you believe it? Where my phone at? Reaching over to the nightstand, he grabbed his phone and unlocked it. Damn, my phone been blowing up. With the same grin on his face, Moses stared into his phone as he went through notifications, his call log, and text messages. I loved the look in his eyes. It looked like happiness and winning. Moses hadn't had that look on his face since the first time he heard himself on a recorded track. I was so happy for him. No wonder Rob was blowing me up last night. He must have saw it too, Moses said with a grunt and shake of his head. And he probably saw those pictures of you in VIP popping bottles with ill one. He's going to try to snake his way back in. He probably feels like you owe him since he feels like he made you. I don't care what he feels like. He can ride this wave with me. I smiled. I couldn't express how happy for and proud of him I was. I leaned over and kissed him, stank morning breath and awe. You know you're famous now, right? He spoke into our kiss. I giggled and sat back. No, I'm not. Yes, you are. I shook my head shyly and cringed, but he was right. My Instagram followers had grown overnight. I had gone from only 1,000 to 10,000. I had hella Facebook friend requests. I had so many mentions, it felt weird. But I was happy that the world now knew who Moses Woman was. I don't know if I want this to lead to something big or not. Cocking my head to the side, I looked at him like he had two heads. What do you mean? He shrugged, saying, I guess I'm scared to dream at this point. This could be my 15 minutes of fame. They could start talking about somebody else tomorrow and forget about me. I don't want to lose focus on my responsibilities because people are talking about me today. I gotta worry about tomorrow and the next day and the next. I was grinning at him so hard that he had to chuckle. Why are you looking at me like that? Because, I sang, my boyfriend is growing into a man. Soleil. I smiled as I scrolled through the search results on Instagram for #Songs of Moses. I had been so stressed out about my case that I hadn't even been on social media in a few days. I had had no idea that Moses' video had even released, let alone gone viral, until Kalani showed up at my parents' house a few minutes ago. Her smile was so big as she bounced through the door. I was so jealous of her happiness and the positive changes that were happening for her and her family. The only ray of sunshine in my life was Priest, but I had been so overwhelmed with stress since the trial started that I couldn't spend any alone time with him. I just felt like any free moment that I had should have been spent with my kids or getting my affairs in order, in case I was found guilty that Friday. But despite my own drama, as I looked at the world talking about Moses, I finally felt a little bit of happiness. Sitting beside me, Kalani's smile was so infectious that no matter my sadness, I felt it. I couldn't believe that Moses had started popping like that overnight. Now, not only did Chicago know his name, but the whole world did. That's so cool, Kalani. Sitting my phone on the table, I tried to smile wholeheartedly. I had made my lips curve upward, but I could feel the sadness and heaviness in it. Kalani must have seen it too because she looked at me and pouted. I'm sorry, Soleil. Why? I asked her. Because I came over here throwing my happiness all in your face while you're going through this. You are worried about your life. I know you couldn't care less about a damn music video. No, I insisted. I care. I'm really happy for you. I'm just scared that... I felt the tears coming. I didn't bother to stop them. They had been flowing since Monday. They had been overflowing as the days drew nearer and nearer to when my fate would finally be decided. I'm scared that you'll be flying to L.A., popping bottles, backstage at his concerts, and I won't be there to do it with you like we planned. I couldn't hold my head up any longer. It fell into my folded arms as they rested on the dining room table. I could feel Kalani rubbing my back as I gave in to the tears and allowed the pain to come out. I got you. I swear to God I do. Kalani's words had tears in them as well. If you go down for this, I got you. I don't care if I'm still working a 9-to-5 or on a tour bus. Your kids are going to be right there with me. I sat up and looked at her. You promise? I swear, girl. She reached out and didn't give me a chance. She threw her arms around me and brought me in, holding me tight. We rocked back and forth and just cried. Nobody is judging you for this, Kalani cried. You know that, right? You don't have to feel bad. But I do. Why did I do this to my kids? Because he pushed you, Kalani insisted, while still holding me and rocking in this sadness with me. He deserved it, and he is going to get his. I don't even care about that anymore. I don't care if he pays. Just keep him away from my kids, please. Okay. And make sure my babies stay in therapy, especially Essence. She keeps saying that she's okay, but I can see how angry she is on the inside. She needs help. The sobs were choking me. I can't even be here to fix my baby. Letting me go, Kalani sat back, wiping her face dry. Tears were still in her eyes as she told me, You don't know that, Soleil. There is a chance that the jury will believe that you were acting in self-defense, especially after what happened in court the other day. I wiped my face as well, trying to calm down. I was taking slow, deep breaths as I said, I don't know, Kalani. They just keep pressing that there was no evidence that he put his hands on me that night or ever, for that matter. And they keep harping on how many times I stabbed him and what position he had to be in when he was stabbed. They are proving that I wasn't being attacked at the time, that I was attacking him. You have to think positive, Soleil. I gotta be real, Kalani. This shit ain't no movie or fairy tale. It's real life, and I can get real time. That judge believing that I was acting in self-defense will be a miracle, and I haven't had one of those in a long time.
31. Moses. You need a manager? I shook my head at Eli's suggestion as I lay back in the bed watching TV while Kalani got dressed for work.
Is that what you're calling me for? I asked into the phone.
You called me first thing in the morning with this? Because I'm on your ass about this. I'm not letting you give up. Get a manager. I frowned. For what? He chuckled. What do you mean for what? You're about to be famous. I can't tell. Ain't nobody hitting my line yet. Trust me, it's coming. No offense, but I've heard this before, Eli. As Kalani dried her body off, she giggled and shook her head, but I knew she felt me. I was feeling my dick growing as I watched her dry those droplets of water from her thick ass. Just trust me, I heard Eli say. I nudged her booty softly as she sat on the side of the bed. When she turned around, I grabbed my dick through my shorts and bit my lip. She just laughed and shook her head. Those execs say anything to you yet? I asked Eli. No, but, well, I don't want to hear shit until they do, I spat. You may not even need them. Cut out the middleman and go independent. It's smarter that way. It's the broke way, too, I argued. You won't be broke for long. I grunted. Here you go. Show me where the money's at then. It's coming. It's only been 2 days. Your single hasn't even been released for 48 hours yet. Exactly. So until I see some proof, I ain't banking on this shit. I'm gonna make you eat your words, Moses, he taunted me. Yeah, aight. You better get in the lab and get some songs ready for this album. I shook my head. This motherfucker was talking crazy. But I just told him, yeah, I gotta go. Get a manager, Moses. He got in before I ended the call. Whatever, I spat before I hung up. Kalani laughed and shook her head as she slipped on the pants to her uniform. Y'all are funny. No, he is funny. He is convinced that you're going to blow up. Yeah, Ra was too. Just as I started to admire Kalani's titties sitting up nice and perky in the bra she had put on, the doorbell rang. We both glanced questionably at each other. It was only 10 in the morning. We weren't expecting anyone. I got it, I told her as I got out of bed. On my way out of the room, I grabbed a t-shirt from the floor and threw it on. You good, little man? I asked Trenton once I got into the living room. He was sitting fully dressed on the couch watching cartoons and waiting for his mama to drop him off at daycare on her way to the gig. Yep, was all he said without looking away from SpongeBob. The doorbell rang again. so I hit a light jog to the door and looked through the peephole. I damn near shitted bricks when I saw who was on the other side. They hadn't even said who they were, but I knew detectives when I saw them. Shit, I cursed under my breath. I was spooked. I contemplated between opening the door or running out the back door. I didn't know what they wanted, but I knew that detectives didn't come to nobody's door without a damn good reason. They started to beat on the door. "Moses, get the door. What are you doing?" I could hear Kalani fussing. I was still thinking about running. I looked back at Trenton and decided against it. Running would only give me more time for whatever these motherfuckers were here to charge me with. As I opened the door, I ran over in my mind all I had done to bring these motherfuckers to my doorstep. I had been involved with so much shit that there was no way to guess. "May I help you?" I tried to look as calm as possible as I stared at the two black detectives standing on the other side of the door. "Are you Moses?" one of them asked. "Yes." "I'm Detective Strong," he told me. "And this is Detective Jackson. Can we come in?" "What's this about?" I asked, still standing in the doorway. When Detective Strong said, "Carlos Santiago," I felt like I was about to shit on myself, real talk. Fuck. "Sir, let us in and we can discuss that. Or we can take you to the station," Detective Jackson threatened. "Which one do you prefer?" I pressed my lips into a thin line to keep myself from talking shit and let them in. I could hear Kalani walking into the living room behind me. All of the excitement I was just feeling was gone. Whatever was about to happen to me, I would have to just do the time. But I hated that I was about to let Kalani down. Again. "Have a seat," I told them. I scooped up Trenton and sat down, sitting him on my lap. Kalani sat beside me, asking them, "What's going on?" "We're here to take some DNA from you, Moses," Detective Jackson told me. Right then, I knew my life was over. If they wanted DNA, they were going to match it to my blood that was left all over Carlos's living room floor. I had feared this day was coming because Raw had been so sloppy that day. The possibility of getting caught had gnawed at me day and night. I hadn't pulled the trigger, but I was there, and that was enough for the police. Kalani had stood by me even when I didn't deserve it. That only made it worse. Every time I looked at her, I saw everything I stood to lose. The idea of being locked in a cell while she carried the weight of our life alone made me feel empty. I'd promised her forever, promised to give her the world. Instead, I might be giving her a lifetime without me, filled with trying to hold everything together alone. The thought of leaving her, of letting her down like that, cut deeper than the bullet ever had. But I coolly asked, "Why? What's my DNA got to do with Carlos?" Detective Jackson answered, "During our investigation, we found out that you are an associate of his. You were shot that day. There were 2 sets of DNA on the scene. We need your DNA to see if it's a match. Why would my DNA be there?" "You were shot the same night of his murder, and you still don't recall what happened," Detective Strong answered. "We have a warrant for your DNA. We just need a quick swab, and we'll be out of your way." "Okay." Kalani put a hand on my leg and asked me, "Shouldn't you get a lawyer first?" There was no need for a lawyer. Either way, they would get my DNA. Nah, it's all good. Detective Strong went into his pocket, pulled out a pair of latex gloves and put them on. Then he took an envelope from his pocket, a Q-tip from the envelope, stood, and walked towards me. "Open your mouth, please," he said. I did. The entire time he swabbed my cheeks with 3 different Q-tips, I knew that my life would be over soon. The police wouldn't care if I knew about that robbery or not. It was a wrap. Game over. "Thank you, Moses. That's all we'll be needing for now," Detective Strong said, putting the swabs in the envelope. I stood to walk them to the door. After sitting Trenton on the couch, I followed them as they strolled towards the door. Before leaving, Detective Jackson looked back at me and told me, "Don't leave the state." I just nodded and opened the door for them. I wanted to kick their asses for showing up and ruining my day, but it wasn't their fault. Rob was the one that needed his ass whooped and more. As I locked the door, I felt like I should have killed that nigga when I had the chance. As soon as the door closed, Kalani broke. 1 second, she was pacing the living room, hands pulling at her hair. The next, she was collapsing onto the couch with sobs coming out of her throat so hard it sounded like pain was trying to break free. "They're gonna take you from me." Her whole body shook as she cried. "They won't care that you didn't pull the trigger or that you didn't know what was about to happen. They don't care about any of that. They're gonna see your record, your skin, and that's it. That's all they'll need to send you away for the rest of your life." I didn't know what to say because everything she'd said was true. I dropped down beside her and pulled her into me. She hit my chest with the side of her fist like she was mad at me for being hers to lose. I wrapped her tighter, whispering, "Baby, I'm so sorry." Her voice was muffled as she cried into my shirt. "I can't do life without you. I can't raise our son alone. I can't sleep at night knowing they locked you up forever for something Ra did. It's not fair. It's not fucking fair." I pressed my chin to the top of her head, breathing her in so that I could remember her scent at night when it wasn't next to me anymore. My hands rubbed her back, trying to soothe her, but inside I was crumbling just as bad as she was. I couldn't tell her she was wrong. I couldn't promise her that the truth would save me. I was a black man with a record and a past they'd be too happy to make me pay for. All the consoling in the world couldn't change the fact that I was staring down forever, and it hurt worse knowing I was breaking the heart of the only woman who had ever stood solid beside me. I kissed the crown of her head, feeling my eyes burning. "I love you, Kalani," I whispered into her hair, holding her like I could shield her from this shitstorm. But deep down, I knew I couldn't shield her from this. Ra. I was flying down the street towards Fabe's crib with my gun in my lap. This wasn't about the money anymore. This was about respect. Aaliyah and Fabe had disrespected me. These motherfuckers had been fucking. I knew it. This bitch-ass nigga had my fucking money, my woman, and my son. Who the fuck did he think he was playing with? That nigga was about to die over that pussy tonight. I sped into his driveway. I didn't give a fuck who saw me. I was unraveling. I was being sloppy. I was the man. I was that nigga. Motherfuckers were supposed to fear me, love me, follow me. And they weren't. Every motherfucking body around me was coming against me. My control was leaving, and I didn't like that at all. I started to beat on the door with my gun. The sounds echoed around me and bounced off the houses in the neighborhood. It was night, but the bougie neighborhood was lit up with lamps in every yard, so I could see that Fabe's house was pitch black. Too dark for anyone to be there. I looked around the house for a way inside. I knew that my money was in there. They hadn't spent $300,000 already, nor would he risk putting it in the bank. I was living comfortably off the money I stole from my last robbery, but Fabe and Aaliyah wasn't about to live off of my bread. I noticed that the blinds in the window next to the door were slightly open. I looked through the window and thought I saw nothing. I squinted, looked harder, and yeah, I definitely saw nothing. The house was empty. There was no furniture, no television, nothing. They had moved. Fuck. I howled as I beat the door one last time with the gun. Suddenly, I heard screeching tires. I spun around to see squad cars spinning into the driveway. Officers jumped out with guns drawn. "Put the fucking gun down, now!" I dropped the gun on the concrete steps, and police officers rushed me. Ah! I bellowed as one officer forced me to the ground. Another forced my arms behind my back, while another put his knee to my chest. Ah! What am I being arrested for? They snatched me up to my feet, and I could hear, "You're being arrested for the murder of Lavelle Mitchell and Nell Lee." After reading my Miranda rights, these detectives actually thought I was going to talk. "Tell us what happened, Ra." There were two detectives sitting down across from me, in front of a small table, in the room I had been sitting in for an hour. after the officers sat me in there. "I'm not telling you shit," I scoffed. "This is your only chance to help yourself, but you're going down for this, one way or the other." The fat one was the only one doing all of the talking. The skinny one was just staring at me like I was another stupid nigga that was making him look bad. "I'm not going down for nothing because I didn't do this shit," I spat. When the fat detective chuckled, I wanted to smack his sloppy ass. Even in handcuffs and facing these charges, I wasn't about to let nobody play me like I was a joke. He was lucky that I was in handcuffs. "You do realize that you have already been arrested. An arrest warrant is only issued when there is proof." "You don't have proof of shit." He sneered, reached into a folder in his hand, and slapped the picture on the desk. Stabbing at the car in the picture, he said, "We have your car caught on camera in the area right after shots were reported being heard." I grimaced, and he smiled. "You sure you don't want to help yourself, son?" He taunted me. "Fuck you. I want a lawyer." The fat one nodded and stood. "Okay, Razan, sit tight. An officer will be in to take you to your cell." I glared at them as they walked out. The fat one left first, then the skinny one looked back at me before leaving. "Oh yeah, we heard that Detective Strong in District 5 is looking at you for the Carlos Santiago murder. He'll be here soon to question you." Then the son of a bitch winked before walking out and closing the door. I kicked the chair across from me hard, and it hit the floor with a bang. Fuck.
32. Soleil. My lawyer said the next court date would probably be the last since there aren't many witnesses left. Knowing that, I decided to spend the night before with Priest. I had spent the day with my parents and my kids. We didn't talk about the what-ifs. My mother wouldn't allow me to. She insisted that we spend time like we normally would. So we did. I let the kids cut school that day. My parents, my kids, and I spent the day in my parents' home watching movies on the couch. Then me, my mother, and Essence cooked together. I had snuck in some life lessons to Essence while showing her how to season and fry chicken and cook the sides. We ate around the table like a happy family, cracking jokes and sharing memories. The whole time I studied each of their faces, memorizing them in case I needed to hold on to that image to survive the days in jail. After dinner, me and the kids went up to my bedroom and got in the bed. We said our prayers and then snuggled with one another until they fell asleep. Then I snuck out of bed, got dressed, and met Priest at his place. "You scared?" Snuggling into his chest, I sighed. "Hell yeah." I could hear him sigh sadly as he held me tighter. The room was so quiet as we lay in his bed, on top of his covers spooning. "You're going to be okay. You're strong as fuck." "I've been strong for so long. I'm tired of being strong," I confessed. "But you gotta be. Just this time. And at the end of all of this, whether you are found innocent or guilty, you can be weak, and I will be strong for you." "Thank you." I nearly cried as tears filled my eyes. I felt him kiss the top of my head as the sweet, masculine smell of his cologne consumed me. I looked up, and even in the darkness, his eyes were piercing with genuineness. Looking at him, I still couldn't believe how much he had been there for me at a time like this. He could have had any woman he wanted, but looking in his eyes, I could see that he genuinely wanted me. I kissed him. I just wanted to be kissed, licked, and touched. All I was thinking was that the next day, I might be taken away for I don't know how long, without the chance to be touched by a man ever again. I wanted it one last time. He rolled over, causing his body to now be on top of mine as he overpowered my mouth. He sucked my bottom lip and lightly bit it, making me cream in my panties. My pussy was throbbing so hard that it was aching. My clit was swelling in my jeans, reaching out to him, wanting to be touched and sucked by him. Resting on his knees, he went for the button on my jeans. Even the feeling of his fingers on my stomach as he fumbled with the button and zipper made me more and more wet. He struggled to get the tight jeans over my hips. I lifted to help him. Then he slid the wet lace thong off of me and threw it to the side. I lifted my own tank over my head and tossed it while he obsessed over the sight of my slippery center looking back at him. He bent down, and just one lick on my clit sent chills through my body. Then he opened my pussy lips and pushed his tongue inside of me. I was having such a dramatic reaction to his tongue tasting the inside of my body that I was embarrassed. When he pulled his tongue out, my pussy was pulsing. I could hear him moan, "Tastes so good." The urge to come was already there, but luckily, he left my pussy and started leaving a trail of kisses all the way up my body. He stopped at my nipples, slipped a finger in my pussy, and started to stroke it while sucking my nipple. One, and then the next, so slowly that I could feel the grooves in those big lips on my nipple. My pussy clamped down on his finger, and my back left the bed, pushing my nipple farther into his mouth and turning my hips in circles, riding his finger. Oh, God. My voice was breathy as I started to come. Using the thumb of the same hand that was fucking me, he started to rub my clit. Still sucking my nipples, he was making me come so hard. Oh, shit. I was rocking and bucking, coming all over his hand. "That's it, baby," he encouraged me. Quivering from the orgasm, I collapsed. He slowly pulled his finger out of me and stared deeply into my weary eyes as he tasted his finger. I giggled. "You're so nasty." He started to take off his shorts, saying, "You like that shit." I couldn't respond. I was staring at his hard dick. It was pretty and so perfect. Resting on his elbow on top of me, he started to feed me that dick. He slowly pushed inside of me, filling me up until my eyes bulged toward the ceiling in amazement of the pressure. Once inside, he lay on top of me, face cradled in my neck as he hammered this pussy.
Raw. I am going to try my best to get you bail, but to be honest, it's not looking good, Raw. My attorney, Brian, shook his head as he stared at papers he was shuffling through. I think the best thing for you is to plead guilty in hopes that they will offer you a deal. I glowered at my attorney from across the table. I'm paying you all this money, and that's the best you got? Once I got a phone call last night. I had to call Felicia. In case I was granted bail, I needed her to get to my stash and bail me out. I hadn't talked to her since I moved out. I didn't want to ask for her help because it would only make her think she had a chance to get back with me, but I didn't have anybody else to call. I had killed all my friends. I was too ornery to call my parents, and none of my other bitches were an option. "I'm sorry, Razan," Brian said, still shaking his damn head. "But they have good evidence against you. Text messages indicate that you were with Lavelle and Nell the night they got killed. All three of your cell phones were pinging off the same towers at the time of the murder. Your car was seen on a camera 2 blocks away from the murder scene after shots were heard." Okay, motherfucker. I smacked my hand on the table in the interview room, causing a loud crashing sound. The officer outside of the door looked inside, but Brian shook his head, telling him that everything was fine. But everything was not fine. I'd been so greedy that I got sloppy. "Another murder charge is pending against you once the DNA comes back on the Carlos Santiago case," Brian went on. "They have Moses' DNA. They think it will match that of the unknown person's blood left on the scene. Will it?" I just stared at him. He blew his breath, frustrated. Look, Ra, if you want me to be able to defend you, I need some answers. It will help your case tremendously if you give the prosecution something to work with. You can possibly get a good deal if Moses was the one behind all of this. Was he?
Aaliyah. In the case of Lavelle, Mitchell, and Nell Lee, how do you plead? When Ra replied, "Not guilty," I just shook my head. I couldn't believe his audacity. As his attorney and the prosecutor started to argue over whether he should be granted bail, I started to pray. If Ra was denied bail, I could start living again. I wouldn't have to look over my shoulder anymore. I could see my mother again. I wouldn't have to be worried every time Fabe wasn't in my eyesight because I knew that he was going to beat Ra at his own game by killing him first. I went to Ra's bail hearing because I needed to see the fall of the man who turned my life into a living nightmare with my own eyes. It wasn't about closure. It was about confirmation. I wanted to see the monster finally face something he couldn't manipulate or charm his way out of. Sitting in that courtroom, watching him in that orange jumpsuit with shackles on his wrists, I felt so much peace. I wanted to witness the moment the same system he used to destroy women finally cornered him. I came to see proof that karma was real. Fabe had come with me. He was sitting beside me, holding my hand. We were sitting in the back of the courtroom. I couldn't believe it when Fabe's father had called, telling him that Ra had been arrested. It was like sweet music to my ears. I wasn't even surprised that they had arrested him for Lavelle and Nell's murders. If that motherfucker could kill his own best friend in cold blood, everybody else was free game. I looked on as they argued back and forth. I couldn't believe that Ra's lawyer could even find a justification that Ra should be free to be amongst normal people. He needed to be locked in a cage for the rest of his life because he was a fucking animal. Your Honor, the defendant is also a suspect in the murder of Carlos Santiago. I gasped lightly and snapped my head towards Fabe, whose eyes were bucked with surprise as well. Taking into consideration the fact that he is the suspect in 3 murders, he should not be. 2 murders, Your Honor, 2. This trial is for 2 murders, and the matter of bail should be based on that alone, not a supposed pending murder charge. I couldn't believe it. Oh my God. I leaned towards Fabe and whispered, I wonder how they know. This shit is wild, was all Fabe said as he looked on. I could see Ra's father in the front sitting behind Ra and holding his mother, who was cowering in his arms. I could also see Felicia. I had studied that picture that she sent me for so long that I would be able to point out her anywhere. She had the nerve to be sitting there proudly. The defense is right. The pending charges have nothing to do with this trial, so let's focus on these charges, the judge stated, which are harsh. The defendant is on trial for killing 2 people. He is an obvious danger to society. Bail is denied. As he banged his gavel, I sighed so deeply with relief that it could be heard around me. I stood and caught eyes with Ra as they led him out of the courtroom, shackled like the animal he was. But I quickly looked away and allowed Fabe to usher me out of the courtroom with his hand on the small of my back. I grabbed Fabe's hand and looked back, hoping that Ra saw his brother holding my hand lovingly. And he had, just as Fabe was leaving out of the door and pulling me through it. Ra being denied bail made me feel free and celebratory. Once me and Fabe got back home and Junior took a nap, I poured me and Fabe some drinks and turned on an R&B playlist. I hadn't been drinking much because I would have to pump and dump. Junior was drinking both formula and my breast milk, but that afternoon was a cause for a drink and some weed. I stood in the living room smoking an indica pre-roll, sipping from my red cup and rolling my hips slowly to Summer Walker. Fabe sat on the couch, comfortable, shirtless, but wearing Nike shorts, big legs propped wide open as he coolly watched me finally feel free. I looked at him through the haze of smoke that I blew out of my nose. What are you looking at? The sexiest woman in the world. My head tilted as I fell in love with the sincerity in his eyes. I hadn't known what love bombing was, or that was what Ra was doing to me until I experienced the genuineness of Fabe's sentiments and compliments. Now I knew the difference. And appreciating that difference, I walked over to my man and straddled him, causing my short cotton teddy and lace accents to rise above my big booty. He groaned as I slid my pantyless pussy over his erection. As his bushy brows met together with lust, I wrapped my arms around his neck. Thank you. His brows curled tighter. For what? For not being a weird nigga like your brother. That made him crack up. Our laughter cut through the lust. And for loving me, I added through my giggles. But most importantly, for not being a weird nigga like your brother. Staring at one another, our laughs faded, and the lust returned. He grabbed the back of my neck and brought my mouth to his, and kissed me so deeply that I forgot where he ended and I began. Gripping my hair, he pulled my head back so that he could look into my eyes. You know this ain't temporary, right? I never wanted it to be temporary. I breathed before he pulled his dick out and slipped inside of me. He whispered my name against my mouth as I began to ride him. You're mine? His rough voice asked. I didn't answer with words. I didn't need to. Every touch, sigh, and shiver said it for me. 33. Kalani. I couldn't breathe as Moses hung up the phone, ending the call with his mother. I couldn't take it anymore. I needed to know. What did she say? I asked eagerly. They didn't give him bail. He got to fight this case from the inside. I was so relieved. It was like the monster had finally been captured and everyone didn't have to be scared anymore. Sure, Ra could beat the case, but for now, we were all safe from his lies, manipulation, and murderous hands. Moses slumped back in the passenger seat with his head tilted back against the headrest. I sat behind the wheel trying to catch my own breath. The relief that Ra didn't get bail was like finally getting air after drowning. Hold up! I had thought the familiar sound was coming from somewhere outside, but no, it was coming from the radio. I had turned it down when his mother called, so the music coming from it was muffled. I turned it up, and the car suddenly filled with Moses' song. Oh my God! I screamed so loud that Trenton jumped out of his skin in the back seat. I bounced up and down in the seat and smacked Moses over and over again on the thigh. It's your song! It's your song, babe! He just stared at the radio, expressionless. I rapped along to the lyrics, dancing. Because Moses had only been hood famous, his songs only spun heavy in the underground, on mixtapes, and racked up views on YouTube. But they had never touched national radio. It's your daddy's song, Trenton! I jumped out of the car. My nigga's song is on the radio, bitches! I stood at the curb twerking with my tongue sticking out. Ayy! Moses finally had a smile on his face. He got out of the car, too, and ran up to me. He stood behind me and started dancing with me, rapping along with his own voice. Niggas want me dead, but I'm back to life. I might resurrect for a sec just to smash your wife. All my niggas gang gang about that savage life. We might make anything happen if the cash is right. A couple walking through the neighborhood looked at us like we were crazy. Some shorties on a porch across the street at a trap house bobbed their heads. When they recognized the song, I heard one of them say, Hey, Moses, that's you, bro! Then they all stood and started dancing on the steps. Trenton stared at me and his daddy like we were crazy as we danced outside in the sunny, 50-degree March air. Watching the grin on my face, he finally started to smile and dance in his car seat. Happy tears flowed from my eyes as me and Moses danced to his song as it played on Power 92. Finally, my man had his recognition, his shine. He had worked and fought so hard, and finally he had made it, and the world was learning his name. All right, y'all, that was the new from Chicago's own Moses, debuting on Power 92. You know we always the first to bring you the heat. That joint is a banger. Call us up and let us know what you think. Oh my God, Moses! I turned towards him, grinning like a little kid. But my smile faded when I noticed that his was half-hearted. What's wrong? I didn't get it. This was the best moment of his life. This was the start of his career. Spins on the radio meant recognition and fame. This was what he had always wanted. I'm happy that you're happy, baby, he told me as he lovingly grabbed my shoulders. Looking up into his eyes, I asked, But? I can't get happy. Why not? I'm going to jail. At any moment, they're either going to connect my DNA to the scene, or Ra is going to snitch on me to cut himself a deal. I'm going to be one of those rappers that waited all his life for this and lose it as soon as I get it because I got locked up. I had forgot just that fast, and when my sadness matched his, he pulled me in and just held me close. And for a few minutes, we just stood there, amidst the fame that he had finally gotten, knowing that it wouldn't even last as long as the song had. Aaliyah. I don't want to look, I pouted. Once we returned home from the courthouse, Fabe had received a text from Identigene that the DNA tests were in. All he had to do was click the link and log in to see the results. He had entered the password and username that Identigene had provided. All I had to do was click log in to see who Junior's father was. Just do it, babe. Get it over with. Fabe encouraged me as he sat beside me on the bed. Ugh! I groaned as I pushed the login button. Then I covered my eyes. I can't look. There was quiet. I could feel Fabe looking over my shoulder reading the screen of his iPhone. Seconds went by and he didn't say anything, not one word. So I looked myself and was crushed. Fuck! I cursed as tears escaped my eyes. I threw the phone on the bed and threw my face into my hands. It's going to be okay, Fabe assured me as he rubbed my back soothingly. I don't want him to be that monster's child. It doesn't matter who the father is. It matters who is raising him. And I'm going to raise him. You hear me? I had heard him, and it sounded good, but I was just so disappointed that I just continued to cry. I could feel him removing my hands from my face. He brought my chin up and told me, Look at me. I opened my eyes, and he kissed me soft and quick. I got you. I'm his father. That's still my nephew's son. He smiled, and I giggled. Despite everything that I was feeling, Fabe made me laugh. Looking at the smile in his eyes, I was so sure that this man was telling me the truth. I knew that he would raise Junior. Even if we ever broke up, I knew that he was so much of a good man that he would raise my baby as his own and ensure that he never wound up being like that monster that had helped make him. Soleil. Friday afternoon, I sat nervously at the defense table as the prosecution brought up their expert witnesses. Since my attorney had thought it best that I didn't testify, the prosecution could not question me. However, they had brought up so many witnesses to speak against me. The DCFS caseworker that had taken my kids, Ra's parents, and medical experts that testified that the wounds could not have been made in self-defense. With each testimony, I cringed. I could feel my mother rub my back every now and then as she sat behind me on the other side of the partition. I had made the kids go to school so they weren't present in the courtroom. I couldn't imagine having to face them if this all went south. And once the prosecution rested, my knees felt weak when the judge's voice rang out. We'll take a 15-minute recess while I consider the matter. When the judge disappeared into chambers, I went to my family and Priest, and they surrounded me. Priest slid behind me and pulled me against him until my cheek was pressed into his chest. My mother and Kalani's hands rubbed slow circles into my back, trying to soothe what couldn't be. My father told me that everything was going to be all right. But I knew better. I had heard the prosecution's witnesses. They painted me like some jealous, bitter woman that was violent and dangerous. I dragged in a shaky breath and forced myself to look up. My eyes found my lawyers, and I whispered, "What do you think he's going to decide?" He didn't sugarcoat it. "It's up in the air. The state's witnesses came across stronger than we wanted. The testimony was damaging." The air left my lungs. From the corner of my eyes, I saw Kalani's lashes lower as tears welled in her eyes. She tried to blink them back, but they slid down her cheeks anyway. As I sat there trying to keep my stomach's contents from rising, the people who loved me tried to pour strength into me. My mother told me that the judge had to see the truth. My father squeezed my shoulder and swore he could feel in his bones that I was walking out of there free. Kalani kept her hand over mine, whispering through her tears that I wasn't going to prison. Priest just held me. But across the aisle, Ra's family laughed and chatted like they were at a cookout, as if this trial was nothing but a game to them. Every smirk and chuckle felt like a deliberate taunt, like they wanted me to see that they didn't care if I rotted. I could see where Ra got it from. His family was arrogant, delusional, and loud. They stood there haughty, while the same man I was on trial for stabbing was being held without bond for murdering his own friends. But of course, in their twisted world, Ra was still innocent. He could have committed murder right in front of them, and they'd still swear he was a saint. "All rise," the bailiff suddenly called. My blood froze. The recess was over. The judge was coming back in. I pulled away from Priest, though his hand lingered on my arm, and walked back to the defense table on trembling legs. As I sank into my chair, nausea churned so violently that I pressed a hand to my stomach. Everyone sat up straighter, waiting for the judge to speak. My mouth went dry. When the judge adjusted his glasses and looked down at his notes, I could hear my heart beat. "This court has carefully considered the testimony presented, the exhibits admitted, and the closing arguments of both parties. The state charged the defendant with attempted first-degree murder. However, the evidence as it stands fails to establish beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant intended to kill the complainant." I closed my eyes for a second, feeling my lungs collapsing and expanding at the same time. What the evidence does establish is that the defendant caused serious bodily injury with a deadly weapon. The court cannot and will not ignore the recordings submitted, wherein the complainant himself admitted to lying to law enforcement and manipulating the truth of this matter. This admission calls into question the credibility of the state's key witness and supports the defense's claim of long-standing provocation. Still, the stabbing itself occurred. Therefore, this court finds the defendant guilty of the lesser-included offense of aggravated battery with a deadly weapon. Gasps rippled through the gallery. I couldn't even look toward Ra's family. My eyes stayed fixed on the judge. Having no prior criminal record, and in consideration of the unique circumstances of this case, I sentenced the defendant to a term of 1 year in the Illinois Department of Corrections. The floor seemed to tilt beneath me. A year, not 30, not life. But still, the thought of losing time with my kids was crippling. The judge's eyes softened just a bit as he spoke again. "Miss Carter, given your compliance throughout these proceedings, the court will allow 1 week to self-surrender to begin your sentence." My attorney touched my arm under the table, whispering, "That's mercy, Soleil. That's the best we could have hoped for." But all I could do was sit there, numb, my hands trembling in my lap. I was going to prison. Oh, God! I heard my mother cry out. I just stared ahead with bulging eyes. I couldn't believe that I was actually going to prison. I had known that it was a possibility all this time, but I still couldn't believe that I was actually found guilty. It was hard to appreciate that I was only going away for a year because I would miss a year of my kids' lives, when prior to them being taken away, I had never missed a day. I felt like I had ruined my children's lives. I had chosen the wrong man, and now they didn't have either parent because they would both be locked up. I could feel my mother's hand on my shoulder, but I couldn't look back at her. I could hear another cry, most likely Kalani's. I couldn't face them. I was too ashamed. I had done this to hurt Ra, but all I had actually done was inflict pain on myself and family while giving Ra another win. 34. Soleil. All week, I've been doing everything I could to make memories with my kids. We'd had movie nights that turned into sleepovers on the couch. We took trips to the park, even when it was too cold to be outside. I let them get away with things I normally never would have, like staying up late on school nights. Tonight, I sat on the living room floor between Essence and Elijah, helping them write wish letters for me to open when I got home. The idea had come to me earlier in the week, after another sleepless, tearful night. The letters were full of plans for when I came home, hopes for while I was gone, and sweet messages from the kids telling me how much they love me and to stay strong. I told them it was like saving up hugs on paper, so while I was away, I could read them and feel close to them. "I wish you don't be sad in there, Mama," Elijah said, without looking up from his paper. "I won't, baby." I lied around the boulders in my throat. "You promise you're coming back?" Essence asked. "Of course I promise." My smile wobbled, but I forced it to stay. "It's just a year. I'll be home before you know it." Essence's pen stopped moving. "But what if something happens to you while you're in there?" "Nothing's gonna happen." My voice cracked, giving my emotions away. I couldn't let them see me break. I stood up fast, mumbling about needing a glass of water, and hurried down the hall to the kitchen. As soon as I was out of sight, I leaned against the counter. I bit my lip until it hurt to stop the tears burning at the corners of my eyes. A moment later, I heard soft footsteps, and then my mama's voice behind me. "It's okay not to be strong, baby." I shook my head, keeping my back to her. "I don't want them to see me cry." She wrapped her arms around me from behind, resting her cheek against my shoulder. "They know you're strong, but even strong people cry, baby." I could hear my father's heavy footsteps behind us. He walked up and kissed the top of my head before leaning on the counter beside me. "Your mom was right. Ain't no shame in being scared. But you're going to get through this, just like you've gotten through everything else." I swallowed hard. It's not just me I'm worried about. It's them. Essence acts tough, but she's scared. And Elijah. My voice broke. He's still so young. He needs his mother. Both of them do. I don't want them to forget about me or hate me for leaving them. Mama turned me around so I was facing her. "They could never hate you." Daddy nodded in agreement. "You raised those kids right, Soleil. They know who their mama is. They know your heart." I pressed my lips together, fighting the tears, but they still fell. I just hate that I'm not going to be there. What if they need me? Daddy angled his head dramatically. "Are me and your mama ghosts?" he joked, managing to make me giggle weakly. "They got us. You focus on keeping your head low in there, doing what you gotta do and coming home. Me and your mama handle everything else." Mama reached up and brushed the tears off my cheeks. "We'll bring them to see you every chance we get, and we'll make sure to answer every call so that you talk to them whenever you want. You hear me?" I nodded, too choked up to speak. Mama smiled softly through her tears. "You got a whole army behind you, baby. You're not doing this alone." I looked between them and took in their tired faces, touched that they were trying so hard to hold me together. I nodded, but no words would come out. From the hallway, Elijah called out, "Mama, can you come read our letters now?" I tried to smile so that he couldn't hear my sorrow. "Yeah, baby, I'm coming." As I went back down the hall, I wiped my face clean and straightened my shoulders. My kids didn't need to see the broken version of me. They needed to think Mama was unshakable, even if I was falling apart inside. Before I could even make it back to the living room, the doorbell rang. It was late, and I wasn't expecting anyone. I frowned, wondering who it could be. I'd already forced Kalani to go home earlier that afternoon. She'd been up under me every day that week. I loved her for it, but she was starting to neglect her man and baby. When the bell rang again, I walked to the door, glanced through the peephole, and froze. It was Fabe. I hesitated for a second, wondering why he'd show up unannounced, then unlocked the door and opened it. "Hey," he greeted, looking nervous. Before I could even respond, Elijah and Essence were already rushing over. "Uncle Fabe," Elijah grinned. Essence's face lit up too, even though she tried to play it cool. "What you doing here?" Fabe smiled at them both and reached down to hug them. "I just needed to talk to your mama for a second," he told Essence. "Go finish your letters. Let me talk to your uncle," I told them. Once they were back on the floor with their pens, Fabe and I slipped into my bedroom nearby. I shut the door behind us. He sighed heavily before speaking. "I'm sorry, Soleil." My eyes narrowed as I sat on the foot of the bed. "What are you sorry for?" "For everything. For my brother, for what he did to you. I know sorry don't fix it, but I wanted to say it anyway because somebody should. You're owed an apology." "You don't have to apologize for him, Fabe. He made his own choices." "I know. He's my brother, but I can't even pretend like he didn't deserve what happened. I know he pushed you too far." Tears filled my eyes, but I blinked them back. "I'm glad to hear you say that. Everybody else in his family's been acting like Ra is a saint." "That's 'cause they don't know him like I do," he said. "Ra is Ra. Always manipulating, always hurting the people who loves him most. You don't deserve to carry that guilt." Then he added softly, "I just wanted you to know that I got you. I'm gonna look out for your kids while you're gone. Whatever they need, I'll make sure they have it." That brought more tears to my eyes. "Thank you, Fabe. That means more than you know." He nodded, looking down for a moment before I asked, "Can I ask you something?" "Of course." "What's going on with you and Aaliyah?" His brows shot up, and I could instantly see the boyish smirk in his eyes. He looked so guilty that he made me smile from ear to ear. "I saw y'all together in court," I teased. He let out a small laugh while rubbing the back of his neck. "We're together. That's my baby." A smile tugged at my lips. "Wow, I'm proud of her. She pulled a Black China. That's a hell of a chess move." He started cracking up. Then he told me, "We've always had feelings for each other. We were just respecting Ra." Then guilt settled in his expression. I knew what he felt guilty for knowing about Aaliyah and not telling me. But I would have never expected him to turn on his brother like that. "Focus on doing your time and getting back home." He spoke over the tension. "I'm going to look out for the kids." "Thank you," I said again. He reached out, gave my hand a gentle squeeze, then nodded toward the door. "Go be with your babies. I'll see you soon." I walked him out of my room and when we stepped into the living room, I saw that my parents had joined the kids on the floor. Essence was still hunched over her pink pen, and Elijah was proudly holding up his letter for my mama to read. Fabe greeted as we walked to the front door. When I opened the door to let Fabe out, the night air was cold, crisp, and quiet. As Fabe walked through the doorway, movement on the stairs caught my eye. Priest was climbing up the stairs with 3 boxes of beggar's pizza in his arms, and that sexy, easy smile stretched across his face. My heart dropped straight to my stomach. We'd been spending almost every night together after the kids went to bed. It had been bittersweet as hell, because deep down, I knew I couldn't expect a man like him to wait a whole year for me. Not someone like Priest, who could have any woman he wanted. Fabe glanced back at me, then at Priest. "What's up, bro?" Priest balanced the pizza in one arm and extended the other. "What's good, fam? I'm Priest." "Fabe," he said, shaking his hand. "I'm her kid's uncle." Then Fabe gave me a small nod, said goodbye, and headed down the stairs. I lingered in the doorway with my heart still thumping. "What are you doing here?" I asked Priest. He gave me a knowing smile. "You told me you were hanging with the kids and your folks, wondering what to feed them for dinner, so—" He held up the pizza boxes. "I brought dinner. That cool?" The night had been so emotional that I had forgotten that quickly about the conversation Priest and I had had about an hour ago. I smiled, blushing. "You didn't have to do that." "Didn't have to," he said, stepping closer. "But I wanted to." I stepped aside, letting him in. The smell of pizza filled the house as he walked past me, and the kids' faces lit up with interest when they saw him. I could tell by their wide eyes they didn't know what to make of this tall, broad man with tattoos creeping up his neck, carrying pizza boxes. "Y'all must be Essence and Elijah," he spoke as he set the boxes on the table. "I'm Priest, your mama's friend." "Hi," they both mumbled at the same time, while watching him cautiously. Priest chuckled and crouched a little to their level. "I brought y'all beggar's pizza. Y'all hungry?" Elijah grinned. "Depends on what kind you got." "Pepperoni, sausage, and cheese," Priest said. "I covered my bases." Essence smiled shyly then, and I caught the way his charm softened her right up. Priest naturally knew how to make people feel safe without trying too hard. "Evening, Mr. and Mrs. Evans," Priest greeted, extending a hand to each of them. "It's good to finally see y'all outside of the courtroom." Mama smiled through her tired eyes. "It's nice to see you too, baby. Thank you for being there for our girl." He nodded sincerely. "I care about her, a lot, and I plan on being there for her while she's inside. You got my word on that." Daddy studied him for a moment, then replied, "That right?" "Yes, sir. I'm gonna look after her kids like they're mine." For a second, nobody spoke. My mama's lips trembled into a small smile, and my daddy's face softened. Mama finally said, "Well, we gonna get out of your way. Let y'all enjoy your food." My parents stood up and nodded towards Priest again before they disappeared down the hall toward the guest room. Priest turned back toward the kids and started cracking jokes like he'd known them all their lives. Within minutes, they were giggling and arguing over which slice they wanted because it looked the cheesiest. As I went down the hall to get plates and napkins from the kitchen, Elijah was already asking Priest what kind of car he drove. I stood there in the kitchen blushing, listening to him laugh with my babies and fitting so easily into a space that had been full of heartache for weeks made something in my heart unclench. After the kids went to bed and my parents left, I told Priest he could stay. The walls were closing in on me, like even they knew what tomorrow meant. I couldn't stop thinking that this was the last night I'd fall asleep in my own bed for a long time. It would be the last night I'd kiss my babies goodnight. As we lay in bed, I was nervous and scared. My heart wouldn't stop beating painfully fast, and my thoughts raced to everything I was facing, like cold cells and months without intimacy. But Priest slowed everything down. He didn't try to talk me out of the fear. He just stayed close. When his arms came around me, I felt my breath finally settle. There was something about the way he handled me. It was careful and intentional, like he understood that I was breaking inside, and he was determined not to let me fall apart. His hands didn't just hold me, they anchored me. He spoke to me in a tender whisper, making sure that it was soft and deep enough to quiet the noise in my head. The way he touched me, it wasn't hunger, it was reverence. Priest handled me like I was something delicate, not fragile but precious, like a cup of tea he didn't want to spill. When his hands found me, it wasn't about possession, it was about peace. His fingers traced lazy circles down my spine, slow enough that I felt every one of them. It wasn't even where he touched me, it was about how. He was memorizing me through his hands, as if each inch of my skin had something to tell him. He kissed me the same way, slow, unhurried, deep enough to reach something inside me I thought had been buried for good. His thumb brushed my bottom lip like a question. His lips lightly skimmed my shoulder. And I realized then that healing didn't always look like strength. Sometimes it looked like surrendering in the right arms. After everything I'd been through, I didn't think I'd ever be held like that again. I'd known hands that hurt, words that cut, and love that came with conditions. But Priest gave me something I didn't know I still needed: gentleness. And when he looked at me, I knew he saw every scar and still thought I was something worth holding. At one point, he whispered, "You got me now. Ain't nothing you can do that'll make me walk away." He smiled with his thumb tracing my jaw until I had no choice but to meet his eyes and see his sincerity. We lay there skin to skin and heart to heart. His hand rested against the small of my back. His thumb drew slow, steady circles, like he was calming something wild inside me. And somehow, he was. He turned me over so that my back was pressed up against him. Placing slow, wet kisses on my shoulder, I felt him slipping that perfect dick inside of me. I hissed, finding pleasure in it still being a chore to take him all in. With one hand wrapped around the back of my neck and the other holding my waist, he started to stroke this pussy so slowly, as if it were with a specific intent for me to feel every inch of him. "Oh, Priest," I whimpered. "Take this dick, baby," he encouraged me. His raunchiness caused me to shiver against his strokes. I could feel myself unraveling as his grip on my neck got tighter. We moaned in unison as his hips came to rest against my round ass over and over again, with long and slow strokes that landed deeply. He sank his fingers into my waist and withdrew his dick slowly, inch by inch, groaning at the pleasure of my tight walls, then thrust back in again once he had almost left it entirely. I rocked back and forth with the force of his thrusts. My moans turned into growls. He used his grip to push me up and back on his dick so that my pussy was literally stroking him. I started to fuck him back and soon felt his teeth sinking into the soft flesh of my shoulder. That night, he gave me the kind of love that doesn't demand anything in return. The kind that makes you feel seen, safe, and whole. The kind that doesn't end when the sun comes up. It spills into the day after, and each one after that.
35. Moses. Kalani was a mess that morning. Tears streamed down her face as she tried to get dressed. Her hands were shaking so bad she could barely pull her jeans up. I stood there watching her struggle, wishing I could take it all from her, wishing she didn't have to go through this. She was supposed to be getting ready to ride with Soleil to turn herself in, but she could barely keep it together long enough to find her shoes. I crossed the room, grabbed her by the waist, and pulled her in. Baby. I softly pressed my chin to the top of her head. You gotta let it out now. Soleil needs you to be strong. She doesn't need to see you falling apart. I know, she sobbed harder into my chest, and all I could do was hold her. I hated this for her. I especially hated that she was going through this at all, because deep down, I knew my own day was coming. As much as I wanted to believe otherwise, it was only a matter of time before my DNA came back and tied me to Carlos's murder scene. And when that happened, she'd be going through this same pain all over again. My phone started ringing in my pocket, breaking through the sound of her crying. I looked down at the screen and froze. It was the lawyer I'd consulted about my case. He'd been keeping tabs on the investigation for me. My stomach twisted. Answer it, she said with eyes filled with more worry as she stared at the screen. I hit the speaker and set the phone on the dresser. Yo. Moses? The lawyer answered with a tone lighter than usual. I've got good news for you. My brows rose. Good news? Yeah, I just got word Ra was surprisingly honest during his last interview. He told detectives you had no idea what he was about to do to Carlos, and you were just caught in the crossfire. Kalani's head snapped up. What? They're not pursuing any charges. I stared at the phone like I didn't hear him right. You serious? The lawyer chuckled and reiterated, You're in the clear, Moses. For a second, neither of us said anything. I just stared at the phone, trying to let the words sink in. The lawyer must have heard the silence because he added, I mean it, son. You're free. Go live your life. Thank you, I managed. Take care of yourself, he said before hanging up. The line went dead. For a moment, I just stood there. Then my knees gave out, and I sank onto the edge of the bed with my face buried in my hands. Damn, I muttered, shaking my head slowly. I can't believe this nightmare is really over. I still can't believe he told the police the truth. Kalani stared at me with red and puffy eyes that now had a hint of happiness in them. I can't believe he actually told the truth. She shook her head in disbelief. That man never protects anybody but himself. I gave a bitter little laugh. Exactly. The only reason he did it is because he knew if I went down too, I might flip on him. He knows that would have offered me a deal to snitch if I was charged. Ra only looks out for Ra. She crossed her arms, still staring like she couldn't quite believe it either. Doesn't matter why he did it, though. I'm grateful. She nodded slowly, watching me. I still don't trust him. I don't care if he told the truth. That nigga is poison. I hope he never gets out.
Soleil. I stood outside the county jail, staring at the dull gray building that would soon swallow me whole. The cold bit at my face, but it wasn't the chill that made me tremble. It was knowing that I was about to walk away from everything I knew and into the unknown. Essence clung to me like she was 6 again instead of 13. Elijah stood beside her, trying to act tough, like his grandfather, but his eyes gave him away. They were big, brown, and wet with tears he refused to let fall. I crouched down between them and pulled them both into my arms, their little bodies pressed into mine. It's just a little while, okay? Just 1 year. That's it. You be good for Grandma and Grandpa. Do what you're told, and look out for each other, okay? They tearfully mumbled in agreement. Promise me, I urged. Elijah nodded fast. Essence just buried her face in my shoulder, saying, I don't want you to go, Mommy. I know, baby, but Mommy did something she shouldn't have, and I have to make up for it. so I can come back home and never leave you again. You hear me?" She nodded, hyperventilating into my shoulder. When I finally pulled away, I kissed both of their faces, like I could somehow seal pieces of myself inside them to keep them safe. My parents stood a few feet back. My mom's face was blotchy and swollen from crying. My dad held her, with a stiff jaw and glassy eyes filled with the tears he refused to let fall. When I turned to them, my father pulled me into his arms. "Keep your head up in there, you hear me? Don't let nobody break you," my dad told me. "I won't, Daddy." My mother smoothed my hair like I was a little girl again. "You're gonna be okay, baby," she whispered through tears. "God's already gone ahead of you." I held her wrist, telling her, "I love you, Mama." Kalani came towards me, taking me into her arms. "You got this. This time is going to fly by." I fell into her, and for a moment, I let myself fall apart. She held me the same way she did after the stabbing. Moses stood nearby with glassy eyes and his hand rubbing the back of his neck. "We gonna look out for them, Soleil. You ain't gotta worry about that." I nodded, even though worry was all I could do. Then Priest stepped forward and reached for my hand. My fingers slipped right into his. "You ready?" he asked quietly. "No," I admitted, and I could hear my voice break. "But I gotta be." He nodded once, then lifted my hand and kissed the back of it. "Come on." Priest walked me toward the intake with our fingers still intertwined. My legs felt so heavy, like they were cemented to the outside. When we got to the doors, a female correctional officer appeared, and her previously stoic, masculine expression lit up the second she saw Priest. "What's up, bro?" she greeted with a smile. Priest grinned from ear to ear as they dapped each other up. "What's good?" I blinked, caught off guard. "You know each other?" The officer smiled wider. "Oh, we go back. He told me you were coming in today." She looked at me with kind eyes that softened the chill in my bones. "Don't worry, sweetheart. You're family now. We're going to make sure you're taken care of." I turned to Priest with tears blurring my vision. He only shrugged, wearing a cool smile. "Told you I'd look out for you." That did it. My tears came fast and hard. "Thank you." I could barely get out as the officer gently touched my arm. Priest's hand lingered in mine until it couldn't anymore. The officer gave him a nod that silently told him, "I got her," before leading me through the metal detector. She allowed me to watch him walk away, even after the door had closed. "Time to go, sweetheart," she gently told me. I took one last look back, out of the door through the glass. I saw a Priest standing with his eyes locked on me and his hands on Elijah and Essence's shoulders. My parents flanked them, fighting to be able to see me as well. My last sight before I was forced to walk away was my whole heart standing outside those walls, wrapped in the protection of the man who loved me enough to ensure my protection before I even knew I needed it.
Raw. I stared at the folder on the table my lawyer had been flipping through for the past 10 minutes, like whatever was in it would change my chances. He finally sighed, set his pen down, and looked me in the eye. "Raw, I won't lie to you. They've got solid evidence putting you on the scene. Surveillance from the block, cell tower data from your phone, gunshot residue on your jacket, and a witness who saw you leaving right after the shots were fired." My stomach turned. But I didn't say anything, just leaned back in the hard chair with my jaw clenched as he kept going. "This is your third open murder case. If you take any of them to trial, you risk everything. Illinois law doesn't play. First-degree murder carries 20 years to natural life, and for these, the state's pushing for life without parole. There's no good time credit for murder convictions. You'd serve every day. He slid the plea deal toward me. They're offering 40 years. You'd be eligible for a supervised release afterward, but if you roll a dice and lose, you'll die behind bars. Sitting there, I still didn't feel remorse. Carlos had brought his death on himself. He had the plug, power, and money, and he couldn't even put me on. I wasn't some little nigga he tossed crumbs to when he felt generous. And Nell and Lavelle were simps with no backbone. They didn't deserve to flip money with me. They were sloppy, greedy, and dumb. I couldn't keep letting people like that eat off me while I stayed hungry. My lawyer talking about life without parole didn't scare me because I regretted what I did. It scared me because it meant I might never get another chance to come back out and show these niggas who really ran shit. I had stupidly told the truth about Moses, thinking it would help my case. I should have turned on him and put it all on him. So that's it? I spit. 40 years or life? He nodded slowly. That's it. I looked down at the paper with my name printed bold under the state of Illinois versus Razan Ramli, and my lawyer slid the pen across the table. If you sign it now, he said, they'll take you straight to the court for sentencing. It was like my body moved on its own. I picked up the pen and signed. 2 hours later, I was standing in front of the judge. As the state read the plea agreement out loud, my lawyer stood beside me, whispering when to speak. The judge asked the standard questions. Did anyone force you to sign this deal? Do you understand the terms of this deal? Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty? My voice barely made it out. Yes, Your Honor. He reviewed the papers for what felt like forever before speaking again. The court accepts the plea agreement. The defendant is sentenced to 40 years in the Illinois Department of Corrections, followed by 3 years of mandatory supervised release. My fate was sealed with the bang of the gavel. I heard someone crying behind me and knew that it was my mother. As I turned around, she crumpled in my father's arms, shaking. But what caught me off guard was who was sitting across the aisle. I'd seen Fabe and Aaliyah together in court before, but this time was different. He had his arm around her with his hand rubbing her shoulders. They were intimately close. When Aaliyah noticed me watching, she actually let a slow, taunting grin that made my blood boil spread on her face and then laid her head on Fabe's shoulder, cozy, like she wanted me to see how much she loved that nigga. Fabe stared right back at me, like he wanted me to know he hated me. And sitting behind them were Soleil's parents, glaring at me like they wished I'd rot in hell before I made it to Stateville. Everybody, people I broke bread with, people I fed, had turned on me. Aaliyah was a hoe for real, and Fabe was a disloyal snake that thought he could fill my shoes. It was cool, though. He could have her. She was never worth shit anyway. And Soleil was probably smiling somewhere too, knowing I was locked up. She only got a damn year for trying to kill me, and somehow I'm the villain? It wasn't fair. I hoped her time inside ruined her and made the kids hate her when she got out. She deserved that much. They cuffed me right there in front of all of them. But I kept my head high. They could glare all they wanted. I'd make them remember I was the one they shouldn't have crossed, and the prison walls wouldn't stop me. Moses. The studio had become like my second home or sanctuary. Now that I had this second chance at freedom, I wasn't wasting it. The studio was the only place I felt safe, like I was at home. It was like therapy or prayer. As Ill One sat behind the board, his face was lit by the glow of the monitors. He was tweaking the EQ on a bass line that hit low enough to rattle my ribs. I had my notebook open and pen tapping against the page in rhythm with the beat as I scribbled lines. Every word had to mean something now. Every bar had to prove I wasn't just lucky to get this opportunity. Me and my family had earned whatever would come from this through sacrifice. Trent sat on the couch behind me with his big headphones as he watched his favorite show on his tablet. Even though he was deep in Paw Patrol, sometimes he would take off his headphones and vibe to the beat. He would even mumble one of my hooks under his breath. It made me smile. I'd promised myself that whatever happened with this sudden fame and attention, family would always come first. I wasn't going to have Kalani home alone or feeling like a single mother while I chased a dream. If it was possible, Trent and Kalani would be with me everywhere I went. Ill One turned around, adjusting his fitted over his eyes. This beat almost what we wanted, bro. Once you lay them verses, I'll polish the mix, and we'll start shaping the final master. I nodded, scribbling another line. Bet, I'm still writing. This one gotta hit different. Ill One smirked. Every time you say that, we end up with something crazy. I felt so much pressure to make this record go harder than the last. Songs of Moses had gone beyond Chicago. It was everywhere now. I was getting tagged in videos from Atlanta, Houston, even New York. Famous influencers were quoting my lyrics in captions. Women were using the hook over their TikToks. It was surreal. Sometimes I'd scroll through the comments just to make sure this was really happening. Suddenly, the door to the studio swung open, and Eli walked in with a big grin on his face and his dark shades still on indoors. Yo, I laughed. What the hell you doing here? Ain't you supposed to be on the other side of the country? He dropped his duffel bag and spread his arms. Surprise. Laughing, I stood and shook up with him. What you doing here? Your boy quit his job, packed his bags, and flew in this morning. I blinked, trying to process it, as Ill One looked back at him with a questioning glare. You quit your job? I repeated. Grinning, he nodded. At Interscope? Ill One pressed. Hell yeah, he answered, grinning wider. Then he told me, I'm your new manager, bro. I stared at him for a second as I sat down in my seat. Then I cracked up. Man, if you don't stop playing, I'm serious, he interrupted. I already hit a few connects. I got you lined up for a couple local podcasts this week. Eli was grinning, but this time it wasn't goofy. It was confident, like he'd been waiting to drop this on me. He tossed his jacket onto the couch and said, Bro, you need somebody in your corner that knows the business. I raised an eyebrow, still half laughing in disbelief. Despite me feeling honored that Eli would even be willing to play this role, he felt the need to continue to convince me. I've been behind the scenes scouting talent, sitting in label meetings and watching how they move. I've seen how they build artists up just to shelf them when the next trend hits. You don't need that. You already got the music, the story, and the movement. All you need now is strategy, and that's where I come in. He sat down across from me, leaning forward. You need somebody that can navigate the calls, interviews, and budgets. Somebody that'll make sure you don't get played. I leaned back in my chair, thinking it over. Truth was, I had been stressing about who was going to manage all of this. The streams were going crazy, my inbox was full of offers I didn't trust, and every other day somebody was trying to help for a cut. I needed someone I trusted who knew how to handle it without selling me out. Eli must have read my face because he smirked and said, Come on, man, you know I got you. I know the label game, inside and out. I know what traps to avoid. Let me make sure you get everything that's yours, not what they decide you deserve. I exhaled, trying to slow my heart rate. You serious about this? As serious as I've ever been. I didn't leave LA for vacation. I left because I believe in you. You're not just another artist to me. You're family now. And I'm not about to let the industry eat you alive. Let's go independent and get this money. You don't need a label. I've seen how they move. Labels don't build artists anymore. They build investments. The second your numbers dip or your sound shifts, they shelve you. I watched it happen too many times. You already doing what they'd pay a team of people to fake. You got the music, look, story, and numbers organically. Labels don't like that. They want to own that. They'll give you an advance, but that's just a loan with strings attached. They'll own your masters and publishing, and they'll make money off you even after you burn out. You don't need validation from a label when you already got leverage. Right now, you're hot. Songs of Moses is charting without them. When a label calls, you don't go begging. You set the terms. You walk in owning your masters, brand, and vision. He leaned in closer, tapping his finger on the desk to make his point. You control the narrative. You drop when you want. You decide who gets paid and how much. You got the internet, digital distribution, fan engagement, and all that is power now. Labels used to hold the keys. The game's changed. You just gotta play it smart. I nodded slowly, letting it sink in. I've been thinking about that ever since the stream started climbing. A few people had already hit me with distribution deals that looked more like traps than opportunities. Ill One turned his chair halfway around, smirking. You got a point. I looked between them and cracked a grin. You really quit Interscope? Walked out Friday, he said proudly. Told him I found something better to bet on. I sat there, speechless that this was my life now, but Eli felt the need to continue to convince me. I'm setting up a social media rollout. Interviews, reels, and live sessions. We're talking grassroots grind, bro. Street team energy. We'll build it from the ground up, brick by brick. I stopped him by holding a hand up. You don't need to convince me, bro. I believe in you because you believe in me. You got a deal. He howled while dapping me up, but all I could do was grin while trying to hold back the flood of emotions. For the first time in my life, I felt like everything was aligning. And now, with Eli riding shotgun, it felt like things were really about to take off.
2 weeks later. 36. Aaliyah. The air off the lake had a soft chill, but the sun was warm enough to make it feel like early summer instead of March. Fabe sat a few feet away on the blanket, stretched out in a white tee that hugged his chest and gray sweatpants that hung loose on his hips, laughing as Junior kicked and cooed on my lap. Watching them did something to me that I couldn't quite explain. I had wanted this type of easy-paced peace with Ra for so long, but he was always moving and chasing a come-up. Now I realize he wasn't just busy. He was busy living two separate lives. But Fabe's love and patience wasn't performative. His love didn't demand anything from me. It just existed. It was stable, safe, and real. Foreplay started way before the bedroom with Fabe. It was in the way he constantly kept his hand on my lower back, or the way he rubbed my thigh absent-mindedly while talking to the baby. Ra's love had always been loud, while Fabe's was quiet. He didn't rush me when I flinched at kindness, and he didn't take it personal when I needed time to trust it. He just kept showing up until I believed him. "Look at you, little man," Fabe murmured, grinning as Razan chewed on his pacifier. "Acting like you got teeth already. Slow down, champ. You want some real food, don't you? You tired of that baby food? You ready for some real food? I told your mama it's time to give you some real shit." I chuckled. "You talk to him like he understands what you're saying." "He does." Fabe shrugged. "He just can't talk back yet." I watched Fabe, realizing there wasn't a single piece of him that wasn't proud to be here. He was in this for real, not just playing stepdaddy. He was being Razan's father in every way. I was sipping my iced coffee, smiling at the two of them, when I saw Priest, Essence, and Elijah. My stomach dropped, and my hands tightened around the cup. They were a few yards away, walking toward us. The moment I'd been dreading was really happening. Soleil's mother had reached out to Fabe last week. She told him she thought it was important for Razan to know his siblings and for them to know him. I didn't know how to feel about that. Part of me wanted to say no, to protect myself from the judgment I expected. But Fabe had insisted that Soleil and her parents didn't see me like the side bitch that had caused so much havoc in their daughter and granddaughter's lives. He said her mother had even told him that Soleil agreed to this meeting. Still, my nerves were a mess. Ra never told me I was the side chick, but clearly I was, and I had been the reason their family was torn apart. Soleil's mother said she couldn't come because she didn't have the energy that day, so Priest offered to bring the kids. And from what Fabe told me, Priest had been solid since Soleil turned herself in. He had been helping her parents, showing up for them and the kids. Now that I was seeing it with my own eyes, I understood what Fabe meant. The kids clung to him like they'd known him forever. Elijah pointed at the water, laughing as Priest leaned down to listen. Essence had a hand around his arm, like she already felt safe with him. When they reached us, Priest gave Fabe a short nod. "What up, bro?" "Glad y'all made it," Fabe replied, before greeting the kids. "What's up, E? What's up, princess?" Essence grinned wide, showing the little gap in her teeth. "Uncle Fabe," she squealed, running straight into his arms. Elijah wasn't far behind, dapping him up like a little man. This moment was so ironic. I was finally meeting Ra's kids. It was surreal and a little sad. Both of their eyes landed on Razan, so they acknowledged me. Essence gave me a bashful "Hi," and Elijah waved while staring at Razan. I smiled and told them both hello. "He's so little," Essence gasped. "Can I hold him?" "I want to hold him first," Elijah argued, already reaching toward the baby. Essence frowned, lightly pushing him out of the way. "No, I saw him first." Their back and forth made everybody laugh. Priest crouched beside them, telling them, "Y'all gotta chill. You gonna make him cry, and then neither one of you will be able to hold him." Smiling, I handed Razan to Essence, who held him like he was her new favorite doll. She studied him for a second, then glanced up at me, furrowing her brows. "So wait," she said, looking between me and Fabe. "You're his mommy?" I smiled nervously. "Yes, I'm his mommy." Essence blinked, clearly processing it. "But Uncle Fabe's your boyfriend." Fabe laughed under his breath, rubbing the back of his neck nervously. "Yes." Essence turned to Priest, whispering loud enough for all of us to hear. "So how'd she make a baby with my daddy but be Uncle Fabe's girlfriend? I'm confused." Priest bit his lip, trying not to laugh, and even Fabe snorted. My cheeks burned, but I couldn't help the small laugh that escaped. Fabe looked at me, smirking. "Guess we got some explaining to do." I shook my head, still smiling despite the awkwardness. "Yes, we do." Soleil. Surprisingly, prison hadn't been a complete nightmare. I had been placed in a minimum security facility, which meant there were no cells. Instead, there were dormitories filled with cubicles. Each cubicle had 2 beds. Most of the women were harmless, like my roommate. Some were friendly, some kept to themselves, and a few I knew to stay away from. I learned who I could associate with and who I needed to avoid altogether. I wasn't there to make friends, but I wasn't there to make enemies either. For what it was, the place had its tolerable parts. We had a small yard where we could walk laps or sit for a while and pretend we were anywhere else. There was a common room with a television that usually played reality shows and reruns until lights out. The COs weren't all cruel. A few barked orders just to remind us who was in control, but most of them were nice. I had seen some wild things, though. I had seen fights break out over something as small as a seat or a spot in line. I'd watched a girl get dragged into a corner for touching something that didn't belong to her. Nights were always the hardest. That was when the distance between me and my children, family, and priest hit the hardest. Visitation days were one of the many things that kept me going. So that day, I was up before sunrise, ready like it was a date. My khakis were spotless, and my hair was slicked into a low ponytail. By the time they called my name, my stomach was already flipping like I hadn't just seen my kids. The moment I stepped into the visiting room, I saw those two flashes of energy that belonged to me. "Mama!" Elijah yelled as he took off across the floor. His shoes squeaked against the tile. Essence followed, curls bouncing with a big smile. I dropped to my knees just in time for both of them to crash into me. I kissed their faces, breathing them in. "Look at y'all. Elijah, you taller than me now." I was just teasing. He hadn't grown that fast, but it made him smile ear to ear like I'd intended. "No, not yet, but by the time you get out, I might be." Essence rolled her eyes. "Boy, you're the shortest fifth grader in your class." I laughed, kissing the tops of their heads. "Y'all miss me?" Essence smirked. "Of course, but Grandpa said I can't tell you that every time I see you." When they finally let me stand, I saw a priest by the vending machines, feeding in a few dollars. He caught my eye, winked, and gave me that sexy grin that made me weak, even in this dreary place. He came over carrying a tray stacked with chips, sodas, and a microwave cheeseburger from the machine. "Lunch is served, shorty," he said, setting everything down like it was fine dining. "Hey," I said softly, leaning in for our hug and quick peck that was allowed. "Hey, yourself." We stood there, just staring at each other like it had been months instead of days since we'd laid eyes on each other. Seeing him wasn't the same as feeling him, though, and the rules and walls between us made the passion between us burn hotter. "You better sit down before I can't control myself," he nearly growled, making my pussy throb. Swallowing hard, I sat down and began to eat, oogling my kids. "Y'all look so happy." Essence blushed a little. "We are. We miss you, though." "I miss y'all, too, and I'm proud of both of you." Priest leaned closer and took my hand. "You good?" I smiled. "You know I'm okay. You made sure of that." Priest had most of the COs treating me like I was their homegirl. He knew some of the COs from back home, and the ones he didn't know, he made sure respected me. They looked out, let me stay late on calls, snuck me food from the outside, and even let me use their phones late at night when Priest would call. Those late-night whispers often turned into some freaky phone sex that made me forget I was locked up. Because of him, prison didn't completely feel like punishment. The only thing that reminded me I wasn't free was the fact that I couldn't walk out with them when this visit ended. "You getting thicker, shorty," Priest flirted. "Prison food treating you good." I laughed and swatted at him. "Stop it." He shrugged, with that seductive stare still locked on me. "What? I'm just saying, that ass got fatter." I felt the heat rush up my neck, and I had to look away. "Stop looking at me like that." "Like what?" he asked, leaning in just slightly. "Like you forget where we at." Essence frowned dramatically. "Ew, stop." Elijah rolled his eyes. "They always flirt, it's gross." Priest put his hands up, laughing. "What else am I supposed to do? Y'all won't let me come see her by myself." My head tilted dramatically at that lie. "You insist on bringing them on every visit." Priest shrugged guiltily. Mama, Priest said he gonna teach me how to drive. Priest's eyes ballooned. Snitch! You wasn't supposed to tell her. My eyes chastised him before I did. Priest, she's only 13. He shrugged. Ain't never too early to teach responsibility. Elijah snorted. He just want her to drive him around. Exactly, Priest replied, laughing. She gonna be my little chauffeur. For the next hour, life felt normal. We laughed. The kids teased Priest about snoring when he napped at my parents' house. He teased them about who was more spoiled. They talked over each other about school, new shoes Priest bought them, about their cousin's birthday party last weekend. Elijah showed off a folded-up paper certificate from basketball practice, and Essence talked about how she planned to be a cheerleader next year. I just kept looking at the clock, wanting it to slow down, to stay right there in that moment where my world was whole again.
Priest. Leaving visitation was always hard. It didn't matter how many times I told myself I was used to it. I wasn't. Seeing Soleil smile across that table or over a video call filled me up and emptied me at the same time. She looked strong and always carried herself with that quiet kind of grace that made me fall in love with her. But underneath that calm, I saw the tiredness in her eyes, the kind that came from pretending prison walls didn't weigh on her. I dropped the kids off at her parents' house after. Her mama always greeted me at the door with a grateful smile. It didn't take long for her parents to start treating me like family. Her father always chopped it up with me, and her mama always packed me a plate before I left every time. She would always say, "You're taking care of my babies, so I'm taking care of you." And she was right. I was doing everything I could to take care of Soleil and her children. When I left their house, I headed to the spot. Blue was already there, in the back room with the scale and the brick laid out. He looked up when I came in. "About time, nigga." I dropped down in the chair across from him, grabbed some baggies, and started filling them. "Had the kids," I said. It was visitation day. Blue nodded while scraping powder into a baggie. "How's she doing?" "She's solid, holding it together. I hate leaving her in that motherfucker." Blue smirked. "That's exactly why we're about to do something about it." He reached for a notepad, flipped it open, and tapped a name written at the top. Harold Denton, Deputy Warden of Programs. "That's our guy?" Blue nodded. "Yup. He's the one who approves early release recommendations. If he vouches for a prisoner, they move up the list." I tied a bag and tossed it onto the scale. "So, what's his deal?" "He's got a bad gambling problem. He's been hitting up this underground poker spot in Joliet every Friday. He lost 30 racks in the last 2 months. He owes a crew that don't play about their money. They've been pressing him hard, so he's desperate." "So, we help him out." "Exactly. We pay off the debt. In exchange, he pushes Soleil's file to the early release board and puts in the recommendation himself." I leaned back, thinking it through. "You already talked to him?" Blue shook his head. "Nah, but he knows we know. I made sure of that." I raised a brow. "How?" Blue grinned, wiping his hands on a towel. "I left him a little care package in his mailbox. An envelope with the debt balance, the poker spot's name, and a copy of the IOU he signed. At the bottom I wrote, 'If you want it gone, call this number.' I gave him the number to the burner." I nodded, impressed. "Smart. That gives him a choice. Makes it feel like he came to us." "Exactly. Ain't no corner in him. We just letting him see the door we left cracked open for him." I sealed another bag and set it aside. "You think he'll bite?" Blue smirked. "That man's hurting. And I heard the crew he owes is ruthless. Be cutting off body parts and shit. He'll make that call by tomorrow. Trust me.
Then we clear his 30 racks, and he moves Soleil's file up for consideration. Good, I said, exhaling with relief. Then it's set. We bagged in silence for a while. My head wasn't really on the money, though. It was on her. On that way she smiled for the kids, pretending the time wasn't killing her inside. Blue broke the silence. You sure you want to go this far for her? I looked up at him, feeling guilty. I haven't gone far enough. I was stretched out in bed, trying to sleep, but my mind wouldn't quit running. Though I didn't know when Harold would get Soleil release, knowing it was in motion had me wired. I reached for my phone, scrolled through the call logs, and hit the number labeled C.O. Drew, late shift. He picked up with a laugh in his voice. Man, you the neediest dude I know. You ever sleep? Put my baby on the phone, motherfucker, I said, half grinning. You mean you didn't call to talk to me? He joked. Nigga, stop playing, I said, with a bit of a chuckle. Aight, hold up. Lights out just hit. Soon, I heard him moving. Keys jingling, doors creaking open and shut, and the crackle of a radio in the background. I knew what that meant. Drew was sneaking her into the utility closet next to the office, the one with no cameras and just enough distance from the dorm to keep her out of sight. Then I heard Drew tell her, I'll be back in 15 minutes. Her end of the line was quiet. Then I heard a door close softly. Hey, baby. That sound alone brought me to my knees and made my dick rock hard. Hey, baby. You good? She whispered, Yeah. I could picture her sitting on a paint bucket in the dark with the phone cradled between her ear and shoulder. The thought of it pulled a slow breath out of me. Damn, girl, I murmured. You know I miss you, right? I know, she said, and I could hear her smiling through the phone. I miss you too. Fuck, man, I groaned, feeling my dick pulsating. You up thinking about me? All the time. Ain't much else worth thinking about. What exactly are you thinking about when you think of me? I was fighting hard not to tell her my plan, so I had to distract myself. About you riding this dick. She winced audibly. I miss that dick so much. What do you miss about it? How it feels when you first enter me. It feels like the first time, every time. I love how it stretches me until it hurts, but it feels so fucking good. Fuck, baby. I groaned as I started to rub my dick. I miss sucking it too. Shit. I miss sucking it until you come in my mouth. Shit, Soleil. I bit my bottom lip, feeling my dick throb in my hands. Play with your pussy. Okay, she breathed. Is it wet? It's always wet for you, baby. How are you playing with your pussy? I put my juices on my clit, and now I'm rubbing it slowly, listening to the sound of your voice. Imagine me sucking that motherfucker into my mouth and flicking it with the tip of my tongue. When she whimpered, I was done for. The phone ringing on the nightstand dragged me out of my sleep. Thinking it was my personal phone, I reached for it, but the blank screen was dark and the piercing ringing was still making me cringe. Then I realized that the prepaid phone was flashing. I sat up quicker than I meant to, causing my head to spin. Yeah, I answered. Hello? It was an older dude that was talking clipped and careful. This is Harold Denton. I grinned sleepily. Morning, Harold. He went quiet. I could only hear him breathing and a chair creak. Why would you make an offer to clear my debt? He asked finally. I swung my feet to the floor and sat on the edge of the bed.
Outside of the floor-to-ceiling windows, I could hear the city outside starting up. Because I need Soleil Carter released from your prison as soon as possible. His breath hitched. You're asking me to risk my job. I can't just let her out. I have to route this through the proper channels. It has to be clean and credible. If it looks like someone pushed it for the wrong reasons, it won't move. I know what you can and can't do, Harold. You're deputy warden of programs. You sign off on recommendations. You move names through the reentry pipeline. You put a file on top, and it gets eyes. Just make it look like the system did what it was supposed to do. He hesitated. If I do it, it has to look legitimate. She has to qualify. I'll verify her record and pull her reports. If she's a model inmate, I can put in a recommendation for consideration. It doesn't mean automatic release, but it moves her up. I can do that. Do whatever it takes. Make the recommendation. Push it where it needs to go. She has a clean prior, doesn't she? No violent history, no record before. She's clean, and she's been a model inmate. Get my baby out of there. I need the debt paid now. Those folks are on my ass, he said nervously. Getting her out will take at least a few weeks. If I don't pay that debt, I'll be dead before then. I'll take care of it. Okay, thank you, he rushed with relief. Don't tell her we're working on this. Let it be a surprise. He went quiet again, then groaned as if he were fighting with himself. I'm risking my professional career on this. Your job or your life, Harold. Choose one. Do this right, you get the debt handled, save your life, and I get my girl out. We all walk away. Nobody's got to know how it happened. He was quiet for a long second. He obviously needed some assurances. Listen, you make this happen and you'll be straight. You don't, you'll still owe them 30 racks. And you'll owe me too. And Harold, owing me can't be cleared with money or fingers. It carries consequences that lead to slow singing and pallbearers. I could hear him swallow. I understand. I grinned. Good. Call this number with updates. Understood. I let him go first. When the burner clicked dead, I lay back for a second and watched the ceiling. I couldn't shake the guilt of not being able to pull the kind of strings that could have kept her out of prison in the first place. At the end of the day, I was just a nigga hustling in Chicago, not some cartel boss with political reach. But I swore I'd do whatever it took to make sure my baby was free as soon as possible. A month later. 37. Raw. The transportation van rocked as it rolled down a dark stretch of road. I sat in the back, cuffed and chained, staring out at nothing. The ride was quiet. I was alone in the van with 2 COs up front. They were taking me to the state pen in Idaho where I would spend the next 40 years. I would be locked away for 40 fucking years over some clowns and disloyal motherfuckers. I wasn't supposed to be here. I was supposed to be running shit. I leaned my head back, staring at the bars over the tiny window, counting the mile markers in my head. Then, out of nowhere, the van slowed down. The one driving looked at the other and nodded. We pulled over to the shoulder of the road. It was so quiet out there I could hear the tires crunching over gravel. There wasn't another car in sight. What the fuck we stopping for? I asked, leaning forward, causing the chains to clink. Neither of them answered. The driver threw the van in park and turned the engine off. The other CO grabbed his radio. Transport 22, inmate attempting escape, he barked into it. My head snapped up. What? Man, what the fuck you talking about? The second CO grabbed his radio, pressing the side button. Transport 22 to dispatch. Inmates attempting to escape. Copy that? The radio crackled. Say again, Transport 22? I started to roar. Fuck is y'all? But the one in the passenger seat reached back and punched me in the mouth, shutting me up quickly. The driver repeated himself louder and more urgently. Inmate attempting escape. He slipped his ankle chains. Inmate's getting aggressive. We pulled over to restrain him. Requesting immediate backup. Mile marker 91 off Route 30. There was a pause. Then another voice came through. Copy 22. Backup en route. Maintain position. The CO smirked and released the button. They won't be here for 20 minutes. The driver got out, and my pulse started hammering. My eyes darted between the windshield and the rear window. Then I saw headlights coming from behind. They cut through the dark, temporarily blinding me. The car pulled up close enough that I could see the shine of the chrome bumper. When the door opened, I could see a tall, large figure climbing out, but the headlights were hiding his face. But as it got closer, I could see it was the nigger that had been with Soleil at the hospital and at her court hearings. I'd heard her call him Priest. He climbed out cool as hell, dressed in all black. "What the fuck is going on?" I yelled, pressing my face to the glass. "Hey, what the fuck is this?" The COs didn't even acknowledge me. The driver walked toward Priest like they knew each other. I watched them shake hands and start talking like old friends. They were even laughing, like they were cracking jokes with each other. I slammed my shoulder into the door. "Yo, y'all hear me? The fuck is going on?" They continued to ignore me, so I started kicking the window as hard as I could, but the glass didn't budge. The metal cuffs bit into my wrists as I twisted, trying to break free. "Open this bitch up," I roared. "Open it up!" But they just stood out there talking under the glow of the headlights like they were at a kickback. Priest. "Backup's 20 minutes out," Larkin told me. "Dispatch bought the story." "You sure?" I pressed. "Positive," Mills replied. "We told them the inmate slipped his ankle chain and got aggressive, and that we stopped to restrain him. Once they roll up and see him, we'll say he lunged at us and try to get our guns. And that's gonna hold up?"
Larkin smirked. "You'd be surprised how easy it is to justify a use of force when the suspect's already a convicted murderer. We'll be fine."
Mills added, "The paperwork writes itself if you use the right words." I looked between the two of them, and I knew they weren't new to this. Both had the look of men who'd learned the system inside out and figured out where to bend it. I'd met them through a friend in county, an old CO who used to smuggle in drugs and burner phones. When I told him what I needed, he'd made a few calls and introduced me to the ones who handled transport. Money talked, and I'd made them an offer they couldn't refuse. I nodded toward the van. "Bring 'em out." They moved without hesitation and swung the doors open. The sound of chains and boots hit the quiet night as they dragged Raw out, looking pissed and confused. "Uncuff him," I told them. Larkin and Mills looked at me like I was joking. Mills asked, "You sure about that?" "Yeah, want to let him die with some dignity. At least give him that." They hesitated, but they did what I said. The clank of metal echoed against the emptiness around us. Ross straightened, flexing his wrists with his eyes locked on me. I thought he'd run. I almost wanted him to, but he didn't. He just stood there, breathing hard, staring me down like he still had something to prove. I had to admit I respected it. I taunted him. "You did a good job at pulling the wool over everyone's eyes, but they're starting to see the type of nigger you really are. Elijah asked me last week if he could start calling me daddy. Essence told me I've already been around more than you ever were. And Soleil tells me every night that she's never been loved like this. It's like you never existed, Ra. So you might as well die." He didn't say a word. He just stood there, scowling. I nodded towards Mills. He reached into his waistband and handed me his gun. As soon as Ra saw that, he lunged at me, but I quickly fired 3 shots into his abdomen. He fell backward, eyes wide and chest heaving, like he couldn't catch the air he needed. I calmly stood over him. He tried to say something, but his lips just moved soundlessly. I looked down at him and shook my head. I wish my baby could see this. Then I fired 2 more rounds into his head. He died instantly. I walked back to my car, and then Larkin and Mills followed. I opened the passenger door and grabbed the black backpack sitting on the seat. I handed it to Larkin, telling him, "Good looking." He took it from me with wide, greedy eyes, but they nodded without a word. I slid behind the wheel, started the engine, and drove off into the quiet.
Kalani. I had Soleil on video call while Moses drove. When we landed in Chicago that morning from Atlanta, after 2 days of shows, he told me we were grabbing food and spending time together. That sounded like a great idea to me, since we had been going nonstop with a crew constantly around us. "I can't believe he's gone," Soleil replied, but there was no sadness in her voice, only disbelief. "Me either. How do you feel?" "Honestly? Yeah." She sighed with relief. Like the shadow that used to follow me finally disappeared. I had felt the same way when Moses got the call that Rob was killed. I was relieved. Moses felt the same. He hadn't shed a tear or missed a beat. "Anyway, how long are you going to be in Chicago this time?" Soleil asked with a taunting grin because she already knew the answer. "Girl, like a day? He has a show in New York the day after tomorrow." Soleil laughed knowingly. "Eli's opened so many doors Moses didn't even have to knock on," I told her. "He got my man booked everywhere. He's been doing appearances at clubs all over the country, and now they want him to open for a big tour." Soleil's eyes widened. "Wait, what tour?" I paused for effect, grinning. "Zay Savage?" Her jaw dropped, and then she screamed so loud I cringed. "Zay Savage, bitch, stop playing!" In the driver's seat, Moses was chuckling at Soleil's exaggerated response. I nodded at the phone. "I'm dead serious. King D was supposed to open for him, but he got shot, so they reached out to Eli for Moses." She threw her hands up like she was in church. "Oh, my God. Do you know how big this is? That man is selling out arenas." "Girl, I'm still trying to process it." Soleil was grinning from ear to ear. "No, 'cause this is huge, Kalani. Zay Savage doesn't even take openers unless he respects their pen. Oh my God, this is major." "I know." I was still squealing, though we had gotten the news 2 days ago. I still felt the goosebumps all over my skin when I said it out loud. "It's crazy, girl." Her eyes lit up. "That's so dope. I'm so happy for you, Moses." Driving, he grinned. "Thank you." "They play his songs in the day room all the time," Soleil said. "Everybody in here knows who he is. Everybody thinks I'm lying when I tell them he's my cousin-in-law." I laughed again, still in disbelief of the happiness I was feeling. Sometimes it still didn't feel real, the way our lives were changing. I turned to look at Moses behind the wheel of his new matte black G-Wagon, with one hand gripping the steering wheel and the other resting on my thigh. The sunlight from the windshield bounced off the gold around his wrist. He looked good, confident, and finally free in a way I hadn't seen before. Moses had always made sure I was good. He never let me pay bills, and he always took care of home. But the money he'd been making since the success of the Songs of Moses was different. He'd told me to quit my job weeks ago. He'd transferred Trent to a private daycare that actually had a tuition. And now, between the money coming from shows, features, social media, and streaming, he was spoiling me with shopping sprees and vacations. Whatever I wanted, he made it happen. As I glanced out the window, the view started to change. The city faded away into quiet streets and gated neighborhoods, the kind with trees that actually looked landscaped and driveways long enough for 3 cars. I frowned. "Moses, where are we?" He smirked without looking at me. "You'll see." Soleil was still talking, but I'd stopped listening. "I thought we were going to eat," I said, sitting up straighter as we turned into a cul-de-sac lined with beautiful houses. He didn't answer. He just slowed to a stop in front of a huge 2-story house with dark brick, black trim, glass doors, and a welcome home sign tied to the mailbox. My heart started beating faster. "Moses?" He cut the engine and finally looked at me, smiling. "Get out." I stared at him, confused. "What you mean, get out?" "Get out and see for yourself, woman." When it hit me what was happening, I screamed so loud, Soleil flinched on the screen. "Girl, what the hell?" "Oh my God, Soleil!" I shouted, scrambling to unbuckle my seatbelt. "He bought a house! My baby bought me a big-ass house! Oh my God!" Moses laughed, getting out as I jumped from the truck and ran across the driveway like a crazy person. "Kalani, slow down," he called after me. "Open the door," I shouted. "Hurry up and open it." Soleil was still hollering through the phone. "Turn the camera around, let me see what's going on." I flipped the phone, holding it up so she could see the house while Moses unlocked the front door. When it swung open, I gasped so loud that it bounced off of the walls. The foyer looked like something out of a movie. It had white marble floors, a chandelier shaped like glass raindrops, and a winding staircase. "Moses," I whispered, walking further inside. "This can't be real." He grinned behind me. "It's real, baby. Go look around." I ran from room to room, still showing Soleil everything. The living room had floor-to-ceiling windows and a fireplace taller than me. The kitchen, all stainless steel and marble, looked like something out of a cooking show. I was overjoyed. We'd been living in a cute little 3-bedroom on the south side, but this was a mansion. "I can't believe this," my voice cracked with happy tears as I looked around. Soleil laughed with tears glistening in her eyes. "You deserve it, sis. You really do." I screamed again when I opened the master suite. "Oh my God, look at this closet. It's the size of a bedroom." I flipped the camera so she could see the built-ins, the glass island, and the soft lighting glowing from every corner. "You see this?" Then I ran into the bathroom and screamed even louder. "And look at this bathroom! It's bigger than the closet. It's got a jacuzzi tub and a shower that could fit a whole group in it." Soleil laughed at my dramatics. "Girl, stop. You're gonna make me cry in here." Moses leaned against the doorframe wearing a proud grin. I turned back to him, feeling my heart swelling. "You did this for real?" He nodded slowly. "Yeah, baby, I did this for real." Soleil's voice softened through the speaker. "I love this for you, Kalani. Y'all really made it." I smiled and could feel my throat tightening as I looked around at the gleaming marble floors, the chandelier that looked like it belonged in a magazine, and Moses watching me with pride. I glanced back at the man who had kept his promise, who had carried us both into a life I never thought would be possible, and felt so much gratitude and love for him. "Soleil," I spoke, still staring at him. "I gotta go, sis." She smiled knowingly. "Yeah, I know. Go ahead, girl." When the call ended, I lowered the phone and walked over to Moses. He was still coolly leaning against the doorframe, grinning at me with so much peace in his eyes. I wrapped my arms around his waist, pressing my face against his chest. "Thank you." He rubbed my back. "For what?" "For loving me and Trent like this. For loving us so purely." He lifted my chin, looking deep into my eyes. "Ain't no other way to love you."
Fabe. Sitting in first class, aisle seat, I looked over and caught Aaliyah smiling down at her phone, scrolling. I leaned in just enough to see that she was looking at pictures of nephew's son and laughed. "Man, we just left," I teased, shaking my head. "You already missing him?" She pouted, clutching her phone. "This is the first time I've been away since I had him. My heart literally hurts." I grinned. "That's exactly why you need a vacation. You've been in mama mode nonstop." We were on our way to Vegas for my birthday. We had to go somewhere in the country because Aaliyah couldn't bear to be away from nephew's son for more than 2 days. I know, but you think he misses me already? Nah, I said, laughing as I leaned back in my seat. My mama's probably feeding him like he's 15 years old. You know she's been waiting on a baby to spoil. Aaliyah laughed too, shaking her head. She does love him. She does, I agree. And you? Aaliyah blushed. I thought my mama would have had speculations about me and Aaliyah, but once she found out everything Ra had done, she didn't question a thing. She'd always had a bad taste in her mouth for their side of the family anyway. She'd always said that our father was full of shit and a shyster, the same way the rest of his people was. So, when she found out I was with Aaliyah, she didn't judge it. I reached over, slid Aaliyah's phone out of her hand gently, and set it on the tray table. Relax, he's good. You're supposed to be too. Aaliyah squeezed my hand, asking, How are you? I'm fine. I chuckled because she had been asking me repeatedly since I got the news about Ra's death that morning as we were on our way to the airport. I told you, I've been preparing for that nigga's karma to catch up to him for years. I'm surprised it took this long. Right then, the flight attendant passed by. I raised a hand to stop her. What can I get for you? She smiled. Can we get 2 tequilas? Of course. As she walked off, I looked back at Aaliyah, who was practically glowing. I couldn't help but stare. She looked so different now. She looked lighter, freer, like the weight she used to carry finally fell off. When she was with Ra, she thought she was happy, but now she truly was, and it showed. She caught me looking. What? Still grinning, I told her, You look happy. She tilted her head, smiling back. I am. After a moment, her expression softened. She took a breath like she was letting something go. Sometimes I feel guilty for moving on so easy, like I should still be broken or mad or something. I took her hand and allowed my thumb to rub slowly against her palm. You don't know pain, no loyalty. You earned peace. Her eyes got glossy, but her smile didn't fade. You're different now, I said, watching her. You look happy, like peace finally picked you. She smiled wider. Peace looks a lot like you. That one made me blush like a little girl. For a second, I couldn't even speak. I just stared at her, knowing I'd never look at another woman the same again. She looked out the window, softly saying, Sometimes I still can't believe I get to be this happy after everything. I squeezed her hand. You're supposed to be.
Soleil. The visitation room was quieter than usual that day. Maybe because the other women were with their kids and mine weren't there. I hated it. Priests had been forced to leave them behind this time because they had testing at school they couldn't miss. I wanted to see them, but I couldn't be mad about having some time alone with Priest either. He sat across from me with his elbows on the table and his eyes steady on me. His fingers found mine and held them. How were the kids holding up? I asked, squeezing his hand. They're good. Better than I expected, honestly. I nodded slowly. I'd been shocked, too, by how well they'd taken it. When I called home that morning and my parents told me that Ra was dead, that the CO shot him during transport after he tried to escape, it didn't really surprise me. If anybody was reckless enough to die like that, it was Ra. They gave me the chance to tell the kids myself. Elijah cried a little, mostly because he didn't know how to feel. Essence just stared, quiet and thoughtful like she always gets when she's trying to make sense of something big. But neither of them broke down the way I expected. I guess that was telling. Ra had scared the hell out of those kids once we separated. He'd chipped away at their love for him, one outburst at a time. And since his arrest, they hadn't spoken to him at all. So it made sense that Priest was the one they looked at like a father now. He'd been the one showing up, the one teaching Elijah how to play basketball, the one brushing Essence's hair when she refused to let my mama touch it because she did a worse job than Priest. He tilted his head slightly. How are you holding up, though? I shrugged. Honestly, I feel guilty for feeling relieved. He smiled, that slow, knowing smile of his. That why you got that glow? I frowned a little. What glow? He leaned back, letting his eyes roam over my face. That one right there. That glow that says somebody's been treating you right. I laughed softly, blushing. Because somebody has. He grinned at that, with his thumb tracing slow circles over the back of my hand. Good, 'cause that's the only kind of treatment you deserve. For a moment, we just sat there, looking at each other while conversation filled the room around us. I took a breath and said, You know, you didn't have to do all this. You could have walked away, priest. You could have found somebody who didn't come with all this baggage. His smile faded, but not in a bad way, more like he was about to tell the truth. I don't want anybody else. There is no other woman in the world for me. My heart stuttered a little. He said it like it was simple, like it was already decided. Thank you for holding me down. You could have anybody, but you're still here. He leaned forward, resting his forehead against mine. That's 'cause you're my anybody, and I'll be right here when you walk out. I nodded, fighting the sting in my eyes. I know. No matter how long I had left in this place, Priest had already made me feel free. Aaliyah. I don't think I'd ever laughed that hard in my life. My heels clicked unevenly against the Vegas Strip as Fabe and I stumbled down the sidewalk, holding on to each other for balance. Neon lights blurred around us. We were sweating because the air was hot and dry, even at 4 in the morning. I hadn't been on vacation in years, and I had never been to Vegas. I'd gone full tourist mode the second we checked into the hotel. I'd been acting like it was my birthday instead of his. We'd partied at Dre's all night and finished 2 bottles just between the two of us. My head was spinning, my feet hurt, and I couldn't stop smiling. As we turned a corner, I stopped immediately, tugging on Fabe's hand. Oh my God, look! He turned his head. At what? I pointed across the street. The lights of a tiny white building glowed against the night. The neon sign blinked. Elvis Weddings open 24 hours. Oh my God, it's one of those crazy Vegas chapels, I slurred, giggling. I'm finally seeing one in real life. Let's go inside. I just want to see it. He shook his head, still smiling. You drunk as hell. And you not? I shot back, wobbling on my heels. Touché. We crossed the street, half stumbling, half laughing, until we made it to the front doors. Inside, the place was even more ridiculous than I expected, but in the best way. Everything was red velvet and gold trim. There were plastic flowers everywhere, a sparkly white piano in the corner, and a cardboard cutout of Elvis by the front desk. Oh my God, this is so tacky, I said, spinning around slowly. I love it. A man in a powder blue suit and pompadour wig, clearly the Elvis of the operation, walked over to us with a grin as bright as the sign outside. Well, well, he greeted with a deep theatrical voice. You two look like a couple in love. You here to get married? I laughed so hard I almost lost my balance. Yes, I said, holding up my hand dramatically. Marry us, Elvis? Faye was cracking up beside me. Then, still giggling, I dropped to one knee right there on the red carpet and grabbed his hand. Fabe, I said through my laughter, drunkenly tilting over. Will you marry me? He laughed, shaking his head, but said, Yes, baby. I squealed, still laughing as he helped me back to my feet. But when I looked up, His face had changed. His smile softened, and his eyes were focused in a way that sobered me up a little. He took both of my hands, squeezing them. "I'm serious." I blinked slowly. "About what?" He leaned closer, still holding my hands. "We should get married." I stared at him, heart pounding against my ribs. "You're drunk. You don't mean that." He shrugged with a soft, bashful smile. "A drunk mind speaks a sober truth." Elvis was watching us from a few feet away, grinning like he was watching a rom-com movie he'd seen 100 times. "You're already my wife in every way that matters. Nephew's son is my son. You're my peace. You're my home. The only thing missing is a piece of paper and a ring." I just stared at him, feeling the world spinning a little slower all of a sudden. "You're serious?" He nodded once his eyes locked on mine. "I'm dead serious." My heart was beating warm and wildly. I didn't even think twice. I just smiled through the tears that suddenly filled my eyes and said, "Okay." He grinned, pulling me in and kissed my forehead. "So that's a yes." I was beaming. "That's a yes." Elvis clapped his hands together, and his voice boomed, "Well, honey, let's get y'all hitched." We both burst out laughing again, leaning into each other, dizzy, happy, and drunk off more than tequila. It was crazy and impulsive, but standing there with him in that little tacky Vegas chapel felt like the most right thing in the world. When I woke up, my head was pounding like a drumline. The sunlight creeping through the curtains felt way too bright. For a second, I couldn't remember where I was. The ceiling was white, the sheets were incredibly soft and unfamiliar. Then I looked around and saw the marble floors, the gold-framed mirrors, the view of the Strip glittering through the windows, and it all came rushing back. I groaned, rolling over, trying to piece together the night. Slowly, it all came back to me. The Strip, the club, the bottles, the chapel, Elvis. Then I felt the weight on my hand. I lifted my left hand into the light and froze. It was a simple gold band that gleamed on my ring finger. I stared at it as everything from last night replayed in flashes. Before I could process it, I heard his voice somewhere in the room. "You would think that the chapel would have better rings to choose from. As soon as we sober up, we're getting real rings." I turned my head and damn near forgot how to breathe. He was standing in the doorway of the bathroom, completely naked, dick swinging. The morning light hit him just right, tracing over every hard line, muscle, and tattoo. His body looked like something out of a dream. Ink climbed his arms, down his ribs, over his chiseled abs and broad chest. But his face was the part that always got me. Did we really? My voice bounced between disbelief and laughter. He grinned nervously, rubbing the back of his neck. "Yeah, we really did." He pointed toward the nightstand. I followed his gaze and saw a marriage license, signed and sealed, sitting next to a half-empty bottle of tequila and a crooked basket of fake red roses. I covered my mouth, half laughing, half on the verge of tears. "Oh, my God." He came over and slid into bed beside me. "You okay? You don't regret it, do you?" I turned toward him, shaking my head. "No, not at all." Relief softened his eyes. I looked down at the ring again, blushing. "I can't believe I'm your wife." He pulled me closer, pressing a kiss to my forehead. "I've been yours, so it's only fair that you're officially mine now, for the rest of your life." I smiled against his chest. Lying there, wrapped up in him, I was so thankful of how much I'd survived. Ra had broken me in ways I never thought I'd heal from. He made me forget who I was for a while. But Fabe reminded me. He showed me what it felt like to be authentically seen, protected, and loved. I realized that every scar had led me to my forever. I lifted my head, meeting his eyes. "You know you're stuck with me now, right?" A half-cocked grin spread on his face that made me melt. "Ain't that the plan?" I laughed softly, resting my hand on his chest, causing the gold ring to glint in the sunlight. And for the first time in a long time, I didn't feel haunted by my heartbreak. I just felt grateful. Because when I didn't think it was possible, I'd found my happily ever after. 2 weeks later. 38. Soleil. I was sitting on my bunk, halfway through writing a letter to the kids, when I heard the jangle of keys and the sound of boots stop in front of my cubicle. "Carter," a voice roared. I looked up to see a CO I'd seen around the facility, but wasn't familiar with. He was tall and broad, with a hard face that was unreadable. His name tag read, CO Denton. "Yeah," I said, standing up slowly. "Pack up your property," he said flatly. "Let's go." My heart skipped a beat. "Wait, what? Why?" Blowing a heavy breath, he quipped, "Just do what I said, inmate." That alone was enough to make me move. I've been locked up long enough to know not to ask too many questions when the CO's tone was like that. I grabbed my property bag and started stuffing my things inside. In this short time, I had only accumulated letters, photos, commissary snacks, and the couple books I'd traded for. I could feel the other women in the dorm watching me. "Yo, Soleil," one of them, Keisha, called from her bunk. "Where you going? You good?" "I don't know," I answered. Another girl, Rena, frowned. "You ain't in no trouble, right?" I shook my head. "Nah, least I don't think so." I zipped my bag and followed Denton out. My heart was pounding harder with every step. We passed through the day room, down the corridor, and toward administration. The farther we walked, the fewer inmates I saw. I was leaving the housing unit entirely. I got nervous and wondered if I was getting transferred. That had to be it. They were probably moving me to another facility. I swallowed hard, trying not to panic. Transfers could mean anything. I could be in an entirely different state with different COs. And if I ended up somewhere far, my parents and priests wouldn't be able to visit as often as they do now. Worse, what if priests didn't know anybody at the new prison? What if I lost all the protection I had here? "CO Denton," I called carefully. "Where are we going?" He didn't even look at me. "Just walk and keep quiet." That shut me up quick. I kept my eyes on the floor and my footsteps following down the hall. We reached a set of double doors, and he pushed them open. My nerves were damn near shot by the time we stepped into a smaller administrative wing. There were offices, computers, and staff I didn't recognize, except one. Standing near the back was CO Ramirez, one of the guards who'd always been nice to me. He was on priest payroll, too. He gave me a small smile when he saw me, which eased my worry just a little. Beside him was a man I'd only ever seen from a distance, a staff member named Harold, one of the higher-ups who'd worked with inmate records and releases. "Carter's here," Denton announced, then nodded to Ramirez and left the room without another word. I turned to Ramirez, asking nervously, "What's going on? Why am I here?" Ramirez smiled. "Go ahead and dress out." "Dress out?" I repeated, blinking. "Why am I getting transferred?" Harold stepped forward. "No, Miss Carter, you're being released." My brain short-circuited. "Released?" He nodded. "Early release." My knees went weak, and before I knew it, Ramirez had reached out to steady me. I don't understand. I stammered. What do you mean, early release? I still have time left. Harold smiled faintly, pulling a paper from the file in his hand. You've been granted a reduction. Between your good behavior, your lack of disciplinary tickets, and the work you've done in the inmate education program, your time's been cut. You're being released immediately. I stared at him, mouth open. Immediately? That's right. You'll walk out of here today. I covered my mouth as the tears came, shaking my head like I was trying to wake up from a dream. Seriously? Dead serious, Ramirez said, handing me a folded stack of clothes. Congratulations, Soleil. Here, these are the clothes you came in with. He stepped outside the room to give me privacy. My hands trembled as I changed. I could barely pull the jeans up. My fingers were fumbling through the tears and trembling. Every breath I took felt unreal, like I was learning how to breathe again. Ramirez came back a few minutes later, grinning from ear to ear. Come on, Carter. I looked up from where I was still trying to zip my jeans. Where am I going? I didn't even tell anybody I'm getting out. I don't have a ride or anything. You'll be fine. A smile tugged at his lips like he was keeping a secret. My heart thudded in my chest as I slung my property bag over my shoulder and followed him. We walked down the long corridor toward the exit. When we hit the last set of double doors, I hesitated. I'd done this walk 100 times in my dreams, but actually standing there felt unreal. Ramirez pushed the door open and held it for me. Go on. I cautiously stepped out onto the walkway that led to the main gate, and then Ramirez tilted his head toward the curb, smiling wider. Your ride is waiting on you. I followed his gaze, and my breath caught in my throat. Priest was leaning against his car, like a god straight out of a dream, with the sun glinting off the diamonds in his chain and his arms folded across his chest. He looked beautifully dangerous. I took off running. He pushed off the car just in time to catch me. I hit his chest hard, and he wrapped me up tight in his arms. I clung to him. The sobs that came out of me were ugly and loud, but I didn't care. He held me with one hand at the back of my head and the other rubbing slow circles down my spine like he'd never let go. Ow! I cried against his chest. How did this happen? They said I was required to do half my sentence. It's only been 2 months. He pulled back just enough to look at me. I pulled some strings. I blinked up at him, trying to process it. You what? He chuckled softly, brushing his thumb against my cheek. You think I was gonna let you sit in there longer than you had to? I just stared at him as my whole body trembled from shock and relief. He tilted my chin up, lustfully growling. I've been waiting so damn long to taste you again. Before I could answer, his lips crashed against mine. It was hot, messy, and desperate. When we finally pulled apart, he smiled like he was just as overwhelmed as I was. Come on, he said softly, brushing a tear from my cheek. Let's get you home. The second I stepped out of the car in front of my home, I could hear music playing inside, kids playing, and voices overlapping laughter. When I walked through the door, the sight of everyone nearly brought me to my knees. My parents were there, smiling wider than I'd seen in years. Essence and Elijah came rushing toward me, screaming for me and wrapping their little arms around my waist. My daddy's eyes were glassy, and my mama kept fanning her face like she was trying to keep her tears from falling. Kalani and Trent were there, too. Fabe sat on the couch with Junior in his lap and Aaliyah beside him. Both of them looked happy and settled in a way that made me realize how much they truly loved each other. Even though I hadn't known Aaliyah well, I could tell she was good for him. Apparently, everyone had known about my early release except me. A banner reading, "Welcome Home, Soleil," hung on the living room wall, along with balloons. As I hugged each person one by one, laughter blended with tears. Priest stood back in the corner, watching me proudly. I could see the pride, relief, and love in his eyes. In that moment, surrounded by everyone I loved most, I felt the kind of peace and calm that just settled deep in my bones and reminded me that I'd made it home. It felt surreal being surrounded by so much love after everything I'd been through. My heart was full. Still, there was a part of me that almost didn't feel deserving, like happiness wasn't supposed to come this easy after so much chaos. As I was talking to Priest about how he'd kept all of this from me, I noticed Aaliyah walking toward us. She had a slightly nervous smile on her face, like she didn't know how she'll be received. "Can I talk to you for a minute, Soleil?" I had nothing against Aaliyah. If anything, I saw her as another victim of Ra's, same as I was. She was just a woman who'd fallen for the wrong man and paid the price for it too. She and I had spoken a few times while I was locked up, mostly when I called Fabe, and I only usually did that because of the kids. Essence and Elijah had built a bond with Junior, and they loved spending the night at Fabe and Aaliyah's house. "Yeah, sure." I led her to my bedroom, away from all the noise. She stayed close behind me until we got inside. I sat down on the edge of the bed, and she lingered near the door like she wasn't sure if she should come closer. "I just wanted to give you something," she said finally, slipping a book bag off her shoulder. My brows furrowed. "What's this?" She stepped forward and handed it to me. "Money." I blinked, confused. "Money?" "Yeah." She took a shaky breath. "It's the money from Carlos' murder." My eyes shot toward her. "Fabe told me that you'd taken this from Ra." "I told Fabe I flushed it," she quickly explained. "But I didn't. I just couldn't. I felt like if anybody deserved it, it was you. But then you got locked up, and I didn't think it would be smart to give it to you then. Now you're free, and Ra's dead. So I figured you can use it to start over." My throat closed up. I'd heard Ra took over $300,000 from Carlos' stash before everything went left. And now, here it was, sitting in my lap, handed to me by the woman I once thought ruined my life. Aaliyah's eyes glistened as she added softly, "That's all I wanted, and I'm really sorry for everything." I didn't know what to say. My mind was spinning. I hadn't worked since I lost my job at Chase. My record was stained. I had 3 kids to care for. Priest was doing more than enough, but deep down, I'd been scared about how I was supposed to rebuild on my own. And here she was, handing me a second chance. My vision blurred as tears filled my eyes. "Thank you." She smiled faintly and turned to leave. "And Aaliyah," I called out. So she looked over her shoulder. "You don't have to be sorry. He manipulated you just like he did me. We're both victims, so I don't blame you. Thank you for welcoming my kids into your home." "No problem. We're family now, right?" I smiled through tears. "Right." Smiling, she left out of the door. Once it closed behind her, I sat there for a long minute, clutching that bag. My heart was beating so hard and fast, I was starting to feel a bit faint. I stood, wiping at my tears, and tucked the bag in a safe place before letting out a long, shaky breath. The door slowly opened again, breaking me out of my thoughts. Priest stepped inside, wearing this curious expression. "I was just coming to check on you. You've been in here a minute." I turned toward him, still dazed, still trying to process what had just happened. I sat back down on the edge of the bed, telling him, "Aaliyah gave me the money from Carlos' murder." His eyes widened, and for a moment he just stared at me. "You serious?" I nodded. He let out a low whistle, rubbing a hand over his jaw. Damn, that's some real shit right there. Yeah, I said, exhaling. It really is. I patted the space beside me. Come here. He hesitated cautiously, like he could feel something coming. Then he sat down close enough that our knees brushed. What's up? I took his hand in mine, feeling the roughness of his palm against my fingers. You're not the only one that's been keeping secrets. His brows pulled together. What you mean? I turned his hand over and placed it gently on my stomach. That prison food isn't why I was getting thick. For a second, he just stared at me. Then his eyes went wide and his mouth parted in shock. I smiled through the tears gathering in my eyes. I found out during intake. I didn't tell you because I couldn't bring myself to say it across a table in visitation. I wanted to. Before I could finish, his arms wrapped around me so tight it knocked the air out of my lungs, and we tumbled back onto the bed. Both of us laughed and cried at the same time. He kissed me hard and messy. His hands traced the sides of my face, neck, and body like he was experiencing me for the first time all over again. The kiss deepened, turning soft and slow, then desperate, then slow again. It wasn't lewd. It was about me finding him after surviving hell, about him promising me with every touch that I was home for good. And as I lay there beneath him, his hand still resting protectively on my stomach, I couldn't stop the grateful, happy tears from falling. For the first time in what felt like forever, I wasn't haunted by what Ra had done to or taken from me. So much had been taken from me, my freedom, my faith, pieces of myself I wasn't sure I'd ever get back. But somehow, I'd found my way to something real. I wasn't naive enough to call it healing yet. I'd seen and lost too much to pretend I was healed from the trauma Ra had caused. But this, priest, the life growing inside me, my babies, this felt like the beginning of restoring what Ra tried to take from me. I was no longer fighting to survive a broken heart. I'd already done that. Now I was claiming the love I should have had all along.
Moses. Muffled bass, chant, and that restless chaos of thousands of people waiting seeped through the dressing room walls of the arena. I sat on the couch in front of the mirror with my elbows on my knees and heart beating uncontrollably. Tonight was my second time opening for Zay Savage for a sold-out crowd under arena lights. Every time I thought about it, it still gave me an adrenaline rush that felt unreal. The same dude that used to record tracks in Ra's basement with a mic we stole was opening up for one of the biggest trap stars in the world. Now I had a tour schedule, interviews, stylists, dancers, and a team. My blue check was official. Songs of Moses was charting locally. My second single, Trap Psalms, had become a hit. A blogger online had called my music street gospel. They said my voice sounded like the South Side was confessing through me. I didn't know if I believed all that, but it felt good to be heard. Every time I hit a stage or did an interview or saw a fan damn near in tears just to meet me, I'd get that same thought. This can't be real. Eli popped his head in through the door. Moses, you're on in 5 minutes. Okay, give me 1 minute. 1 minute, he repeated before closing the door again. Now that the stylist, makeup girl, and assistants were all gone, I leaned back on the couch, letting my head rest against the cushion and closed my eyes. Every show, I said the same quick prayer. I thank God for bringing me this far, for giving me words that reach people, and for letting me live long enough to see this version of myself. I asked him to keep me grounded and to let me move the crowd but never lose my soul in it. Money was coming in faster than I ever imagined. In a matter of months, I'd touched more than I used to dream about. Whatever I wanted, I could buy 3 of them. Whatever Kalani or Trent needed, they got it. Kalani had a maid, Trent had a nanny, and still, a part of me never stopped waiting for it all to be snatched away. A nigga like me, from where I'm from, doesn't win without consequences. I knew that. So, every blessing came with a little fear attached. The door opened again. "Hey, babe." Kalani rushed in, interrupting my prayer. She looked so good.
It wasn't because of the Moschino dress that she was wearing either.
It wasn't the diamonds that she was draped in, nor was it the expensive makeup that the artist had applied on the private jet. And it had nothing to do with the expensive hair she'd gotten installed. She looked so good because of the happiness that was all over her. "You made it," I said, standing to meet her halfway. She exhaled. "Barely." Kissing her, I asked, "Where's Soleil?" I told her that you wanted her to come, but of course she wasn't about to leave her kids and priest so soon. I nodded, with my arm still around her waist. Understandable. But she said she will be at a show as soon as she gets comfortable being back at home. Bet. How's she doing? Good. Kalani smiled. She looks great and is happy to be home. And she's pregnant. My eyes bucked with a smile. Word? Just then, the door swung open again. Eli stuck his head inside. "It's time." I looked at him and nodded. "I'm ready." I took Kalani's hand and followed Eli down the long hallway toward the stage. The closer we got, the louder it got. My name was echoing from the crowd. Thousands of voices chanted it, calling for me. I had already said a prayer, but hearing my name on the lips of thousands of people, I had to stop and thank God that I had finally made it. After all of the pain, hurt, and mistakes, my girl was still by my side, and my dreams had finally come true. The lights felt brighter when I stepped back out for the encore. The crowd was going wild with their phones in the air. Flashes were everywhere, and they were still chanting my name. "Hey, y'all mind if I do something real quick?" I asked into the mic. The crowd roared. I took a breath, feeling my heartbeat pounding harder than the bass. "There's somebody in this arena tonight who's been with me since I didn't have anything, before y'all even knew my name. Every word I ever rapped, she saw it before anybody else did." The crowd started screaming already because they knew exactly who I was talking about. "Kalani, come out here, baby." The arena erupted. When she stepped out from the wings, the lights washed over her. The crowd lost their minds. They knew her just as well as they knew me. We'd become that couple. Blogs loved to post about us when we were out and about. She walked toward me slowly, nervous but smiling. I grinned so hard my face hurt and reached for her hand when she got close enough. "Come here," I said into the mic, guiding her to the center of the stage. The spotlight followed us. She looked around, overwhelmed, and I could see her chest rising fast. Then she turned and saw the big screen behind us light up with pictures and videos of our first vacation, me holding Trent on my shoulders, her smiling in my hoodie on the couch in our first crib, clips of me in the studio and her asleep on the couch in the corner. The crowd went quiet for a second, just watching, soaking it in. Then the stage hands rushed out, carrying a floral arch of white roses and baby's breath arranged in a circle. Across the top, in gold letters, it read, "Will you marry me?" The noise that came out of that crowd damn near shook the roof. Kalani froze. Then her hands flew to her mouth, her eyes went wide, and she started trembling. I dropped to one knee, and the crowd screamed louder. I felt myself shaking, even though I'd rehearsed this in my head 100 times. "You've been my day one since before the world even cared who Moses was. You saw me before the lights, money, and before my name meant anything. When I didn't believe in me, you did. When I didn't know how to pray for myself, you was already praying for me." She covered her mouth as tears spilled down her face, and the sight of her damn near undid me. "You walked with me through hell and never let go of my hand. You gave me a reason to grow up, to fight for something real. You're not just my love. You're my calm, my mirror, my muse. The best parts of me got your fingerprints all over them." I pulled the ring from my pocket I'd been carrying for weeks. The crowd screamed, but all I could see was her. "I've been through pain, betrayal, and loss," I continued, trying to keep my emotions controlled. But God gave me one thing that made it all make sense. You and Trent, you all aren't just my family. You're my whole damn purpose. You're my favorite song, baby. So right here, in front of everybody, I just need to know, baby, will you marry me? She nodded frantically while sobbing and hyperventilating. Yes, she finally managed over the screams from the crowd. I stood, slid the ring on her finger, and she threw her arms around my neck. The lights burst brighter, confetti fell, fireworks went off around the stage, and when our lips met, the arena exploded. Putting the mic to my mouth, I asked the crowd, "Y'all didn't think I was going to end it there, right?" The crowd roared again. I turned to Kalani, still holding her hand. "This one's for you, bae." The DJ started playing the slow, soulful melody of something I'd been working on for weeks in secret. It was a song I'd written for Kalani. Forever Don't Scare Me. Verse 1. You don't compete with me, you complete me. That's the flex. Your love, the kind that God himself protects. Ain't no game, ain't no test. This a legacy we buildin'. Every time I see you smile, it's a prayer that got fulfilled again. We ain't goals, we real life with grace in it. God's fingerprint got your name laced in it. Hook. If forever meant riding with you, then forever don't scare me. If I lose it all, long as you here, forever don't scare me. You the prayer I ain't know I prayed, the reason my demons fade. Yeah, forever don't scare me, 'cause forever got your face. We hope you've enjoyed this production of Ra, Songs of Moses, by Jessica N. Watkins. Narrated by Ebony Majesty and Pierre Manhattan. Copyright 2025 by Jessica N. Watkins. Sound recording copyright 2026 by Dreamscape Media, LLC. Dreamscape is an RB Media audio brand. This recording is protected by copyright. Unauthorized copying, sharing, or distribution is prohibited. Thank you for listening. Discover audiobook giveaways, discounts, new releases, recommendations, and more from RB Media, the largest audiobook publisher in the world. Visit rbaudio.com.